Welcome to Terrified Tales, where things are about to get unsettling. Before we dive deeper into the darkness, make sure to like and subscribe. Let us know where you're listening from and what time it is. Are you brave enough to be here at night? Now, relax and let the fear take hold. Story 1. The house stood at the edge of the forest, where the last remnants of the sun dipped behind the trees, casting a faint orange glow that barely reached the windows. The old wooden building seemed to have swallowed the light, its dark facade standing out against the approaching dusk. A soft wind whispered through the branches, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and decay. It was the kind of place you could imagine growing up in, a house that felt familiar in ways you couldn't quite name. Lena stepped out of her car, the gravel crunching beneath her boots. She hadn't been back in years, not since her mother had passed away. It was strange to return to see the house in the same state it had been left, overgrown ivy clinging to the walls, shutters slightly askew, the porch sagging as if it were tired from the weight of time. But now, Lena had nowhere else to go. The apartment she had rented in the city felt too small, too suffocating after her mother's death. So she came back. To this house, to the place that once held warmth. As she made her way up the creaky steps, a chill crawled down her spine, a shiver that had nothing to do with the cool breeze. She paused, staring at the front door. It was slightly ajar, a sliver of darkness stretching from the crack. She hadn't left it open. A strange thought crossed her mind, perhaps. A neighbor had come in to check on the place. But when she reached for the handle, her breath caught. The door was cold, colder than she had expected, as though the inside had been untouched by the sun's warmth all day. She pushed it open, her footstep echoing inside the empty house. The smell of old wood and dust hit her instantly, a scent that carried with it the memories of days spent running through these rooms, laughing with her mother, long before things had gotten strange. She stepped inside, her shoes clicking on the wooden floors, the house creaking in response. It felt as though the house was settling into her presence, welcoming her back. But there was something about the silenced doot, too heavy. It pressed against her ears, and she fought the urge to call out, as though testing if anyone was there, but the house was silent. The only sound was the faint hum of the wind outside and the occasional groan of the old wood. Lena's eyes drifted to the staircase at the far end of the hallway, its banister dust-covered and abandoned. It was strange that nothing had been disturbed. She had expected more signs of time's wear, but everything looked as it had when her mother last walked these floors, frozen in a moment that felt both comforting and unsettling. A soft thud echoed from upstairs, as if someone had dropped something heavy on the floor. Lena froze, her pulse quickening. There shouldn't have been anyone here, at least not anyone she could see. The thud came again, louder this time, followed by the faintest sound of whispering a voice, low and distant, like a memory she couldn't quite place. Her body stiffened. She stood in the entryway, her fingers gripping the doorframe as her heart raced. She hadn't come back for this. The last thing she wanted was to confront what had happened here. Yet, something pulled her toward the stairs, toward the sounds above. Lena hesitated for a moment, standing motionless at the threshold, the weight of the silence pressing down on her chest. Her gaze flickered toward the staircase again. The thudding noise came again, a slow, deliberate sound, as though something or someone was dragging its feet along the floor above. She had never heard noises like this in the house before. Or maybe she had, and she had simply chosen to ignore them. She had been so young when they first began, but that was before everything changed. Her breath caught as she stepped into the hallway, the boards creaking under her weight, each footfall resounding like an accusation. She had always been told the house was old, a term that had seemed too simple to encompass the peculiarities she remembered, the cold spots, the whispers that followed her as a child, The way the shadows seemed to move in the corners, her vision, she had convinced herself it was all just imagination. The mind of a young girl conjuring phantoms to explain the unexplainable. But now, with the sounds from upstairs echoing in her ears, her heart pounded with the unmistakable feeling that something was terribly wrong. Her mother had never spoken much of the house's history, except for the occasional mention of how they'd come to live there after her father passed away. The house had been old even then, a relic of some forgotten time, but it had been a place of refuge, a place of healing for them both after the loss. In her mother's voice, the house had always sounded like a sanctuary, a protector. But to Lena, even as a young girl, there had been something unnerving about it. Some days she could swear she had heard a soft hum beneath the walls, or seen strange flickers of light just beyond her reach. The noises from upstairs continued, muffled now as though the source were moving away from her. She took a hesitant step forward, then another, her body fighting the instinct to turn around and run. There was something magnetic about it, the pull of curiosity, the unanswered questions that had haunted her for years. It was as though the house itself was calling her, daring her to confront whatever lay beyond that door at the top of the stairs. She reached the base of the stairs, where the shadowed corridor seemed to stretch endlessly before her. The stairs groaned beneath her weight, each step pushing her closer to the unsettling sounds above. She couldn't tell whether it was the house settling or something else entirely. She reached the first landing, then the second. As she moved, the whispers grew clearer. It sounded like a conversation, but the words were garbled, indistinct. She could hear the odd repetition of a name she couldn't quite catch, and then a soft, desperate sobbing. Her breath hitched in her throat. Mom, the word slipped out before she could stop it. It sounded ridiculous, even to her own ears. Her mother had been gone for years. She had no reason to think that this sound, this strange presence, was anything but a trick of her mind. The air around her felt colder now. It wasn't just the evening chill. It was something far deeper, more sinister, something that cut straight through her skin and gripped her bones. The house seemed to exhale around her, the floorboards sighing, the walls groaning under some invisible weight. Lena continued upwards, her hand gripping the banister for support, but the wood beneath her fingers felt slick, too smooth, almost unnatural. The stairs were covered in years of dust, and yet they gleamed in the dim light as though they had just been polished. She stopped halfway up, frozen by a feeling that crept up from the back of her mind. Something was wrong. More than wrong. The air felt alive in a way that sent tendrils of dread creeping up her spine. She shook her head, trying to shake off the panic that was building inside her. Just nerves, she muttered, though her voice trembled. It's just nerves. It's nothing. But the voice in her head was not convinced. It told her that she was, standing at the edge of something that had been waiting for her all these years, lingering in the forgotten corners of the house, waiting for the right moment. The presence that had been buried but never gone had found its way back to the surface. The thudding noise from above grew louder. This time, it was accompanied by something else, a dragging sound, like furniture scraping against the floor, the weight of it shifting slowly, painfully, as if searching for an escape. Lena took another step, and then another, her breathing shallow, the thudding now almost in time with the beat of her heart. At the top of the stairs, the hallway stretched. Before her, the door to her mother's room at the far end, its silhouette barely visible through the gloom. There was no turning back now. She approached the door, each step feeling heavier than the last. Her mind raced, filled with memories of her childhood, of the stories her mother had told her about the house, of the things they never spoke about, the old woman who had lived there before them. No one had ever been able to explain what happened to her mother, why she had changed so suddenly, why the warmth had faded from the house like a candle snuffed. Out by a gust of wind, Lena reached for the doorknob. Her hand trembled as it made contact with the cold metal. She paused. The silence that followed was suffocating. A distant voice whispered her name. It was faint, but it was unmistakable. She closed her eyes for a moment, fighting the instinct to run, but the voice her name came again, this time sharper, more insistent. She pushed the door open. The room inside was dark, the only light coming from a single candle on the dresser. The faint smell of something sour hung in the air, mixing with the familiar scent of dust and old wood. The furniture was exactly where it had been when she left. The bed, the chair by the window, everything was in place, untouched. Yet the room, F-E-L-T, off. There was an oppressive weight to it, as if something had shifted in the walls, in the very fabric of the air. Lena stepped inside. The floor creaked beneath her weight, each footfall sounding like a loud accusation in the silence. She moved toward the candle, her eyes scanning the room. It seemed like no one had been here in years. But then, her gaze landed on the mirror. Above the dresser, the reflection was faint, distorted, but she could see her own image staring back at her. Only there was something ... wrong. The figure in the mirror was blurry, out of focus, but the her outline seemed to twitch, as though it wasn't entirely her. She blinked, and in that brief moment of disorientation, the reflection shifted. Her own face warped into something else, something she couldn't quite name. Lena gasped, stumbling back, her heart pounding in her chest. And then she saw it. The figure it was, standing in the corner of the room, not quite in the shadows, but not entirely in the light either. Its shape was indistinct, a dark mass that seemed to absorb the light around it, an entity that was neither fully solid nor ethereal. It stood there, motionless, its presence suffocating the room, as if it had always been there, waiting. Lena's breath caught in her throat. She couldn't move, couldn't speak. Her body felt frozen, her legs like lead beneath her. The figure stepped forward, the sound of its movement soft, like the rustling of dry leaves in a storm. Its outline sharpened as it came closer, and Lena's blood ran cold as she recognized the shape of the face. It was her mother, but it wasn't her mother. Not really. The face was twisted, distorted, a grotesque mockery of the woman she had once known. The eyes black, endless voids, stared at her with a cold, empty gaze. The lips were drawn back in a silent scream, but no sound came from the figure's mouth. It reached out a hand, the skin pale and stretched thin, as though it were made of wax, Lena's mind screamed, but her body refused to respond. The figure's fingers brushed against her cheek, cold as ice, and then the door slammed shut behind her. The door slammed shut with a violent, bone-rattling thud, reverberating through the room like the closing of a tomb. Lena's heart skipped a beat, and for a moment the world seemed to stop moving. Her body was frozen in place, caught in the cold grip of an invisible force. Her breath came in shallow gasps, her chest tightening as she struggled to comprehend what was happening. The figure in the corner didn't move. It simply stood there, watching her with its featureless eyes, an emptiness where there should have been warmth, love, understanding. Her mother's face, twisted beyond recognition, seemed to mock her taunting hers, though it knew the very depths of her soul. Lena could feel it in her bones. This was not her mother, not in any sense that she could understand. It was something else, something far darker and more terrifying, and yet she could not tear her eyes away. The room felt impossibly still, the silence pressing against her like an invisible weight. She could hear her own heartbeat, a deafening rhythm that seemed to drown out everything else. The faint flicker of the candle on the dresser cast eerie shadows that danced across the walls, twisting and shifting in time with her growing panic. Her vision blurred as the room seemed to close in around her, the edges darkening, the corners filling with shadows that threatened to consume her entirely. She tried to speak, to call out, but her voice was lost somewhere deep inside her throat. Her body trembled, unable to move, her legs too weak to support her. Her mind screamed at her to run, to escape, to do anything but remain in this place. But her feet were rooted to the floor, held captive by some unseen force. The figure stirred, its movements slow, deliberate. It took one step forward, then another. The sound of its footfalls muffled as if it were moving through water. Lena felt a cold breeze sweep through the room, carrying with it the scent of earth and decay. It smelled like the grave. The air grew heavier with each passing second, thick with an oppressive darkness that seeped into her skin, into her very soul. Her eyes darted to the window, desperate to find something familiar, something that could ground her in reality. But the window was covered in a thick layer of dust, the glass so grimy that she could barely see through it. All she could make out were vague shapes in the darkness beyond a twisted outline of trees, their gnarled branches, reaching toward the sky like skeletal hands. The wind howled outside, pressing against the walls of the house. But it felt as though the storm had come inside with her. The figure continued its advance, its every movement slow, methodical, as if it were savoring her fear. The closer it came, the more Lena's sense of reality seemed to unravel. She tried to remember who she was, why she had come back here, but the memories felt distant, like fragments of a dream she could no longer hold on to. Her mind, clouded with confusion and dread, grasped at anything to bring her back to herself, but nothing made sense. Her mother's voice echoed in her head, faint at first, but growing louder. "Lena, you have to let go," it whispered, the words carrying an unsettling familiarity. Yet something was wrong. The voice sounded different, distorted, like it had been filtered through 1,000 layers of grief and regret. "You have to let go." The figure was almost upon her now, its presence looming like a suffocating fog. Lena's pulse hammered. In her ears, each beat a reminder that she was still alive, still tethered to this world, even as everything around her seemed to dissolve into something beyond comprehension. The figure reached out, its pale, skeletal hand hovering just inches from her face, its fingers trembling with a sickening anticipation. It touched her cheek, the instant its fingers made contact with her skin. Lena's entire body jolted as though struck by lightning. The coldness of its touch burned her, an ice-cold fire that spread through her body, seizing her muscles, freezing her to the core. A vision exploded in her mind, a chaotic torrent of images, flashes of her childhood, fleeting memories of her mother's warm smile, her laughter echoing through the house. But then something changed. The images began to warp, twisting into grotesque distortions of what they once were. Her mother's face, once full of love, contorted in agony, her mouth stretched open in a silent scream. Lena could hear the faintest sound of her mother's voice, but it wasn't right. It was as though it were muffled by something far deeper, something more ancient and terrible. Double quotes. Lena's eyes snapped open, and for a brief moment she thought she saw her mother standing before her, smiling, just as she had when Lena was a child. But that was impossible, wasn't it? Her mother had been gone for so long, taken from her by something unspoken, something that had shattered their family. Yet here, in this house, in the cold darkness, it felt as though her mother had never left. The figure's hand pressed harder against her cheek, the icy coldness now seeping into her very bones. Lena's vision blurred once again, the air around her thickening with the oppressive presence of the figure. She gasped for breath, but the room seemed to close in around her, the walls pressing tighter, the shadows drawing nearer. And then, just as quickly as it had come, the figure withdrew. The touch, the cold, the vision, it all faded, leaving her standing alone in the darkened room, her body trembling uncontrollably. She staggered back, her legs threatening to give out beneath her, but she forced herself to stay upright. She wanted to scream, to run, to tear the house apart until she found some explanation. But she couldn't. She couldn't move. The room felt like a tomb, suffocating her, pressing her into the floorboards with the weight of its history. The silence returned, but it was not the same as before. It was deeper now, more oppressive, as though the house itself had changed, had become something else entirely. The whispers, the distant sobs had stopped, but in their place was something much worse. An awful, gnawing feeling that something was watching her, waiting for her to make the wrong move, to do something, anything that would invite its wrath. Lena whispered, her voice shaky and weak. She wasn't sure if she was speaking to the figure, or if she was speaking to herself. The words hung in the air, heavy with desperation, but there was no answer, no reassurance, only the cold silence that surrounded her. The candle flickered again, casting long, unsettling shadows across the room. Lena's eyes flicked to the mirror once more, and for a brief moment, she thought she saw something move in its reflection, a dark shape, shifting. Just behind her, she whirled around, but there was nothing there. The room was empty, save for her. The air was thick with the smell of decay, the heavy scent of something long forgotten. A rustling sound came from the corner of the room, soft, almost imperceptible, like the shifting of fabric. But Lena didn't need to see what it was. She knew. She could feel it in her bones. The house was alive, and it was waiting. A distant, muffled bang echoed from below, like a door slamming shut. The noise made Lena jump, and she instinctively took a step toward the door, but her legs felt like lead, her body sluggish and unwilling to obey her commands. She tried to call out, but her throat was dry, the words stuck in her chest. All she could do was listen to the house, listen to the sounds, to the whispers that still seemed to linger in the air. The house was changing, and Lena was right in the middle of it. The house creaked in protest as Lena stood there, frozen, as if caught in some inescapable web spun by the walls themselves. The silence seemed to stretch forever, a vast, suffocating ocean of nothingness. The air had grown thick again, heavier than it should be, and with it, the unmistakable sense that something was wrong, something she couldn't see, but could feel deep in her chest. The shadows pressed in on her from all sides, and she felt herself inching toward the center of the storm. Her breath was shallow, her heart thumping in her ears as she slowly backed away from the mirror. She had seen something in its reflection, more than the mere distortions of light. There had been a figure there, standing just behind her. She couldn't describe it, couldn't say for sure what it was, but the image had been enough to make her heart stutter in her chest. Figure, crouching low, its hands too long, its body bending in unnatural ways. It had been like a twisted shadow, familiar, and yet not. The candle flickered once more, casting fleeting shapes across the room that seemed to breathe, moving with the rhythm of the unseen presence. Lena felt as though she were being watched, her every movement observed, judged, and anticipated by something that had been lurking in the house for far too long. The room, so familiar in her childhood, now felt alien, filled with malignant energy that seeped from every crack in the walls. Stepped backward, closer to the door, but it slammed shut with a violent, guttural sound before she could even touch the handle. The force of it shook the floor beneath her feet, rattling the frames of the old family photos lining the walls. The door was locked, she realized, the handle cold and stiff beneath her fingers. A panicked breath escaped her lips as she pressed harder against the door, pushing, pulling, but it wouldn't budge. The house had closed in around her, trapping her in the very room that had once been her sanctuary. The scent of mildew, rotting wood, and something darker, something foul her nostrils, and she gagged involuntarily. It was as if the walls themselves had begun to breathe, exhaling a stifling, cloying fog that wrapped itself around her, drawing her deeper into the maze of the house. The air was heavier than before, more oppressive, more suffocating, and it felt like the walls were closing in. Lena stumbled backward, her head spinning as the weight of everything pressed down on her. She knew she had to leave. She couldn't stay here. She needed to escape, but her legs refused to move. She could barely breathe, her lungs constricting under the pressure of unseen forces. A low, distant rumble echoed through the floorboards, vibrating through her very bones. It wasn't thunder, it wasn't natural. It was something much deeper, much older. And then she heard it, a soft, unmistakable creak. Footsteps, slow, deliberate, purposeful. She turned toward the source of the sound, her mind a whirlwind of conflicting thoughts. There was no one else here. She knew this with every ounce of her being, and yet the footsteps seemed to echo louder with each passing second, circling her in an endless dance. The air seemed to freeze, her breath suspended in time, and all she could hear was the sound of those steps growing nearer. But she couldn't see anyone. There was nothing but shadows, and the growing sense of dread that crawled over her skin like 1,000 spiders. A shadow flickered in the corner of her eye, her pulse skyrocketed, and she turned toward the movement, her breath ragged in her chest. There, in the darkest corner of the room, something was shifting. The shadow stretched unnaturally, elongating as if it had a life of its own. It moved no longer just a static shape, but something fluid, something that had form but no face. Lena's legs finally obeyed, her body moving on its own accord as she backed away from the corner. Her hands trembled as she grasped for the doorknob once again. But it wasn't just a physical terror that paralyzed her, it was something much deeper. The dread crept through her, a cold, crawling feeling that made every inch of her skin crawl. Her stomach turned, nausea rising in her throat, and the ground beneath her feet felt as though it were shifting, tilting. The house was moving. The air itself seemed to constrict and tighten, pressing in around her. The house had become alive. It was breathing. There was a sharp scraping noise coming from above, from the attic. A slow, deliberate sound like something being dragged across the floor, as though a heavy object was being moved across the attic floor, inch by inch. It was like the house was awakening, rousing from a long slumber, and Lena was its first witness. Her breath quickened, panic flaring in her chest as the silence broke again. The footsteps, once distant, now circled her in the room, coming closer, moving with purpose. They weren't just echoes. They were ... real. They were something else. A soft, rasping breath filled the room, as if the house itself was exhaling in a long, drawn-out sigh, its voice full of hunger. She turned back toward the mirror. The reflection staring back at her was not her own. The figure in the glass was tall, too thin, and its features were pale, contorted like a hollow shell of a human. Its eyes were dark pools, endless voids that sucked in the light around them. And its mouth, if you could even call it, that was stretched wide in a grotesque, silent grin. The face was familiar, but not quite. It was her face, distorted, twisted, a reflection of herself from another world. She blinked, and the figure moved. The reflection smirked. A low, inhuman chuckle rumbled from its throat. Lena spun around her, hands trembling, and in that moment, she was sure she wasn't alone anymore. There were others here, lurking just beyond her reach. But where were they? She couldn't tell if it was just her mind breaking under the strain, or if something was truly wrong with the house, something ancient, something with eyes everywhere. The mirrors seemed to warp, stretching like liquid, distorting, pulling her in. Her own reflection blurred, the corners of the glass bending and twisting unnaturally, as if it were trying to reach her. A sudden crash from downstairs echoed through the house, and Lena's heart skipped a beat. It was louder now, more urgent. The house felt alive with motion, as if it was somehow responding to her presence, calling her down the hall to where something waited. Her pulse raced, each beat thudding louder than the next. The shadows shifted again. The figure from the mirror was no longer a mere reflection. It was standing behind her, a cold presence that pressed, Against her skin, the room had changed. It wasn't the same place anymore. The walls seemed to shrink, bending inward like they were closing in, pushing her toward the door, toward the hallway. Her body screamed for escape, for relief, for an end to the unrelenting terror that was building around her. But there was nowhere to run. The walls had eyes. The house had teeth. Lena stumbled backward, her foot catching on something she couldn't see. She fell hard against the floor, her body slamming into the cold wooden boards. The house groaned beneath her, the sound deep and guttural. The shadows that had once only whispered now moved in jagged, twisted patterns, as if the house were shifting, becoming something entirely new, something alive. And then she saw it. The doorway at the end of the hall. Beyond it, there was something different movement. It wasn't just the shifting of shadows. It was ... something else ... A soft rustling, a figure, and it was coming toward her. Her mind screamed at her to move, to run, but her body felt frozen in place, her limbs heavy like lead. Every breath felt like a weight against her chest, and for a moment she wondered if she had lost the ability to move altogether. Maybe the house had already taken her Mabi. She was already lost. Then Lena's world had narrowed to a single point. The door at the end of the hallway. The air around her vibrated, heavy with an unnatural pulse. The walls seemed to close in on her, pressing her, compressing her thoughts, her fears, into a singular, suffocating panic. Her breath, shallow and ragged, was the only sound she could hear. Her breath, and the sound of the house, like a beating heart. The whisper came again, her name, but softer now. Not a call, but an invitation, like something that had been waiting for her all this time. Lena ... The voice, unrecognizable and distorted, hummed in the back of her mind like the ringing of a bell. It was both inside her and outside her, echoing from the walls, seeping into her skin, filling her mind with dread. The walls seemed to breathe. The house itself, as ancient as it was, had always felt like more than just a structure. It had always had a presence, but now that presence was too close, too alive. Lena's heart raced in her chest as the figure in the mirror, the reflection, moved, twitching and distorting with unnatural speed, warping until it seemed to stretch into a grotesque silhouette. She could feel its eyes, empty and endless, pressing against her, as if it were reaching through the glass. She didn't know how much longer she could stand the pressure. The house had become a living thing, breathing, watching, waiting. Each second stretched on, slower, as if time itself had decided to crawl in this place, forcing her to experience every moment with excruciating clarity. Her feet felt glued to the floor, her body unable to obey her frantic thoughts. She should have been running. She needed to run. But the oppressive force in the room held her in place, and she was frozen, paralyzed by the overwhelming weight of it all. The rustling grew louder, nearer. The shadows in the corner of her vision shifted again, like they were no longer content to stay still. It was as if the house had taken on a life of its own, its very bones moving under the weight of something dark and hungry. Her eyes flickered to the door at the end of the hallway. It had been silent for so long, but now it was calling to her. Or was it? Was she imagining it? Or had the house ... shifted? Lena's mouth went dry. She couldn't tear her eyes away from the door. She was drawn to it like a moth to a flame, as though something inside her recognized it. Something deep within her soul was responding to the movement beyond the threshold. She could feel the pull, as if it were a force more powerful than any physical urge. The rumbling sound from the floorboards began again, deeper now, vibrating through her bones. It wasn't the house settling. This wasn't something that could be explained away by the creaking of old wood. It was something much more alive. It was just a flicker, nothing more than the subtle shift of the air, the distortion of the shadows at the edge of the hallway. But as she watched, it became clear. There was a figure, no, more than one. They were there, in the hallway. Moving slowly, the figures were shifting shapes. For a moment, she thought they were just shadows, but they weren't. These were beings, creatures, cloaked in darkness, but at the same time, not. She couldn't make out their exact shapes, but the movement was unmistakable. The way they glided unnaturally still, but moving, with a fluidity that made Lena's stomach twist in on itself. They didn't belong here. The air grew colder. She felt a drop in temperature, so sudden it stole her breath. The warmth of her body, the heat of her pulse, seemed to drain out of her. She took one hesitant step forward, her mind scrambling for some semblance of logic. Maybe they weren't real. Maybe she was imagining them. Maybe they were part of the house. She had to push through. She had to do something. The fear was suffocating, but there was no time to think, no time to wonder. One of the figures it shifted toward her, moving with an unnerving, serpentine slowness. The shadows that surrounded it bent and writhed as though it were drawing them in, feeding off of them. The closer it came, the more its shape began to solidify, and Lena saw it. A face, it was distorted, melted, almost its eyes wide and glassy, staring directly at her, unblinking, unfeeling. Its mouth, twisted and drawn into an inhuman grimace, was stretched unnaturally wide, its lips pulling back in a silent scream. But it didn't make a sound. There was no need. The presence alone was enough. Her heart hammered in her chest, her breath coming in short, shallow bursts. Every instinct she had screamed at her to run, to escape, to do anything to break free from this nightmare. But the shadows, the figures were closing in. They were no longer just shapes in the dark. They were real, and they were standing in her way. Another figure emerged from the darkness, then another, each more twisted, more grotesque than the last. They didn't move as a human would. Their limbs jerked in unnatural angles, as though they were disjointed, broken. They didn't walk. They crawled, slithered, their bodies folding into each other like liquid, like creatures from a nightmare or, worse, like something from beyond it. Lena's mind raced, but it couldn't keep up with the horrors she was witnessing. She couldn't think, couldn't react. Every ounce of her was paralyzed, gripped by the horrifying certainty that this wasn't a dream. This wasn't her mind running wild. This was real. The first figure, the one that had approached her, its face grotesque, twisted, lifted a hand. It didn't reach for her. It didn't touch her. Instead, the hand stretched upward, toward the ceiling. As it did, the shadows above her followed, coiling around its fingers like serpents drawn to a source of heat. Ceiling, and for the briefest of moments, she thought she saw something there. Something darker than the night itself. Watching her from above, the whispers rose, suddenly filling the room. Hundreds of voices, layered over each other, indistinguishable but unmistakably malevolent. They weren't coming from any one direction. They were everywhere. She couldn't escape them. They crawled inside her mind, writhing and twisting, feeding on her fear, and in that moment, Lena felt her body being torn in two, pulled apart. Inside, out by the invisible hands of the house, the walls began to pulse again, rhythmically, with the beating of something that could only be described as alive. The floor shook beneath her. She could feel the very heartbeat of the house. The house was hungry, and it was calling to her. Her throat tightened as she opened her mouth to scream, but no sound came out. The weight of the house, the weight of the world around her, crushed her chest, her vision blurred as tears welled in her eyes, but she could not look away from the figures that now surrounded her. They were watching her, circling, moving like predators in the dark. Her legs buckled. She fell to her knees, trembling as the darkness pressed in on all sides. But the figure, the one closest to her, its grotesque, smiling face inches from hers, didn't move. Instead, it extended its hand, its long fingers reaching toward her, beckoning her. Lena couldn't breathe, but she couldn't look away either. Lena could feel the weight of the shadows pressing down on her, suffocating her from all sides. Every inch of her body screamed to move, to escape, but her legs refused to cooperate. Her muscles locked in place by an invisible force stronger than any fear she had ever known. She was trapped completely and utterly trapped, surrounded by figures that had once only existed in her nightmares. Beings twisted and malformed, with eyes that saw everything. Eyes that saw her, the figure closest to her, its grotesque, contorted face smiling in silent malice, extended its long spindly fingers toward her. She could see the unnatural, blackened skin stretched taut over bone, its nails impossibly long and sharp. Every inch of it was wrong, but it was undeniably real. Her heart pounded wildly in her chest as the hand came closer. A grotesque touch that felt like the very air around it was freezing over. The house groaned, the walls shifting and settling, as if responding to the beckoning hand, and Lena could feel the house itself pull tighter around her. She could taste the thick, stale air in her mouth, each breath more difficult to take than the last. The whispers around her intensified, the voices overlapping, rising in volume, swirling into one dissonant chorus. They were all saying the same thing, repeating the same phrase over and over again, in a maddening, twisted rhythm. Let go. She didn't know who they were. She didn't know what they wanted. But the message was unmistakable. It was the same thing the house had been telling her from the very beginning. The same thing the figure in the mirror had whispered to her. The same thing the walls seemed to breathe, to throb in time with the pulse of the house. The hand's fingers, now inches from her skin, hovered there, cold as death, and yet something inside Lena stirred. Something deep, something primal. It wanted to touch her. It wanted to claim her dot, and still, the whispers filled her mind, louder now. The walls seemed to groan, the house itself vibrating with anticipation. The figures moved closer, circling her like wolves closing in on prey. She could feel the darkness crawling under her skin, slithering, twisting, pulling at her insides as if it were trying to drag her apart from the inside out. She closed her eyes, but that didn't stop the vision from flooding her mind. The figure's hand, the cold, skeletal touch reached inside her, pulling at something she didn't want to face, something that had been buried for years. The death of her mother, Lena gasped, her chest tight as the memory pierced her like a dagger. Her mother's death, the sickness, the darkness that had followed, the way the house had changed after that, the way her mother had changed. Her once warm presence had turned cold, distant, and Lena had never fully understood why. She had convinced herself that it had been the grief, the long, slow descent into despair. But now, the house was telling her something else, something deeper. She felt it then, something rising within her, something that had been buried. A darkness her. Mother had never really left. She had never been fully gone. Her death had been the beginning of something much more sinister, something tied to the house, to the land itself, something that had taken her mother and had been waiting for Lena all along. The house, the walls, the darkened figures, they had all been waiting for this moment, waiting for her, Lena, ... The voice came again, louder now, closer. Her mother's voice, distorted and warped, filled her ears, but it wasn't the same voice. It was no longer kind, no longer loving. It was cold, hollow, like the house itself, like the thing that had taken root here and twisted everything into something unrecognizable. Lena opened her eyes, staring at the hand that hovered just before her face. She could see the faint outline of a finger, blackened and cracked like dead wood, hovering over her cheek. The figure's eyes, those empty pits, locked with hers. There was no expression, no warmth, no malice, just an unyielding emptiness. And the more Lena looked at it, the more she felt herself slipping away, as if the weight of the house, the figure, the darkness itself, were pulling her down into a bottomless pit, The hand touched her. It was a light touch, no more than a whisper. Against her skin, but the moment it made contact, the floodgates opened. Her body spasmed, her muscles seizing, her breath trapped in her chest. The room around her exploded in a burst of unbearable cold, the shadows swarming over her like a living thing, crawling inside her, suffocating her thoughts. Her vision blurred. She saw flashes, scattered images, flickering in and out. Her mother, once so vibrant, so full of life, now pale, gaunt, her eyes empty, staring at her from the far corner of the room. The house, its walls warped and bent, like a living, breathing organism, its heartbeat echoing in her ears. And then the memories began to flood back, memories of her mother, of the house, of the things she had seen as a child, the things she had forgotten. She remembered the way the house had shifted after her mother's death, how it had seemed to grow darker, more oppressive, as though it had become something else, something that fed off sorrow, off grief. She had forgotten that she had felt it then, as a child, that presence. The way the air had always felt too thick, too heavy, the way the shadows had moved at the edge of her vision, the way they had whispered her name. But now it all made sense. It had always made sense. The house had been feeding on her mother, feeding on the grief that had filled these rooms, and now it had turned its hunger on her. The house had claimed her mother, and now it wanted her. Her mind screamed. As the darkness rose higher, pressing against her skull, her heart, her very soul, she fought against it, trying to pull away, but the grip was unbreakable. It was as if the house itself had become a living thing, pulling at her, feeding on her fear. The whispers grew louder, the shadows more intense, until they filled her vision, until the air was thick with voices. And then there was a crack, a sudden, sharp sound that cut through the whispers, through the madness. The darkness faltered, the shadows paused, as though they had been interrupted by something or someone. Lena's mind felt shattered, pieces of reality slipping through her fingers like sand. A figure moved into her line of sight, standing between her and the darkness. It was her mother, but it wasn't. Not anymore. The figure was draped in shadows, her features obscured by the twisting blackness that seemed to ripple with every movement. But Lena knew it was her. She could feel it in her bones, in the way her mother's presence had always been the anchor of her life. But now, this presence was cold. It was empty. It was not her mother. The figure reached out, and Lena knew what had to be done. Let go. The words were clear now, louder than the whispers. She understood them. She understood everything. The house had waited, had fed for so long, and now it had found its next vessel. But it wouldn't take her, not this time. The figure reached forward, and this time Lena wasn't afraid. She didn't need to fight it. She let go. In that moment, the house screamed. It was a sound that shook the very foundations of the earth. A wail that split the walls and rattled the air, so loud, so all-consuming, that it felt as if everything in the house was crumbling under its weight. The figure before her twisted, the shadows contorting and breaking apart, fading away into nothingness. The weight that had been crushing her lifted, and for the first time in what felt like forever, Lena could breathe. She stood there, trembling, in the silent aftermath of the storm. The house was still, for now. Lena stood motionless, her chest rising and falling in shallow, frantic breaths. The air around her was thick with an unshakable coldness that seeped deep into her bones. Her body felt as though it were made of stone, her skin clammy and stretched, tight across her frame. The figure, her mother's twisted, hollowed-out form, had vanished, and with it, the suffocating grip that had clung to her. But the silence was worse, far worse. There was nothing. No whispers, no shadowy figures, no breath from the walls. The house, which had been so alive with malevolent energy just moments ago, was now still and naturally still. The pulse of the walls, the beating heart of the house, had stopped. The air had become dead, empty, as if the very foundation of the place had cracked open and swallowed everything whole. Lena felt it, the absence. The house was no longer pressing against her, no longer pushing her towards some dark end, some inevitable conclusion. But what had it been feeding on all these years? What had it wanted from her mother? What was she now? She shuddered at the thought. Her mother, once the pillar of this house, the center of its warmth, had become something else. It was as if the house itself had twisted her, corrupted her, until she no longer resembled the woman Lena had loved. The thought of it made Lena sick, made her want to scream, to tear the walls apart, to rip the house from its very foundation and bury it deep in the earth, where it could never again pull anyone else into its suffocating embrace. But she knew that the battle wasn't over. It couldn't be. The house was still here, and she was still here, standing in the same suffocating room, just as she had been moments before the figure had reached out to claim her. Her breath caught as a terrifying realization settled in her mind. The house hadn't given up. It had simply ... waited. It had waited for her to let her guard down, to believe that it was done. Lena's fingers clenched into fists, the urge to flee, to escape so strong she could feel it in her veins. Her legs wobbled beneath her, and she had to steady herself against the dresser, her hands cold and slick with sweat. The house groaned again, deep and low, the sound like a growl echoing from the walls, rattling through the floorboards. She wasn't alone. Her eyes snapped to the door. It stood open now, the hallway dark and silent beyond it. A shadow lingered in the periphery of her vision, but it was no longer a shadow she could dismiss, no longer something she could convince herself was merely a trick of the light, a fragment of imagination. This time, when she looked at the darkness, it looked back. It wasn't just the hallway, it was the whole house. The shadows that stretched from every corner of the room were no longer distant, passive observers. They moved, they shifted, but not in the way they had before. They were more insistent now, more forceful. They were alive in a way that made her stomach lurch. The house was no longer just a backdrop to the nightmare. The house was the nightmare, and now the walls seemed to shift. The edges of the room seemed to melt away, as though the house itself was breathing, changing, opening itself to some new, unspoken thing. Lena stepped toward the door, moving as if underwater, her every muscle heavy with fear, her mind racing with desperate thoughts, trying to form a plan, trying to make sense of everything she was feeling. But there was no time. Her pulse thrummed in her throat, and her thoughts scattered like 1,000 broken shards of glass. The shadow at the end of the hall stretched, flickering like a flame. It moved, or was it the house itself that moved? The sensation was uncanny, as though the entire structure were shifting, growing, expanding. The very foundations groaned under some weight, the walls creaking and cracking like bones. Being snapped under pressure, something was coming. The door slammed shut. The force of it shook the house. The sound was deafening, and for a moment Lena thought the very roof might collapse. She spun around, her heart leaping into her throat, but the room was as it had been moments before. The air felt thicker now, like the weight of 1,000 eyes were pressing against her, unseen, waiting. The shadows in the corners of the room reached out like fingers, creeping toward her. Her breath quickened. She knew what had happened. The house had fed. It had been lying in wait, waiting for her to lower her guard. And now it was coming for her again. The floor beneath her groaned, the vibration rippling through her, and she staggered back toward the bed. The bed, once a place of rest, of comfort, now felt like a trap. The very walls around her had become something else entirely. She could feel them now. She could feel them pressing in on her, wrapping themselves around her, suffocating her with their weight. She staggered away from the blanket, her chest tight, and glanced toward the window. The curtains, once still and lifeless, now fluttered as though a draft had come in, though the air in the room remained perfectly still. The glass was streaked with condensation, as though the house itself were breathing on it. Her mind raced for an explanation, but there was no explanation. There was only the house and the shadows. The figures were coming closer. They had never left. Lena's vision blurred, her eyes swimming with tears, the pulse in her ears growing louder. The house, had been alive all along. It had been waiting for this moment, waiting for her to come back. The house had fed on her grief, on her pain, on her memories of her mother, and now it was turning its hunger toward her. The shadows in the corner of her eye were no longer just flickers. They were becoming real, solid. She could feel them tightening, coiling around her, crawling through the walls, reaching for her. Pulling her in, she turned and ran. But the door wouldn't open. Her fingers curled around the cold metal handle, yanking desperately, but the door resisted. It felt as if the house itself had locked her in, as if the walls had suddenly become alive, pulling tighter with each failed attempt to escape. She pounded on the door, screaming, but the house seemed to drown out her cries. The darkness was all-encompassing now. She could hear the growls of the house, the sounds of something alive, something hungry rumbling beneath her feet. Her heart raced as her mind spiraled into a frenzy of panic. She knew what she had to do. She had no choice. She had to escape. But the house knew. It was not going to let her go so easily. She knew it. The floor beneath her feet trembled once more. The shadows thickened around her. She could feel them closing and closing in on her very soul. She could hear the voice again, her mother's voice. But not her mother's voice. Not really. Lena, ... The whisper cut through the dark like a knife. Let go, the walls seemed to breathe. The air was heavier now, colder. She was suffocating, drowning. In the weight of the house, the darkness, the hunger. She knew it would not let her go. And as the shadows pressed in, she realized something terrible, something that shook her to her very core. The house had never been waiting for her mother. It had been waiting for her. Lena's breath was shallow, ragged, as she collapsed to her knees in front of the locked door. Her hands, slick with sweat, clung to the cold metal handle, as though her touch could force the house to release its grip on her. But it wouldn't. The door was locked, and the walls, once silent, were now groaning, the timbers creaking as if responding to her desperation. The shadows pressed in from all sides. They were alive. She could feel them moving, shifting, like tendrils wrapping around her, curling into the deepest recesses of her mind. Each shadow seemed to take form, to gain substance, and as Lena looked at them, she realized they weren't just shadows. They were memories. The darkness wasn't just a physical force, it was feeding on her. It had always been feeding on her grief, on the loss of her mother, on the hollow space left in her heart when the house had first claimed her. She had never understood it, never understood the way the house had felt after her mother had passed, how it had become cold, oppressive, even hostile. It had all started when her mother had become ill, when the sickness had taken hold of her, twisting her mind and soul into something unrecognizable. The shadows flickered, and in the darkened corners of the room, Lena could see fragments of her, past flashes of memories, of faces long since forgotten. She saw her mother, laughing, holding her close, the warmth of her embrace, the smell of her perfume filling the air. But then, those memories began to crack. The image of her mother's face contorted, shifting into something twisted, something wrong. The walls seemed to pulse in time with her heartbeat, and the shadows began to move closer, wrapping themselves around her like a heavy, suffocating blanket. Her hands trembled as she pressed them against the door, the cold metal biting into her skin. She could feel the weight of the house pressing down on her chest, crushing her, suffocating her. And then, through the fog of panic, she remembered something: the house. She had been so focused on the shadows, on the figures, on the oppressive force that surrounded her, that she had forgotten the one thing she had to understand: the house itself. The house wasn't just alive. It wasn't just feeding on her fear and grief. The house was connected to something far older, far darker, something that had been buried in the soil beneath its foundations for years. The past, Lena's mind spun as the shadows began to pull her toward the center of the room. The dark figures, twisted and contorted, reached out. She could hear them whispering, the voices blending together in a cacophony of sound. She couldn't make out the words, but she could feel them. They were old, they were ancient, and they were calling her. The air in the room grew colder, and she staggered backward, her legs unsteady beneath her. She felt a wave of dizziness wash over her as the memories continued to unravel, as the house's dark history spilled out like a torrent she couldn't control. The floor beneath her feet shifted, and she almost fell, her knees buckling under the weight of it all. The house had always been more than just wood and stone. It had been built on something ancient, a curse her mother had known. Lena had been too young, too naive to understand. But the house, the whispers in the walls, had never truly been meant for her. It had been waiting for someone else. It had been waiting for her mother, for the grief that had taken root in her heart and poisoned her, for the sorrow that had made her weak, that had allowed the house to take her body and soul. Lena's throat tightened as she remembered the stories her mother used to tell her when she was a child. Stories about the house, about the land it was built upon. She remembered how her mother had always been hesitant, always skirting around the true origin of the house, avoiding the details. But Lena had been a child, too young to understand the significance of the warnings. The house had once belonged to an old family that had lived on this land for generations, a family whose dark practices had twisted the very earth beneath their feet, who had buried their secrets in the soil, hiding them away from the world. The land was cursed, and the house built on that cursed ground had become a prison. It had been waiting for the right person, the right vessel, to feed on, and when Lena's mother had moved in, it had taken her. It had been feeding on her grief, on her pain, on the fractured soul that had been left behind after the loss of her husband Lena's father. The house had whispered, had called, and it had taken her, piece by piece, until nothing remained but a hollow shell. The realization hit her like a punch to the stomach. She had always thought her mother's illness had been a result of the grief, the endless mourning, the loneliness, the darkness that had clung to their lives after her father's death. But it was more than that. It was the house. The house had fed on her mother's grief, had slowly poisoned her from the inside out. And now it was feeding on Lena Dot. The shadows thickened around her, the whispers growing louder, the darkness in the room seemed to pulse, to breathe, growing with each breath she took. She had been brought here for a reason. The house had chosen her. It had fed on her mother, and now it was feeding on her. The curse was alive, and it would never let her go. Dot. Her mind raced as she stumbled toward the window, her hands trembling as she pushed the curtains aside. The moonlight outside was distorted, twisted, and the trees beyond the window were twisted, their branches gnarled and reaching like claws. The house itself seemed to reach toward her, the land stretching beneath it like an endless dark maw. But something was different. The ground outside the trees, they weren't real. It was all an illusion. The very walls of the house seemed to warp, the floor beneath her feet trembling as the shadows grew deeper, darker. The house was changing, shifting in ways she couldn't explain. It wasn't just a building anymore. It was a living, breathing thing, and it was becoming something else entirely. And then she heard it, a low, guttural growl that came from deep within the earth, from the very foundation of the house. The walls began to tremble again, and the house seemed to grow louder, more alive. It wasn't just feeding on her fear now. It was growing, expanding, reaching out, consuming everything in its path. The door to the hallway slammed open, and Lena turned, her heart hammering in her chest. The shadows rushed toward her, and she could hear the whispers of the figures that had been lurking in the corners, waiting for their chance to claim her. But this time, something was different. Lena wasn't going to run. She wasn't going to let it take her, not like it had taken her mother. The house, the shadows, the whispers, but this time she would face them. She would confront them, and she would destroy them. She took a deep breath, her chest rising with determination. She could feel the weight of the house pressing down on her, but now she felt something else. Spark, a flicker of something stronger. She had inherited her mother's strength, the strength that had kept her alive, the strength that had kept her fighting even when the world around her had fallen apart. And now it was time to fight back. With a scream, Lena reached out toward the walls. Her fingers dug into the wood, and for the first time, she felt the house flinch. The walls shook, and the shadows recoiled as if they had been burned by her touch. The house was alive, but she was alive too. The walls groaned and the floor beneath Lena's feet buckled, as though the house itself were shifting. Responding to her defiance, the shadows, once coiled and omnipresent, seemed to falter, retreating slightly in the wake of her strength. For a brief, fleeting moment, the oppressive weight that had been crushing her chest lifted, and she could breathe just a little, but it was not enough. The house was still here, and it was still hungry. The darkness around her had always been a part of the house, but now it felt different, more tangible, more alive. The oppressive air felt like it was wrapping itself around her, squeezing her until her ribs cracked under the pressure. The shadows shifted and writhed, crawling along the walls like insects, and in the distance a low, deep growl reverberated through the floorboards. She could feel it, the pulse of the house. It was alive, just as her mother had whispered before. Everything had spiraled out of control. This wasn't just a house. It was a living, breathing entity, and it had been waiting for something, or rather, someone. It had been waiting for her. Lena's pulse raced as the house seemed to react to her movements, as though it were tracking her every step. The ground beneath her shifted again, and she stumbled, her legs trembling with exhaustion, but she didn't stop. She couldn't stop. The house would consume her if she did. It had already consumed her mother. She had seen what had become of her, the hollow shell of the woman she had once known. That was not going to be her fate. Not today. Her mind was a storm, thoughts scattering like leaves in the wind. But there was one thing she knew, one thing that had become clear through all the terror and all the confusion. The house was more than just a structure. It was a prison, a trap built on the bones of something ancient, something tied to the land, to the darkness that had seeped into the soil. Her mother had known this. She had tried to warn her, but Lena had been too young, too naive to understand. Now Lena understood. The house had always been waiting for the right time, for the right soul to come along, to break it free of its prison. The curse that had kept it bound was tied to the land, to the very earth beneath her feet. But it was weakening. The house was all connected, and the only way to stop it was to sever that connection once and for all. She glanced around the room, eyes scanning for any sign of an exit, any way out of the suffocating grip of the house. But the windows were blackened, the glass distorted with shadows. The door was still closed, the walls pressing in from all sides, as though the house had become its own prison. She was trapped. But that was the thing, wasn't it? The house had been trapping people for years. It had trapped her mother, and now it was trapping her. It had fed on them, and it had grown stronger with every passing year. Lena's breath quickened as the shadows began to close in again, their tendrils reaching toward her, caressing her skin like cold fingers. She could hear them, the whispers growing louder. They were speaking to her, urging her to give in, to let go. They promised. Relief promised release. But she knew better now. She wasn't going to let them win, not this time. The shadow figures, those twisted remnants of people who had once lived in this house, were gathering around her, closing in, their forms writhing and shifting like liquid. Their eyes were black voids, empty and hollow, but their presence was suffocating. They didn't need to speak to her. Their very existence was a weight that threatened to crush her under its pressure. One of the figures reached out, its fingers long and skeletal, its skin stretched tight across its bones. It was her mother, or at least it had been. The hollowed-out, twisted figure was a mockery of the woman who had once loved her, who had once held her close and whispered that everything would be okay. The figure's fingers brushed against Lena's cheek, and she felt a surge of cold, a rush of fear that hit her like a wave. The figure's smile was twisted, its mouth stretched wide in a silent, empty grin. And the whispers came again, louder now, filling her ears with a constant, maddening refrain. Let go, let go, let go. Lena could feel herself slipping the weight of the house's hunger pulling at her, drawing her in. She had never felt more alone, more helpless. It would be so easy. The house was so close now, so real, its presence suffocating, its darkness consuming every part of her. But something deep within her fought back, the strength her mother had once had, the same strength that had kept her fighting even as the house slowly took her, was inside Lena too. Lena closed her eyes and forced herself to take a deep breath, ignoring the voices, the shadows, the hunger. She wasn't alone. Not really. She had her memories, her mother's love. Her mother had given her life. She was not going to let this cursed house take her as it had taken her mother. Her eyes snapped open, and with a shout of defiance, she thrust her hand forward, pushing against the walls, against the shadows. The darkness recoiled as if it had been burned, the figures writhing and shrieking as they were forced back by her will. For a moment, she felt a surge of power, a sense of control. She wasn't just fighting, she was challenging the house. House screamed. It wasn't a sound that came from the walls, from the shadows. It was a scream that came from the house itself, from the very foundation, the core of it. The house was the thing that had been waiting. It was the curse, the hunger, and it had been feeding on souls for centuries. It was alive, and it was furious. Lena pushed harder, her hands reaching out, feeling for the walls, for the floor beneath. She could feel the pulse of the house, the rhythm of its hunger, and she realized that she wasn't fighting it alone. She wasn't just a victim of the house, she was a part of it. Her blood, her life, was tied to the land, tied to the curse. She remembered her mother's words now, whispered through the haze of her childhood. Lena, you have to understand. The house feeds on grief, on loss. It feeds on our souls. But it's not too late. You have to be strong. You have to fight it. The house was her mother's grief. It had been built on it. And the only way to break the curse was to confront it. She had to confront the loss, the pain, the darkness that had followed her all these years. Her hand moved, steady now, toward the floorboards. The room trembled beneath her, and the shadows screamed in protest as she reached for the heart of the house. She could feel it, the pulse beneath her fingers, the beating heart of the curse, the source of its power. With a guttural scream, she tore at the floorboards. They splintered under her hands, revealing the dark, gaping maw beneath. A pit of darkness deeper than anything she had ever seen, and at the center of it, something shifting. The house trembled again, the very walls groaning in agony. The pit beneath her seemed to pulse with a rhythm of its own, the darkness swelling and receding like breath. And then, as she stared into the depths of the abyss, Lena realized the truth. The house wasn't just a building. It was an embodiment of everything, the grief, the anger. It would never be satisfied. It had always been a part of the land, a curse that had fed on loss, on pain, on the very people who had lived here. The only way to end it, to stop it, was to destroy the source. And that meant confronting her own grief. It meant letting go, but Lena wasn't ready. Not yet. Lena stood before the chasm in the earth, the dark, gaping hole beneath her feet, like a wound in the very fabric of the house. Her heart raced, every beat, a painful drum in her chest, thudding louder as the darkness pulsed beneath her. She could feel it, the hunger, throbbing with every breath, wrapping itself around her, squeezing her from every angle. The house had become a living thing, alive with need, with a dark, insatiable longing. She had always known, somewhere deep inside, that the house was more than just wood and stone. She had known that it wasn't just the loss of her father that had changed her mother. It wasn't just the grief of a widow, the pain of loneliness. It was something deeper, something much older. The house had fed on that grief, that sorrow, and it had twisted her mother's soul until there was nothing left but an empty shell. The house had consumed her mother, and it had been waiting for Lena, waiting for the daughter, the next soul, the next vessel. Lena's body trembled with exhaustion, her limbs weak from the weight of everything pressing against her. The floorboards beneath her feet groaned, the very structure of the house seeming to echo her inner turmoil. Her breath came in ragged gasps, her mind struggling to hold on to the small thread of clarity that had kept her moving forward. The shadows, those twisted echoes of lost souls, hovered just out of reach, their presence a constant reminder of what she was up against. She had seen it now, the truth that had been buried so deep in the house, in the land itself. The curse, the hunger, had been born from the grief of the land's first inhabitants. The darkness that had been woven into the very soil, feeding off loss, despair, and the brokenhearted. And when her mother had moved into the house, it had recognized her pain, her vulnerability, and it had fed on it. And now it was feeding on Lena. The thought twisted inside her chest, threatening to consume her from the inside out. The house had always been waiting for her. It had been waiting for the moment when it could break her, when it could take everything she had left. It was still waiting. The shadows seemed to move closer, their tendrils reaching out toward her. But Lena's gaze never wavered from the chasm before her. She took a step forward, and the air grew colder, more oppressive. Her breath came out in visible clouds, and the temperature dropped so sharply that she felt as though the very blood in her veins had turned to ice. She could hear the distant echo of the whispers, their voices melding into a single, maddening chant: let go, let go, let go. Her legs were shaking, her body threatening to collapse under the weight of everything that had led to this moment. The darkness of the house, the shadows, the endless hunger. It was all a reflection of her own grief, her own loss. Her mother's pain had been passed down to her, tangled in a knot she had never asked for, a burden she had never been prepared to carry. And now she was standing at the edge of the abyss, the final step, the moment where everything would be decided. There was no escaping the truth. The house had fed on her grief. It had grown stronger with every tear she had shed, every moment of sorrow. It had built itself on her pain, and the only way to stop it, to destroy it, was to face that pain, to sever the bond, to break the cycle. She reached out, her fingers trembling as they brushed the edges of the floorboards. The dark chasm beneath her seemed to breathe, its pulse rhythmic, steady, as if the very foundation of the house were alive, waiting for her to make the final choice. It was the choice that had been looming over her ever since she returned to this house. The choice to confront the past, to confront her grief, to let go of everything that had been taken from her. The house had been feeding on her mother's loss, on her own despair, on the emptiness that had filled the house when her father had died. It had all led here. It had led to this moment, to the choice that would determine everything. Lena closed her eyes, breathing deeply, trying to still the pounding of her heart. She could feel the presence of the house all around her, the suffocating grip of the shadows, the cold weight of the curse that had been passed down through generations. The house was the embodiment of everything that had consumed her mother, everything that had consumed them, the brokenhearted, the lost, the abandoned. The house had become a prison for them, a place where grief festered, where pain could never truly die, only feed, only grow. And now it was trying to consume her. It had been waiting for her to fall into the same trap. But Lena wasn't her mother. She was not going to let the house break her, to twist her into something it could feed on. Her eyes opened, and she looked into the dark abyss that lay before her, the chasm in the heart of the house. She could feel it, the pull, the call, the dark hunger. It wanted her. It needed her to let go, to surrender to it, to become a part of it. But Lena would not give in. She would not allow the house to take her the same way it had taken her mother. The house was feeding on grief, but it was not her grief that would destroy it. Lena took a deep breath, gathering every ounce of strength she had left. The shadows reached out toward her, but she stepped back, feeling the energy of the house resist. It was trying to pull her in, trying to overwhelm her, but she was stronger. She had always been stronger than it had known. She could feel the truth now, the power of what had been hidden inside her all along. Her grief would not break her. She would break it with a cry. Lena stepped forward again, this time with purpose. Her hand reached into the chasm, and as her fingers brushed against the darkness, the house shook. The ground trembled beneath her, and the walls groaned in protest. But she didn't stop. She didn't pull away. For the first time since she had returned to this place, she felt a surge of clarity. She understood now. The house, the curse, the hunger, they were all born from grief. And grief could not be allowed to define her any longer. It would not control her. She would not allow the house to claim another soul. Lena's hand closed around the darkness, and she felt the power surge through her. The house screamed, the walls bending and cracking, the shadows writhing and snapping, as though they were being pulled apart. The very foundation of the house seemed to groan under the weight of its own darkness, the curse unraveling in front of her. She could feel it breaking, the curse that had bound the house to the land, to the memories of loss, the suffering of the souls it had consumed. It was slipping away, the darkness retreating, unable to feed any longer. And then, in a final, blinding flash of light, the house stopped. The room fell silent. The air was still. The shadows that had once lurked in every corner, stretching, twisting, coiling, were gone. Lena collapsed to her knees, gasping for breath. The world around her was still. The house, the curse, the hunger, they had been broken. She had done it. The house no longer had a hold on her. It no longer had a hold on her. Mother, for the first time in what felt like an eternity, Lena was free. The past had been torn away, and with it, the darkness. Lena's body trembled, her hands raw and aching from the sheer force of the struggle. But the battle was over. The oppressive weight that had pressed down on her for so long had dissipated, leaving only a profound silence in its wake. The shadows that had once danced along the walls, the air, which had been thick with dread and unease, was now strangely clear, filled with an eerie calm. It was as though the house known, the curse, had been dispelled. Like a dark fog that had finally been blown away by a powerful wind, Lena remained kneeling, her breath ragged, her chest heaving as she tried to ground herself, as if to convince herself that this wasn't some fleeting, false sense of relief. She had broken the cycle. She had freed herself from the grip of the house, from the suffocating hunger that had defined her life for so long. And yet, the silence felt wrong. It felt too quiet, too still, as she gathered her strength, pushing herself to her feet with an effort that made her dizzy. She realized something. The house didn't feel empty, not in the way she expected. It wasn't as if it had merely been drained of its darkness. It had shifted. as though the very nature of the house had changed. The walls, which once seemed to hum with life, now stood still and cold, like the bones of a dead creature. The air, though not oppressive anymore, carried an unfamiliar heaviness, like the remnants of something ancient had been shaken loose, but not fully released. Lena turned in a slow circle, her gaze sweeping over the familiar rooms of the house. Her mother's house, now abandoned, its dark secrets revealed, its hunger vanquished. The once dimly lit corners were now bright with the light from the windows, the soft morning sun filtering through the cracked glass, casting pale light across the floor. It was the first time in years that she had seen the house in daylight, and yet the brightness didn't seem to penetrate the way it should. The rooms, once filled with life, now felt cold, sterile, as though something essential had been stripped away, leaving only echoes of what had been. The weight of the past clung to her, unwilling to let go entirely, despite the triumph she felt. She looked toward the staircase, the same one she had walked up so many times in her childhood, when her mother's presence had been so warm, so steady. It was as though her mother had always been there, a fixture of this house, a part of the walls themselves, but now all of that was gone, swallowed by the very house that had borne its own weight for centuries. Lena walked to the window, her steps tentative, as if she expected the world outside to be as twisted and wrong as the house had been. The world was different now, too. There were no shadows lurking outside, no strange pull, no unnatural weight to the world. The air was clearer, the trees outside the windows swayed gently in the breeze, their branches free of the dark influence that had once twisted them into gnarled, monstrous shapes. And yet, Lena could still feel it. The absence of the house's weight, the quiet it left in its wake, made everything feel fragile. The absence of her mother's presence was overwhelming. The house had been so much a part of her, of both of them, that without it, without the oppressive dark energy, everything seemed unreal, as though the house itself had been the anchor, the thing that had given the world some twisted semblance of meaning. But now that anchor was gone. She shook her head, her thoughts swirling as she tried to pull herself together. She had faced the darkness, had broken the hold the house had on her, and she had done it for herself and for her mother, whose memory had been tarnished, whose spirit had been consumed by the hunger of the house. But in the wake of that victory, Lena was left with a new weight, the question of what had really been lost. Her mother had passed away in the house. She had changed. That woman she had been was not the same by the time Lena had last seen her, tangled in grief, consumed by the house's influence. But what if that influence was still inside her? Had it always been there, quietly shaping everything she had done, every decision she had made? Lena couldn't escape that question. She couldn't escape the truth that her mother's death had been so much more than just the loss of someone she loved. The guilt crept in, insidious and suffocating. Had she missed the signs? Had she failed to see what was happening to her mother, to the house? Could she have stopped it? Could she have saved her? But those questions weren't meant to be answered. They were trapped echoes of the past that would only pull her back into the same cycle of regret, into the same darkness she had fought so hard to break free from. The house had thrived on that grief. It had consumed it, twisted it into something alive, into something hungry. But she had chosen to break it. She had chosen to let go, to move forward. And yet, even in the stillness, she could hear it. The voice, it was faint, barely more than a whisper, but it was there. Lena froze, her blood turning cold as the voice echoed in her mind. She knew that voice. She had heard it so many times, in her dreams, in the back of her mind, haunting her as she had wandered through the empty halls of this house. The voice of her mother, calling to her from somewhere beyond, from the other side. But this time, there was no warmth in it, no love. It was the voice of the house. Her eyes darted around the room. her heart pounding as she searched for something, anything that could explain the voice. The shadows hadn't returned. The house was silent again, but she could still feel it, the weight. It had been destroyed, but its essence, its curse was still alive. It had been too long. The darkness had seeped too deep into the very bones of this place, and even though she had torn its heart out, its influence still clung to her like a stain that couldn't be washed away. The whispers came again, louder now, rushing through, her thoughts like an unstoppable tide. You can't escape. Lena's breath hitched as the words filled her mind, the voice seeping deeper and deeper. She couldn't tear herself away from it, couldn't stop it from crawling inside her head. The house had been broken, yes, but it had not been destroyed, not completely. It had been waiting. Her heart clenched in her chest, and she stumbled backward, her mind racing as the weight of it all pressed down on her once more. She couldn't keep running from this, not anymore. She had broken the house's hold over her, but the house had always been a reflection of something deeper, something within her, the grief, the loss, the pain of her mother's death, the haunting memories of her childhood, of the moments where the house had felt like more than a home. It had been a prison. It had been a trap, but she was not trapped anymore. Lena turned, her feet steady now, her resolve growing with every step. She had confronted the darkness, she had broken the curse, and now she would destroy it completely. The house may have been alive once, but it was not alive anymore. It was a memory, a shadow, something from her past that had to be laid to rest for good. With one last breath, Lena stepped out of the house. The door closed behind her, and the wind carried the last of the whispers away. The door shut with a resounding thud that echoed through the once hallowed halls of the house. The silence that followed was so profound, it felt as though the earth itself had stopped moving. Lena stood on the threshold, her fingers still resting lightly on the cold brass handle, her breath trembling in the stillness. She could feel it, the weight of everything that had happened, the weight of the past, the weight of the house, pressing down on her shoulders. For the first time in years, the air outside felt normal. It wasn't thick with the oppressive weight of the house. The sky was clear, a muted gray-blue stretching across the horizon. The trees were still, their branches heavy with the promise of rain, but for now they swayed gently in the wind. It was almost as if the world outside had been waiting for her, waiting for this moment when the house no longer had the power to trap her. But even as the world seemed to breathe around her, the darkness still clung to the edges of her vision. It wasn't gone, it never would be. Lena had learned that much. The house's hungered, the curse that had lived and breathed within its walls had been a part of her, just as much as it had been a part of her mother. She had faced the shadow and broken its grip on her, but the scars would remain. Some things, once touched by darkness, could never return to the light. She turned away from the house, the ground beneath her feet firm, but the sense of loss still haunted her. Her eyes lingered on the house, the faded wooden structure standing stark against the gray sky. It wasn't as imposing as it had once seemed, now that the terror of its grip had been broken, but it was still there, still a monument to her mother's suffering, to everything that had brought Lena back to this place. The house had been her inheritance, the place where her mother had withered away, the place where her father's memory had lingered like a ghost. It had always felt like a prison, but now it was quiet, empty. The echoes of its history, of the lives it had consumed, now lay beneath its rotting timbers, buried deep in the earth. Lena took a deep breath, her lungs filling with the cool air that had never felt so cleansing. She didn't look back, she couldn't. The past was gone, but the grief it had left would never completely fade. But there was something else, something that began to stir inside her, something new, something that felt like the first breath of life after a long, suffocating darkness. She walked away from the house. Each step felt like a small victory, a break. From the chains that had bound her to the past, the road ahead was uncertain, but for the first time in years, she felt like she could move forward. The journey of healing had only just begun, but she was no longer afraid of the path. She no longer feared the shadows that had once clung to her every step, the whispers that had followed her like ghosts. They were still there, lingering, but they no longer held dominion over her dot. Lena had faced her fear. She had confronted the house, confronted the memories, the grief, and the pain, and now she could choose. She could choose to move forward, to let go of the darkness that had sought to consume her. The road stretched out before her. The world still darkened by the storm clouds above, but there was something else there, a flicker of light in the distance. The air felt heavy, but it wasn't oppressive. It was alive just like her. She had survived. She had won. The house, with all its hungry ghosts, its dark secrets and twisted memories, was finally behind her. Lena felt the first stirrings of hope. It was a fragile thing, so easily broken, but it was there burning quietly beneath the grief, beneath the shadow, beneath everything she had lost. She would carry that hope with her, even if it faltered, even if it was small. It was hers, and that meant something. As she walked farther away from the house, the ground underfoot solid, steady, and unmoving, Lena realized something. The house was no longer a prison for her or her mother. It was no longer a place that could claim their souls. Its hunger had been satisfied. Its grip had been shattered. She had been the one to break it, the one to free herself and, in some ways too, free her mother too. She had done what she came here to do. She had broken the cycle of pain and grief that had bound her to this cursed land. The house could no longer shape her. It could no longer control her destiny. As she walked away, her thoughts turned to her mother. The memory of her, twisted by the house's influence, was still fresh in her mind, but it was no longer an unbearable weight. Lena would carry her mother's memory, yes, but not the darkness that had tried to define her. She would hold on to the good, the love, the warmth of things that the house had tried to strip away. Lena's steps slowed as she reached the edge of the property, where the old fence had once stood, broken and splintered. She had passed it many times as a child, the rusted metal a barrier between the house and the rest of the world. It had always seemed like the fence was part of the house, part of the prison that had kept her and her mother trapped in there. Grief. But now, the fence was nothing but a remnant of the past, a symbol of the house's power, but one that could no longer control her dot. Lena stood there for a moment, taking one last look at the house. Her eyes lingered on the crumbling structure, but there was no longer any fear in her gaze, only a quiet acceptance. The house had been a part of her life, but it was no longer her life, and with that realization, she turned and walked away. The journey wasn't over. There was still so much to heal. There was still the ache of loss, the slow process of rebuilding. But for the first time in years, Lena didn't feel weighed down by the house's presence, by the curse that had lived inside its walls. She had won. She had freed herself. And the world ahead, though uncertain, felt wide open. Lena's heart beat in time with her steps, a quiet rhythm that felt like a promise. The road ahead might be dark, but she was no longer afraid of the shadows. She would live. She would be. The house was gone, and so was its hold on her. Lena walked through the trees, her footsteps soft against the damp earth. The wind rustled the leaves above her, their branches swaying gently, almost as if the forest itself were watching, waiting. The oppressive weight that had once suffocated her both from the house and from the grief that had been buried within, it was gone. For the first time in years, the world felt alive, filled with the unspoken promise of something better, something new. But as she walked further away from the house, she could feel the nagging presence of the past lingering at the edges of her mind, whispering at her thoughts, reminding her of what she had left behind. The forest stretched out before her, dense, and thick with trees. The path was uneven, the ground soft beneath her boots, but Lena walked steadily. The sky was still overcast, clouds swirling overhead as if the world itself were holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. But Lena knew that nothing was coming for her not anymore. The house was gone, broken, and with it, the curse. That had bound her to that place. And yet, the road ahead felt ... uncertain, for all the clarity she had gained when she confronted the darkness within the house. When she tore through the layers of grief that had defined so much of her life, she still didn't know what came next. The house had been the center of everything, both her torment and her struggle. It had been her battle, her enemy, but now it was no longer there. The absence of it, though welcome, felt empty, like a piece of her life had been erased. Walking and stood still in the clearing, her breath came out in misty clouds, the air cold around her, but she didn't mind. She was alone with her thoughts, with the remnants of the storm that had raged in her mind for so long. She felt the weight of everything pressing down on her chest, 1,000 thoughts and memories swirling around her, and for a moment she wasn't sure where to begin. Her mother's face, the twisted, broken reflection she had seen in the mirror, flashed across her mind, and she felt a pang of grief, of loss, that was more acute than anything she had ever experienced before. Lena had watched her mother wither in that house, consumed by something dark, something twisted that had turned her into a shadow of the woman she had been. And even though Lena had broken the house's hold, she couldn't shake the sense that she had never fully let go of her mother, of the woman who had been lost to the house long before she passed away. The feeling still lingered an aching, gnawing emptiness that made her wonder if she had truly ever known her mother at all. But that thought was dangerous. It threatened to pull her back into the same pit of darkness she had fought so hard to escape. It reminded her of everything she had left behind, everything the house had stolen from her. Lena shook her head, pushing the thought away. She had already faced the darkness of the past. She had already broken free from it. Now, she had to find a way to live in the world outside of that huza, world without the shadow of the house looming over her. She had to rebuild her life. She couldn't keep running. She couldn't keep holding on to the ghosts of the past. She had to move forward. The wind picked up, rustling the branches overhead, and Lena inhaled deeply, the cold air filling her lungs. She looked up toward the sky, her gaze focusing on the heavy clouds that hovered above, dark and swirling like a storm waiting to break. The sky felt oppressive again, but this time it didn't feel like the house's curse. It didn't feel like the weight of the world pressing down on her. It was just the world itself, uncertain and alive, unpredictable in its rhythms. Lena took a step forward, the gravel path crunching under her boots. She didn't know where the road led, but for the first time, it didn't matter. It was a road that could be hers, if she chose to walk it. It was hers to claim. The house was no longer a part of her life. It no longer defined her. For so long, everything had been about the house, about the curse, about the grief. The house had been the anchor, the tether that had bound her to the past, and now she had to find her own way in a world that no longer felt like a prison. Her footsteps grew more confident as she walked, her pace quickening as the road wound around the bend. She didn't know what lay ahead. She couldn't see the end of the path, couldn't predict the twists and turns that might come. But the uncertainty didn't scare her anymore. It felt like freedom. The very fact that she didn't know what was ahead felt like a kind of liberation. The further she walked, the more she felt the weight of the house fall away from her shoulders. It wasn't gone entirely. The memories of her mother, of the house, of the pain and suffering that had shaped her life, would never truly leave her, but she was no longer tied to it. It no longer defined her future. She could make new memories, build new moments. She could choose to let go of the past, choose to leave it behind, and it would no longer have the power to drag her back into the dark. Lena's eyes were focused ahead, but her mind wandered. The future felt like a canvas waiting to be painted, a story still unwritten. What would she do now? What did she even want? For so long, she had been consumed by the need to survive, to escape, to break free from the house and its grip on her life. But now that it was over, she was left with a daunting open space. She had to fill it. A strange thing, she realized. She had never truly had a life outside of the house. The house had been everything: her world, her prison, her battleground, and her refuge. No choices now. The world was vast. The possibilities were endless, but the uncertainty was overwhelming. Lena felt a strange mix of liberation and loss, two conflicting emotions battling within her chest. For so long, the darkness had been her reality. It had been all she knew, but now that it was gone, she had to figure out what she wanted. What kind of life she would build for herself, outside of the shadows that had clung to her for so long. The forest path opened into a clearing, and in the distance she could make out the faint outline of a small town. It looked quiet. For a moment, she just stood there, staring at it. It was a place where people lived, a place where people were free. But was she ready for that kind of life? Could she step into that world? She felt the urge to go there, to find something new. But then, just as quickly, she hesitated. Was it too soon? Could she truly begin again? The answer came almost instinctively. She didn't need to know where the road would lead. She just needed to take that first step. That was the choice she had to make. She didn't need to have it all figured out. She didn't need to have all the answers. She just needed to walk. And as she took another step toward the town, Lena realized something else. The house, the grief, the memories, they had been a part of her. But now she could choose. She could choose to let the past go, to take it with her as a part of who she was, but not as something that would define her. She was free, and the road ahead, it was hers to walk. The road ahead stretched on, a ribbon of gravel winding through the dense forest and into the small town that beckoned in the distance. Lena's feet seemed to carry her effortlessly, the weight of the past, of the house, gradually dissipating with each step. Her mind, once a storm of conflicting thoughts and emotions, had quieted, allowing her to simply be. She was no longer rushing away from something. She wasn't running toward an unknown destination in fear or desperation. For the first time in years, she was walking toward something, toward the possibility of a future she had never allowed herself to imagine. The path before her was no longer filled with shadows or the haunting specter of the house. It was just a road plain, unassuming and full of potential. It felt like a small victory. The world around her was alive with the simple beauty of nature, the rustling leaves, the chirping of birds, the distant murmur of the wind as it passed. Through the trees, everything felt normal, peaceful. The town, still far off, began to grow more distinct in the distance. It looked serene, as if frozen in time, with neat rows of houses and quiet streets that seemed to promise nothing more than the humdrum of everyday life. No twisting shadows, no suffocating grief, just life in its simplest, most unadorned form. She had never really known a life like that, and for the first time, she wasn't afraid of it. The memories were still fresh, still raw, but they no longer felt like a chain around her heart. Her mother, in the final days, had been consumed by something so much bigger than herself, something that had shaped her life and pulled her into the darkness of the house. She had never stood a chance, but Lena had. Lena had faced the very thing that had broken her mother. She had taken that darkness into herself, wrestled with it, and won. She had won, but the battle had come at a price. It had left scars. It had left her with a deep, aching emptiness, an absence where her mother's love and guidance should have been. She couldn't erase that. She couldn't bring her mother back, but she could carry the good memories, laughter, the love, the warmth, and leave the rest behind. Her gaze shifted to the road ahead, and she made a decision in that moment. She wouldn't let the house or her mother's untimely death define her any longer. The echoes of that house, grief, its shadows, its hunger would fade. The house was gone, its curse broken, and she could leave it in the past, just as she was leaving the remnants of her old self behind. It would never truly be gone, but it didn't have to rule her anymore. The small town loomed closer now, and with it, the prospect of a new beginning. Lena didn't know what awaited her there. She didn't know if she was ready to integrate herself into a world so quiet, so ordinary. But she knew one thing: she had survived. She had broken free, and nothing, not even the ghosts of her past, could take that away from her. The streets of the town unfolded before her, neat houses lining the way, each one looking like a snapshot from someone else's life she had never known, a life she hadn't been able to live. Her fingers grazed the fabric of her coat, the warmth of her body soaking into the fabric, and for a brief moment she felt something inside her stir. Hope. It had been so long since she had felt it, so long since she had allowed herself to believe in a future. But now, as the town's first buildings came into view, she felt it again. Hope was a fragile thing, but it was real, and it was hers. She walked past the first few houses, taking in the familiar sights of daily life mailboxes lined up neatly. At the edge of each driveway, an old woman watering her garden, a child chasing a dog down the sidewalk. The sounds of life, simple and unremarkable, filled the air, but they were a stark contrast to the silence of the house she had left behind. Here, there was nothing pressing on her, no shadows clinging to her ankles, no whispers in her ear. She didn't know how to start over, how to find her place in a world so different from the one she had spent so many years trapped in. But the beauty of it was that she didn't need to have all the answers. She just needed to keep moving forward, one step at a time. Lena's eyes drifted toward the small cafe at the corner of the street. Its windows were fogged slightly, the soft yellow glow of the lights spilling out into the night. People were sitting inside, chatting quietly over cups of coffee, their conversations a gentle hum against the background music of the town. It was a normal place, a real place, a place where she could build something for herself, piece by piece. A place where her grief and pain didn't have to dictate the story. A place where she could finally, after so many years, find her own rhythm. She approached the door, her hand hovering for a moment over the handle. The town, the people, the world, none of it felt overwhelming anymore. It was just life. She wasn't going to hide behind the shadows of the past. She wasn't going to let the house shape her anymore. She pushed open the door. A wave of warmth greeted her, along with the comforting scent of freshly brewed coffee and cinnamon. The gentle murmur of voices surrounded her, but it was calming, not suffocating. There was a peace in this small, quiet town that she had never known, a peace that she had earned. The barista behind the counter greeted her with a smile, and for a moment, Lena hesitated. She felt that old shyness creeping in, that sense of not belonging, but she forced herself to take a deep breath and walk toward the counter. "Hi," she said, her voice steady, though it felt unfamiliar to her. She hadn't spoken much in the past few days, too consumed by her thoughts. But now she was here, in the world, and it was time to live. "What can I get you?" the barista asked, her smile warm and inviting. Lena smiled back, a soft, hesitant thing. She wasn't sure yet what she wanted, but she felt the stirrings of something inside her. "A coffee, black," she said, the words strange. On her tongue, simple, ordinary, coming right up. Lena moved to the side, the quiet hum of the cafe washing over her. She looked around at the people sitting in the booths, at the books stacked on the shelves, at the worn wood floors that spoke of years of quiet conversations and steady routines. For the first time in her life, she felt like she could belong. Here, like there was a space for her in this quiet corner of the world, the door swung open behind her, and she turned just in time to see a man walk in, the bells on the door jangling softly. He glanced around and smiled, his eyes catching hers. There was nothing overtly remarkable about him, nothing that screamed for attention, but in his eyes, Lena saw something of quiet recognition, as if he understood the weight of what it meant to walk away from the past, to find a way to move forward. She held his gaze for just a moment longer than she had intended, and then, as if by instinct, she looked away, but not out of fear, just because it was okay to look away. It was okay to be here. The barista handed Lena her coffee, and she thanked her, turning toward one of the tables near the window. The light from the street lamp outside cast long shadows across the floor, but it felt like a different kind of shadow, now one that was not hers, one that had no claim on her anymore. Lena sat down, wrapping her hands around the warm mug, and for the first time in a long while, she let herself relax. There was no darkness creeping up behind her, no whispers following her every step. She was alone, and yet she was not alone. The world was full of possibility, and she would take it, slowly, one step at a time. The warmth of the coffee seeped through the ceramic mug into Lena's hands, the rich aroma filling her senses. It was an ordinary moment, a moment that felt both small and monumental, a simple act of settling into the world that had always been just out of reach. For the first time in years, she didn't feel the weight of unseen forces pressing down on her. The shadows had retreated, and the house its hunger, its curse was far behind her. The echoes of that dark place no longer haunted her steps, as she sat in the cozy corner of the cafe. The faint murmur of conversation surrounding her, Lena let herself breathe. Her chest, once heavy with the remnants of the house's oppressive presence, now felt light. The air here, the simple act of being here, felt like freedom, something she had longed for, but had never fully understood until now. The past could no longer reach her. She had severed the chains that bound her to the house, to her grief, and now she stood at the threshold of a new life. The idea was both exhilarating and terrifying. She glanced around the cafe once more, taking in the faces of the people who filled the room, strangers, each with their own lives, their own stories. They were all so ordinary, so normal. Their conversations were light, trivial even, and yet they carried with them a kind of beauty, the hum of life, the way it flowed in and out of moments, unremarkable but entirely alive. Lena couldn't remember the last time she had felt so, out of place and yet so at home. It was as though she had spent her entire life in the grip of darkness, only to emerge, blinking and uncertain, into a world that wasn't afraid to simply exist. Lena nodded in return, the connection brief but warm, a simple interaction, but one that felt like a quiet step toward belonging, toward something like peace. But there was something else stirring beneath the surface of her calm, a feeling she couldn't quite define, a question she hadn't yet answered. Was she ready? Lena had freed herself from the house, from the shadows, from the oppressive hunger that had threatened to swallow her whole. She had broken the curse, but in doing so, she had unwittingly torn open a gaping wound. The past was gone, but it had left a vacancy, a void, where there had once been fear, pain, and the constant presence of the house. And now, with all of that behind her, she was left standing in an unfamiliar world, trying to fill the silence with something real. She lifted her coffee to her lips, the warmth soothing, and took a slow sip. It was bitter, just the way she liked it, and for a fleeting moment, she let herself focus on the simple pleasure of the moment. No looming shadows, no whispers in the dark, just the taste of the coffee and the faint sounds of life around her. She felt alive in a way she hadn't known in so long, but the question lingered. What now? What came next? The past had been a storm, a tumultuous and unyielding force that had pulled her under time and time again. But now there was nothing. The storm had passed, and she was left to pick up the pieces. The door to the cafe opened with a soft chime, and a couple entered, laughing, their voices bright and carefree. They walked toward the counter, and Lena watched them for a moment. She studied their ease, their natural way of being, and she felt a pang envy, maybe, but also something deeper, a recognition. They had what she wanted, a life that wasn't burdened by the past, by grief, by the shadows of a house that no longer existed. Lena's gaze shifted back to the street outside, her thoughts drifting. The world was wide. It was full of possibilities, but all of it was so new. It felt like standing on the edge of something vast and unknowable, a place where her next step would define everything that came after. The road was open, and she had the choice to walk it, but the weight of that choice was heavy. The freedom to choose was a kind of responsibility she hadn't anticipated. Her fingers tightened around the mug, the warmth seeping into her skin, grounding her. She didn't have to have it all figured out. She didn't have to know the destination. For so long, she had been so focused on surviving, on breaking free, that she hadn't considered what would come next. But now she could choose. For the first time, she didn't need the house to define her. She didn't need the grief to pull her into its embrace. She didn't need the darkness to give her a purpose. She had her own purpose now. She had her own path to carve. It was hers to shape. And while the future was uncertain, it was also full of potential. Lena's heart beat a little faster at the thought, the anxiety slipping away as she allowed herself to consider the possibilities. She was no longer bound to the house. She was free. And with that freedom came the space to breathe, to live. She finished her coffee and stood up, her legs strong beneath her. For a moment, she felt the weight of all that had come before, the weight of the years spent trapped in the house's grip. But it wasn't heavy anymore. It was just part of her story. The house had shaped her, yes, but it had no hold over her now. With one last look around the cafe, Lena turned and walked toward the door. The bell above it chimed softly as she pushed it open and stepped outside. The air was cool and crisp, the clouds hanging low in the sky, but there was no sense of foreboding, only the quiet peace that had begun to settle in her heart. As she walked down the street, she saw a few people passing by, their lives continuing in their own quiet, unremarkable way. Lena didn't feel like an outsider anymore. She didn't feel disconnected from the world around her. She was part of it. She was a part of life, and that was something she could never have imagined before. The road stretched out before her, endless in its possibilities. She didn't know exactly where it would lead, but for the first time, she wasn't afraid of the journey. She had faced the darkness and come through to the other side, and now she was free to choose her own future. There was a sense of peace in that, an unspoken understanding that everything, the good, the bad, the grief, the healing, had brought her to this moment. She didn't need to have all the answers. She didn't need to know what came next. She just needed to walk, and so Lena did. You're deep into the story now, and the horrors are only escalating. If you're still with us, don't forget to like and subscribe. Tell us where you're listening from in the comments. Who else is staying up late to face this nightmare? Settle in. The terror continues. Story 2. It was meant to be a weekend getaway. Time to leave behind the noise of everyday life. To forget the relentless pressures that had crept in with each passing day. When Emily and her brother, Jake, arrived at the campsite, the weight of the world seemed to fall away. The forest stood silent around them, its towering trees reaching toward the sky, their branches whispering secrets to each other in a language only they could understand. The place was remote, tucked deep in a valley where few ever ventured. No cell signal, no cars, just the sound of their boots crunching on the dirt path, the faint smell of pine filling the air. At first, it seemed perfect. The fire pit was empty, waiting to be filled. The air was cool, but not unbearable, and the sky, clear and endless, stretched above them like a canvas. Emily unpacked the tent, her mind wandering to the last few weeks, a blur of sorrow and distance. The grief that had followed her father's sudden death still clung to her like a second skin, always just beneath the surface, never quite leaving. Her, Jake, ever the optimist, had suggested this trip his way of offering a distraction, a way to force his sister to step out of the shadows. He didn't know that Emily wasn't sure she even wanted to leave them. The shadows had become a part of her dot as night fell. The woods around them grew darker, deeper. The fire crackled to life, its glow casting strange shadows on the surrounding trees. Emily felt the hairs on her neck stand up, a strange, unexplained sensation crawling under her skin. She told herself it was nothing, just the wind, just the night, but it wouldn't let go. There was something in the air, something ... wrong. She could feel it watching them, pressing down on her with a weight that made her breathe harder. "Everything all right?" Jake asked, his voice breaking through her thoughts. She looked at him, seeing the concern in his eyes. He was still hopeful, still trying to convince her that this was exactly what they needed. She nodded, but didn't speak, her gaze drawn to the dark forest around them. Somewhere, in the distance, she thought she saw movement. Something else watched them too. The moon hung heavy in the sky as Emily stared into the fire, the crackling flames casting erratic, flickering shadows that danced across her face. The forest was alive, or at least it should have been. Yet there was a silence to the night that she couldn't shake. It was the kind of silence that seemed unnatural, as though the world itself was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. The wind barely stirred the trees. The usual nighttime hum of insects and nocturnal creatures was strangely absent. Only the soft rustle of the branches overhead seemed to offer any comfort, but even that had a tension to it. Like a rope pulled too tight. Jake tried to break the quiet by cracking open a can of beer, his laugh tentative, as if testing the air. "Come on, Em, you've been staring into that fire for an hour. What's going on? Are you really going to let this place get to you?" Emily smiled faintly, though it didn't quite reach her eyes. "I'm fine," she muttered, then quickly turned her face back to the fire, trying to shake off the uncomfortable prickling at the back of her neck. She could feel it, that sense of being watched, and it made her skin crawl. It wasn't rational. She knew that. She had spent hours hiking these woods before, during the daylight. Everything was fine. But tonight, something about the place felt different, unfamiliar. There was a weight in the air that made her stomach twist with unease. Jake, oblivious to her growing tension, leaned back against a tree, taking in the cool night air with a long, contented breath. He was always the strong one, the one who had managed to push through their father's death with barely a flinch, the one who thought a weekend in the woods would fix everything. But Emily knew better. Grief had a way of hiding, festering in places you didn't know existed until it was too late. She hadn't let herself cry since the funeral. Too many people around, too many expectations. But tonight, with the cold air in her lungs and the dark woods closing in around them, she felt like a dam was about to break. "You know," Jake started, breaking the silence again, his voice almost too cheerful, "I read somewhere that this place was an old campsite for some kind of expedition back in the 70s. The survivors," Jake inly interrupted, her voice sharp before she could stop it. "I don't want to hear about any more ghost stories tonight." She tried to say it lightly, to mask the panic rising in her chest, but the words felt hollow as soon as they left her mouth. She didn't want to be scared. She didn't want to feel this way. But the thought of ghosts, of lingering spirits, brought something up in her she couldn't control. Her father's death had already felt like some kind of ghost had claimed him, but she hadn't been ready to face whatever else might be lurking in these woods. Jake, sensing her discomfort, quickly dropped the subject. He shifted uncomfortably, in the dark, then sighed as if trying to shrug off the weight of the moment. All right, no spooky stories. But I promise you, if anything happens, we're out of here. We'll head home first thing in the morning. Emily didn't respond. Instead, she took a deep breath and stood, walking over to the edge of the camp, her feet brushing against the soft earth. The fire flickered in the distance, its warmth a comforting contrast to the coldness of the night around her. Her gaze wandered through the trees, searching for something familiar, anything. But the forest felt vast and endless, the shadows merging with the night in ways that made it difficult to tell where one stopped and the other began. The trees looked like monstrous skeletal figures, their gnarled limbs stretching upward like twisted fingers. The silence continued to press down on her, suffocating in its stillness. Suddenly, a low, distant noise broke through the quiet as snap of a twig, followed by something faint but unmistakable, a soft, dragging sound, like something ore. Someone was moving slowly through the underbrush. Emily froze, her heart pounding in her chest as her eyes darted around the campsite. The firelight flickered again, and for a moment she swore she saw a figure in the distance. Obscured by the darkness, its shape too tall, too narrow to belong to any animal she knew. She blinked, and the sheep was gone. "Did you hear that?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper, turning to Jake, who had now risen to his feet, sensing her unease. Jake, looking confused, furrowed his brow. "Hear what? I don't know," she muttered, shaking her head. Maybe I'm just hearing things, but deep down, she knew she wasn't imagining it. She could feel something, a strange pull to the forest beyond, like it was calling to her, or worse, waiting for her to make a mistake, to step into its grasp. "Let's just go for a walk," Jake said suddenly, trying to sound cheerful. "A quick one, all right? Get some air." "I'm starting to feel like we're both imagining things." Emily hesitated, the dread still gnawing at her insides. But she gave a small nod. Maybe the walk would clear her mind. Maybe being away from the campsite, the fire, would help as. They made their way away from the camp. The sound of their footsteps crunching in the dirt was the only thing that filled the air. The forest around them was dense, the trees forming a canopy that shut out much of the moonlight. For a moment they walked in silence, the only sounds being the rustle of leaves beneath their feet and the occasional hoot of an owl far away in the distance. Emily's nerves didn't calm, though the further they walked, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. The air grew colder, and the scent of pine grew thicker, as though the trees themselves were closing in around them. Something was wrong, she was certain of it now. This wasn't just her imagination. Jake walked ahead, his easy strides carrying him forward with an air of confidence that only made Emily feel more uneasy. She found herself glancing behind them every few steps, sure she was being followed, that something was moving just outside the range of her vision. But each time she turned, there was nothing. The woods stretched out, silent, unyielding. It wasn't until they reached a small clearing that Jake finally stopped. The sudden break in the trees left the area bathed in moonlight, and for a brief, fleeting moment, everything felt still and calm. But Emily couldn't shake the feeling that the calmness was just a facade, a trap laid out for them. "This is nice," Jake said, his voice low, his eyes scanning the dark outlines of the trees. "See? It's peaceful out here. We should head back before it gets too cold." But before Emily could answer, a cold breeze swept through the clearing, sending a shiver down her spine. She rubbed her arms, trying to shake off the feeling of dread crawling under her skin. And then, from the corner of her eye, she saw it, a shadow, a figure, standing between two trees at the far end of the clearing. It was tall, taller than a man, its form indistinct and shifting like smoke. "Jake, ... Emily whispered, but her voice was thin, brittle. She could feel the panic rising in her chest. Jake, oblivious, turned back to face her. "What is it?" But before he could speak again, the figure disappeared, just vanished. The silence that followed was almost worse than the figure itself. Emily stood frozen, heart hammering, her breath shallow and quick. She couldn't speak, couldn't move, as if some invisible force had rooted her to the spot. The night air, once crisp and refreshing, now felt thick, suffocating. She could feel the weight of it pressing on her chest, forcing the air from her lungs. Jake, still unaware of the horror that had just unfolded, stepped forward, his face alight with a grin. "I'm telling you, you're just imagining things." But there was something in his voice, something that now sounded just a little too forced, like he was trying to convince himself more than Emily. "There's nothing out here, just shadows, right?" Emily tried to speak, tried to tell him what she had seen, but the words refused to come. The figure wasn't just a shadow. It was something more, something wrong. Her eyes darted around the clearing, searching for any sign of movement. But the only thing that greeted her was the yawning darkness, swallowing everything. "Let's just get back to camp," she finally managed to whisper, her voice trembling now. Jake, ever the rational one, just chuckled and waved a hand. All right, we'll head back. But you're letting your imagination run wild. There's nothing here." Still, he moved closer to her, his steps quickening as if sensing the shift in the atmosphere. Emily didn't respond, her mind too caught up in the unsettling vision, too care. As they turned to leave the clearing, Emily could still feel the pressure, the presence, lingering just beyond the edge of her vision. It wasn't gone. She could feel it waiting. The walk back felt longer, more oppressive. The trees, which had once seemed so majestic, now loomed like dark sentinels, their branches twisting into grotesque shapes. The air grew colder, and each step they took seemed to echo through the forest, too loud, too real. Emily's thoughts raced, but there was nothing coherent. Her mind was a jumbled mess of fragmented images and rising terror. The wind whispered through the trees, carrying something with it, something more than the rustle of leaves. When they finally reached the campsite, the fire was almost out, its glowing embers barely clinging to life. The tents were eerily still, and for the first time since they arrived, Emily felt a deep sense of wrongness about the place. The warmth of the fire was no comfort. It felt hollow, like the forest itself had taken something from hers, something important, something she couldn't name. Jake, noticing her unease, picked up a branch and tossed it into the fire, trying to coax a few more flames to life. "I'll grab some more wood," he muttered, heading toward the pile they had started earlier. Emily watched him go, her eyes scanning the trees again, her skin prickling. She could still hear the whispers in the wind, barely perceptible, but unmistakable. It was as if the forest was speaking to her, each rustling leaf, each whispering breeze, carrying a message just beyond her understanding. It wasn't the comforting hum of nature. It was something deeper, something ancient. The whispers seemed to change, then shifting in pitch, growing louder as if the trees were no longer speaking to each other, but to her. They murmured her name, faint at first, then louder, clearer. "Emily, Emily, come closer." Her breath caught in her throat. The voices were unmistakable now, not just in her mind, but in the air around her, like the very fabric of the forest was alive with some terrible intent. "Jake," she whispered, her voice trembling with dread. "Jake, hurry up." But Jake was still back at the pile of firewood, his back to her. He couldn't hear her over the rustling of the branches, over the soft growls of the wind as it curled through the campsite. Emily's eyes darted to the dark edges of the forest, where the shadows seemed to thicken, where the moonlight couldn't quite reach. There, just within the trees, she thought she saw movements, something shifting, something that wasn't quite right. The figure from before? No, this time it wasn't a fleeting shadow. It was something more deliberate, more real. Her heart pounded in her chest. She took a cautious step back, her breath quickening, her feet shuffling against the dirt. Something was moving out there, something tall, something unnatural. She could feel it watching her, studying her every movement. "Jake!" she cried, her voice louder now, more desperate. Jake turned, his eyebrows furrowed, a puzzled expression on his face. "What is it now?" "Something's out there," Emily shouted, pointing toward the trees. "Do you see it?" Jake looked in the direction she was pointing, but all he saw were the shadows. The wind picked up again, howling through the trees, as if mocking her. "It's just the wind, Em. You're freaked out. It's nothing." "I saw it. It was tall and naturally tall." Jake shook his head, laughing lightly. All right. I get it. You're spooked. Let's just sit down. We're both tired. Tomorrow we'll pack up, and you'll see there's nothing to this. Just a bunch of nerves." He came back to the fire, still tossing logs into the flames, trying to get the fire to crackle once again. But the atmosphere had changed. The warmth of the flames did nothing to dispel the heavy, choking weight of the forest around them. The dark was closing in. Emily stood for a moment, her eyes darting back to the trees. For a split second, just beyond the firelight, she swore she saw something. A shadow, yes, but also a shape. A tall, narrow figure, leaning in from the edge of the darkness, watching, waiting, and then it was gone again, as though it had never been there at all. The whispers in the wind grew louder, clearer, more insistent. "Emily, come to us." But the voices seemed to fill her mind, pressing in from all directions, pulling her deeper into the woods, deeper into the unknown. "Jake," she said, her voice trembling as she stepped toward him, her hands trembling at her sides. "Jake, I think we need to leave. We need to go now." Jake's face softened as he looked up at her, but there was a hint of impatience in his eyes, the kind he always wore when he thought she was overreacting. "We'll leave in the morning, all right? I told you, there's nothing here." But Emily couldn't shake the feeling, couldn't escape the pull of the forest. The way it felt like the very trees themselves were watching her, waiting for her to take a step too far. She could hear the voices again, now pressing at the edges of her mind, faint but growing stronger. She could almost feel their cold breath on her skin. Her gaze turned to the dark forest once more, and this time she saw it clearly. A figure, tall, thin, with long arms that seemed to stretch unnaturally, reaching out from between the trees. Emily's breath caught in her throat as she took a step back. "Jake, it's there again. It's real this time, I swear." But before she could finish her sentence, the figure moved again, stepping out from the darkness into the firelight. The figure emerged slowly, like a shadow stretching itself across the edge of reality, breaking through the veil between the familiar and the unimaginable. It stepped from the trees with a careful deliberation, its movements almost fluid, too precise. Emily felt her blood run cold as she stared at it, unable to tear her eyes away. The air around her seemed to thicken, and with each slow step the figure took, the ground beneath her feet felt more unstable, more unreal. Her breath caught in her throat, thudding so loudly she thought it might drown out all other sound. Jake, who had been tending the fire, froze as well. He turned toward her, his expression shifting from confusion to something darker, something closer to disbelief. "Emily, what the hell is that?" His voice was tight, shaky, as though the sight of the figure had finally broken through his rational defenses. The figure stood just beyond the firelight, tall and unnaturally thin, with long, spindly limbs that twisted in impossible angles. It was the shape of a person, but not. The skin, or what should have been skin, was an unnatural, pale, almost translucent shade, like the surface of water under moonlight. Its face was hidden beneath a hood-like shadow, its features too obscured to make out, but Emily could feel its eyes on her, She could feel it watching her every move. The silence between them stretched, unbearable, like the tension just before a storm. Emily could taste the fear in the air now, like copper on her tongue. It wasn't just the figure, it was everything around them. The forest had become alive with something dark, something ancient, something that wasn't supposed to exist, and yet it did. Emily. Jake's voice was barely a whisper, his eyes wide with disbelief. His grip on the log he was holding tightened, and he took a step back, as though trying to put some distance between himself and the thing that had emerged from the forest. Emily didn't know what to do. She wanted to run, wanted to scream, but she couldn't move. Her body was frozen, trapped in place by something more powerful than fear. The figure didn't move, didn't make a sound. It was like it was waiting for something, like it was trying to gauge her reaction. The air between them felt charged, thick with the promise of something terrible about to happen. Is it real? Jake asked, his voice trembling. Emily couldn't respond. She barely had the strength to breathe. All she could do was stare at the figure, her mind reeling, her thoughts jumbled. Her rational mind fought against the terror that was creeping in, trying to make sense of it, but it couldn't. It didn't make sense. Nothing about it made sense. She wanted to speak, to tell Jake they needed to run, but the words wouldn't come. It was as if the air itself had thickened, clogged her throat, making it impossible to form the sentences she needed to say. She could feel the heat of the fire, but it didn't help. The cold creeping into her bones was coming from somewhere else, somewhere deeper, like it was emanating from the figure itself. The wind howled through the trees, shaking the branches above them, sending the fire into a frenzy, but the figure didn't flinch. It didn't even acknowledge the storm raging around it. It stood there, unmoving, as though it were waiting for something. Or perhaps it was waiting for them to make the first move. Suddenly, the wind stopped. The air felt thick, too thick, pressing in on them, making it difficult to breathe. Emily could hear her own heartbeat in her ears, pounding in her chest, and she could feel the weight of the forest pressing down on her, as though the trees themselves were holding their breath. We need to go," Jake said, his voice tight with panic. "We need to run now." But even as the words left his mouth, the figure moved. It wasn't fast, not by any means, but its movement was fluid, unnerving in its unnatural grace. It took a single step toward them, its long arms hanging by its sides like twigs, its fingers too long, too thin, like claws. It didn't make a sound, not even the crunch of leaves underfoot. It simply drifted forward, as though it were gliding above the ground. Emily wanted to scream, to grab Jake and run as fast as she could, but her legs refused to obey. She could only watch as the figure moved closer, its presence filling the space between them, closing in on her like an iron trap. She tried to force her body into motion, but the fear, the raw, primal terror was too much. She felt paralyzed, trapped within her own skin. "Jake," she finally managed to gasp, her voice weak and strangled. "Jake, we need to leave now." But Jake was already backing away, his face pale, his eyes wide with terror. He stumbled over the logs by the fire, tripping over his own feet, desperate to put distance between himself and the figure. I don't know what the hell this is, but I'm not sticking around to find out." But as Jake turned to run, the figure's movement quickened, its body bending and twisting in ways that made Emily's stomach churn. It didn't take long for it to close the distance. In a single fluid motion, it reached out with its long, claw-like fingers, and with a sudden, horrifying jolt, Emily felt the temperature drop to a freezing point. The figure's touch was like ice cold and unnatural, sending a shock of terror through her body. Jake screamed, his voice high and panicked, but Emily couldn't tear her eyes away from the figure. The thing didn't react to Jake's cry. It didn't even seem to notice him. Its focus was on her, On Emily Dot, her mind screamed for her to move, to escape, to run, but she was frozen, rooted to the spot. She could feel the weight of its gaze on her, like it was digging into her very soul, pulling her apart piece by piece. The air grew colder, heavier, and the whispers began again, faint at first, but growing clearer, sharper. Dot, Emily, come to us. The words didn't come from the figure, not directly. They were in her head, in her chest, in the very marrow of her bones. It was as though the forest itself was speaking to her, calling her toward it, pulling her into its depths. The darkness that surrounded them seemed to thicken, to press in from all sides. She wanted to fight it, to scream, but the words were trapped inside her body still refusing to obey. The figure took another step closer, and then another, until it was almost within arm's reach. Jake's voice shattered the silence again. Emily, we have to go now. Suddenly, Emily's body obeyed. A rush of adrenaline surged through her, and with a gasp, she broke free from the paralysis, stumbling back as she scrambled toward the edge of the campsite. The figure remained unmoving, its focus still entirely on her. Come with us, it whispered, its voice low and like the rustling of dry leaves. Emily, come to us without thinking. Emily turned and ran. Emily's feet barely touched the ground as she fled, her legs moving faster than she had ever known them to go. The night air whipped at her skin, but she barely felt it. The coldness numbed by a far more pressing fear. The sound of her breath, sharp and ragged, filled her ears as she pushed herself forward, ignoring the ache in her muscles. She could still hear Jake's frantic shouts behind her, his footsteps echoing against the dirt path. But the only thing she could focus on was the overwhelming presence that had emerged from the forest, that thing that had reached out with its icy touch. But the darkness around her, it was closing in. With each step she took, the shadows seemed to grow longer, thicker, swallowing the path ahead. The trees, which moments ago had seemed distant and comforting, now felt like towering walls closing in on her, trapping her. She could no longer see the faint moonlight filtering through the canopy. It was as though the forest itself was darkening, the air thickening with some malevolent force that she couldn't comprehend. She wasn't alone. Emily had no idea how long she had been running. The path had become indistinguishable from the rest of the forest floor, the ground uneven, roots jutting up like claws ready to trip her. Her foot caught one of them, and she went sprawling onto the dirt, scraping her palms against the rough earth. For a moment, she lay there, gasping, her heart hammering in her chest, dizzy from the sheer terror of it all. But then she heard it, the whisper. Come back. The voice slithered into her mind, cold and unmistakable, like fingers creeping. Across the back of her neck, she tried to shake it off, tried to convince herself it was just the stress, the panic. But it wasn't. It was real. The figure from the clearing, the thing that had stood so still, had moved, had reached out to her, and now it was calling her back, demanding her return. She staggered to her feet, every instinct in her body screaming at her to keep moving, to get away. But the whisper was insistent, constant, pulling at her very soul. It was not just a sound, she could feel it, like a presence in her chest, sinking deep into her bones. Suddenly, the air changed. It grew colder, impossibly so, as if the temperature had dropped 20 degrees in the span of a single heartbeat. Her breath came out in visible puffs, her body trembling as if exposed to winter's fiercest chill. The trees loomed overhead, like gnarled skeletons, their branches shaking in the wind. The whisper continued. Come to us, Emily, come to us, and you will be free. It wasn't her name anymore. It was a command. It was a summons. With a strangled cry, Emily pushed forward, stumbling through the dark forest, her legs screaming in protest. But she couldn't stop, couldn't give in. She couldn't let it pull her back. A distant cry broke through her frantic. Thoughts, Emily? Jake's voice, panicked, carried through the trees, cutting through the thick silence. It was the sound of a person on the brink of collapse, of someone who had given up hope, of someone who didn't know what to do anymore. The sound seemed to anchor her for a moment, pulling her from the depths of her mind. She spun around, looking for him in the vast, endless darkness. But he was nowhere to be seen. She cried out his name, but the forest swallowed her words. Jake. Her voice cracked under the strain, a desperate, hopeless cry. Shadows around her grew darker, thicker, closing in until the trees seemed to bend toward her, the branches twisting and stretching as if they had a mind of their own. Her feet faltered, her breath quickened. She felt like she was falling deeper and deeper into something dark, something wrong. The wind had stopped entirely now. The world around her felt too still, too quiet. And then she saw it, a figure, standing at the edge of the forest, a tall, narrow silhouette, no longer a shadow, but a solid, looming presence. It was too far away for her to make out any features, but she could feel it same cold, suffocating feeling that had washed over her before. Come to us. The words were louder this time, a chorus of whispers coming from all directions, all at once. The figure began to move, its limbs stretching too far, too long, too unnatural. It stepped forward, gliding closer with eerie grace, its body twisting in ways that defied the laws of physics, until it was right in front of her. She gasped, stepping back, her chest tightening as the figure leaned forward, its cold presence radiating outward. It spoke without words, the voice curling into her thoughts like smoke, seeping into her consciousness. You are ours. No, she whispered, shaking her head, her body trembling with dread. She wanted to run again, to escape, but her legs wouldn't cooperate. She was rooted to the spot, held captive by something she couldn't see, something she couldn't understand. The figure reached out, its hand long and skeletal, fingers curling like claws. It was almost gentle, though, as it traced the air in front of her, as if it were gauging her, trying to see how far it could push her. She could feel the weight of its gaze on her, pressing down on her chest, suffocating her. Come closer. The words were like a command, a promise. And for a moment, for just a moment, Emily wanted to give in. She wanted to step forward, to close the distance between them, to let the darkness claim her, to let the cold embrace swallow her whole. There was something comforting about it, something that felt familiar, as though it had always been waiting for her, always meant to be this way. But then, something inside her snapped. With a scream, she pushed herself backward, stumbling away from the figure. The ground felt unstable beneath her feet. Not now. Her eyes darted wildly around her, desperate to find any sign of Jake, any sign that she wasn't alone in this nightmare. She heard a crack behind her, the sound of something moving though. Someone, Jake. She cried again, her voice hoarse, filled with panic. She heard another scream in the distance. This one was raw, unfiltered, filled with pain and terror. It was Jake's voice, but it was distorted, broken, as though it was coming from somewhere far away. She could feel it, feel the connection between them stretching thin, like a taut wire ready to snap. Jake. She shouted, but no answer came. The whispering continued, growing louder with every step she took, with every breath she fought to control. Come back, Emily. It's too late. The wind picked up again, this time cold enough to bite into her skin, sending shivers down her spine. She stumbled forward, pushing through the trees, her mind spinning with horror. The path ahead was gone. The campsite was gone. Everything was gone. And then, as if the darkness itself had swallowed them, there was nothing. No whisper, no figure, no trees, no Jake. Just an empty silence that stretched out before her. The emptiness enveloped her, suffocating in its absolute stillness. Emily stumbled forward, her heart thundering in her chest, her breaths ragged as she tried to make sense of the horror surrounding her. The whispering had stopped, but the air felt thick, as if the forest itself were holding its breath, waiting. The trees, the shadows, everything had blurred together, like the boundaries between reality and nightmare were melting away. She could no longer hear Jake. No cries, no calls, nothing but the oppressive silence that surrounded her. The last scream she had heard, Jake's voice, felt like a distant memory now, a fading echo in her mind. It was as though he had never been there, as though the forest had swallowed him whole, leaving only the crushing weight of isolation behind. The ground beneath her feet had become soft, the earth giving way with every step, as though she were walking on a surface that wasn't quite solid. The trees around her seemed to close in tighter with each movement, their branches twisted and gnarled like the fingers of some ancient creature, reaching out to ensnare her, to pull her into the darkness. She reached out, her fingertips brushing the rough bark of a nearby tree, as though seeking some connection to the world she had once known, but the touch was cold, too cold. It sent a jolt of fear through her, a shiver that crawled down her spine. Jake. She whispered again, but the word barely left her lips before the silence pressed back in, suffocating and heavy. She had never felt this alone before. She had never felt so small, so insignificant, like a single spark in an ocean of endless darkness. Her mind was unraveling, the fabric of reality fraying at the edges. How had she gotten here? The questions raced through her head in a blur, but they didn't seem to matter anymore. What mattered was the overwhelming presence she could feel, creeping at the edge of her consciousness. It was a feeling, not a thought, but it was all-consuming, a weight that pressed on her chest, on her lungs, on her very soul. There was something watching her, something waiting. She could feel it, like a shadow that clung to her every movement, a darkness that stretched out from the trees, from the very earth beneath her feet. She couldn't see it, couldn't hear it, but she knew it was there. She could feel its eyes on her, cold and unblinking, piercing through her as if it could see the very depths of her soul. It was not the figure from before. No, this was something different, something older, something far worse. The very air felt poisoned by its presence, thick with the weight of 1,000 unspeakable things. Things that had lived for centuries. Things that had seen the world long before Emily and her brother had ever set foot in these woods. A rustling sound came from behind her, faint at first, but growing louder with every passing moment. She spun around, her heart pounding in her chest. But there was nothing there, only the trees, the shadows, the endless night. The whispering started again, low and insistent, not in her ears but inside her head, as though the forest itself were speaking to her. Come closer, Emily. Her knees buckled beneath her, and she fell to the ground, her hands scraping against the dirt as she tried to push herself back up. She wasn't sure if she could keep going. She wasn't sure if she even wanted to anymore. There was nothing left to do but keep running. But every step she took felt heavier than the last. The weight of the darkness was too much to bear. I can't, she whispered to herself, the words barely audible above the howling wind that had started to pick up again. Her voice cracked under the strain, the sound hollow and desperate. In the vast emptiness of the woods, I can't keep running. And yet, despite the exhaustion, despite the crushing despair that threatened to swallow her whole, Emily knew she couldn't stop. If she stopped now, if she gave in, she would never leave this place. She would be lost forever, swallowed by the darkness. With trembling hands, she wiped the tears from her face, but they came faster now, as if the very forest itself were weeping with her. She wasn't just running from the entity, she was running from herself, from the guilt, from the fear, from the overwhelming weight of everything she had lost. Her father, Jake, this place, everything. She heard it again, the whispering. Come back. Her heart stilled for a moment, and then it began to pound again, louder and faster than before. She had to fight this. She had to break free from whatever this was, from whatever had taken hold of her. But she knew that wasn't possible. Not anymore. The trees began to move, their branches twisting and shifting, bending in unnatural angles as if they were alive, reaching for her to make her one with them. The ground beneath her feet was no longer solid. It gave way with every step, as if the earth itself had become a trap, swallowing her into its depths. The shadows were thickening again, curling in on themselves like living things. Come closer. And then, through the fog of terror and disorientation, Emily saw something. A flash of light. A glimmer in the distance, like a beacon, the faintest hint of warmth, of safety. She blinked, unsure if she had imagined it, but the light was there, a small flicker of hope in the vast, encroaching blackness. Without thinking, without stopping to question, Emily pushed herself to her feet and staggered toward the light. Her feet barely touched the ground as she ran, her body aching with the effort, her mind screaming at her to stop, to turn around, to go back. But the light, whatever it was calling to her. It was her only chance. Her. The trees groaning as if in warning, but Emily didn't stop. She couldn't. She had to reach it. She had to reach something. As she neared the light, she could see that it wasn't a lantern or a fire, but something far more elusive that shimmered like mist caught in the moonlight, swirling in the air. She reached out a hand, her fingers trembling, and when they touched it, the world seemed to shift. The darkness pulled back, just for a moment. The wind died down. The trees stopped moving. And then she heard it. A voice. Emily. ... It was her. Father's voice. Her heart skipped in her chest, the pain of grief crashing over her like a wave. Dad, but the voice wasn't warm. It wasn't comforting. It was cold, familiar, but wrong. Something had twisted it. Something had turned it into a mockery of what it once was. Come to me, Emily. It's time. She took a step back, her breath quick and panicked. This couldn't be real. The light, the voice, everything was wrong. Suddenly, the ground gave way beneath her, and she was falling. The world tilted and spun, and she could feel the darkness closing in around her once more. The last thing she heard before she hit the ground was the whisper again. Louder this time. It's too late. When Emily hit the ground, it wasn't the hard, earth-shaking crash she expected. Instead, the impact was soft, cushioned almost, as though the earth itself had caught her, cradled her, as if it were waiting for her to fall. She gasped, the air rushing out of her lungs, and for a moment she was disoriented. Her body twisted in ways that made it impossible to move. The ground beneath her seemed to pulse, as though it were alive, breathing, shifting. She lay there, her body still, trembling, her mind reeling from the overwhelming sense of dread that had gripped her. Her father's voice still echoed in her ears, the words cold and twisted, and the light, whatever it had been, still flickered at the edges of her vision, a beacon in the vast, empty darkness. Emily forced herself to move, her muscles aching, her body begging for rest. She slowly pushed herself up, her hands scraping against the dirt, and when her eyes opened, she found herself in a place she didn't recognize. The trees were different here, the shadows darker, the air heavier. It wasn't the familiar forest she had been running through before. This place felt wrong. It was as if she had stepped into another world, a world where time no longer made sense, where the boundaries of reality had been distorted, twisted beyond recognition. She stood on unsteady feet, her mind struggling to process what was happening. The last few hours, the last few days, they felt like a fever dream, a hallucination. But the terror that clung to her, the heaviness in her chest, the feeling of something lurking just beyond the edges of her vision, none of it felt like a dream. It felt too real, too immediate. The forest around her was silent, too silent. The wind had died down completely, and the usual rustling of leaves, the chirping of insects, The sounds of life in the woods, all of it, had disappeared. There was only the crushing weight of silence, a void that seemed to swallow up everything around her. And then she saw it at the far end of the clearing. Just beyond the trees, there was a figure. It was tall, too tall, its form a dark silhouette against the dim light. Emily's heart skipped a beat, her blood running cold. She knew immediately what it was, who it was. The figure had been there before, in the clearing. It had stood there, watching her, waiting for her. Now, it was here again, closer, looming in the shadows. She tried to move, to run, but her legs wouldn't obey. Her body was frozen, a prisoner to the terror that had consumed her. The figure moved toward her, slow and deliberate, its long limbs twisting unnaturally as it stepped into the dim light. There was something unnatural about its movements, as though it were not fully tethered to the physical world, as though it were slipping in and out of reality itself. The voice was low, guttural, a whisper that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. It wasn't the voice of her father this time. It wasn't familiar. It was alien, cold, dark. The sound of it crawled into her mind, twisting everything inside her, tightening her chest until she could barely breathe. "Come back to us." The words sent a shiver down her spine, and for the first time, Emily felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. She needed to move. She needed to escape, but her body wouldn't listen. She stood there, trapped in the gaze of the creature, its unblinking eyes fixed on her. It had power over her, power that twisted her thoughts, that made her want to obey, made her want to step forward, to give in. She could feel the ground shifting beneath her feet, the earth sinking, pulling her deeper into the darkness, as though the very land she stood on was conspiring against her, dragging her into the abyss. She could feel the weight of it, the pull of it, and she knew, deep in her bones, that if she gave in, if she took that step forward, she would be lost forever. She would never find her way out of this place. The whispering began again, this time not in her ears, but inside her mind, filling every corner of her thoughts. "You belong to us." Emily closed her eyes to block it out, trying to make it stop, but the words wouldn't stop. They dug into her, twisted through her thoughts, tearing apart everything she had once believed. She couldn't escape it. She couldn't escape the pull of the creature, the pull of the forest. The ground trembled beneath her, a low rumble that seemed to shake the very air, and she felt herself falling again, falling into something darker, something deeper. She reached out, but there was nothing to grasp, nothing to hold on to. And then, as if in response to her desperation, the darkness around her deepened. The shadows grew longer, swirling like a storm, closing in around her. She could see faces. In the shadows, eyes staring at her from the depths of the forest, mouths moving, whispering things she couldn't understand. It wasn't just the figure now. The entire forest had come alive. Every branch, every leaf, every shadow, all of it seemed to be reaching out, pulling at her, trying to drag her into its embrace. The air grew colder, impossibly cold, and she could see her breath forming in front of her, sharp and jagged like shards of ice. Her body shook with the cold, but it wasn't just the temperature. The coldness came from within her, deep inside her, as though the darkness had seeped into her very bones, wrapping around her heart and squeezing until she couldn't breathe. "We have always been here," the voice echoed, vibrating through her skull, sending waves of terror crashing through her. It was a promise, a declaration, and she knew in that moment, with a sickening certainty, that she was not the first. She was not the first to be drawn here. She was not the first to hear the call. There had been others before her, others who had stepped into the forest, who had been lured by the whispers, by the pull of the darkness, and they too had been consumed, just like her father, just like Jake, just like all those who had come before. Emily stumbled back, her legs shaking, But she couldn't outrun the shadows. She couldn't outrun the darkness that was closing in on her. The figure was closer now, its shape becoming clearer, its features sharpening. It was tall, impossibly tall, with skin like ash, pale and translucent. Its eyes were dark, black voids that seemed to suck the light from the world around it. Its mouth opened, revealing rows of jagged teeth that seemed to stretch unnaturally. Wide, a grin that sent a wave of nausea through her stomach. "Welcome back, Emily," the figure whispered, its voice now a low growl. "You have always been ours." The ground beneath her feet cracked open, and she could feel herself falling again, down into the earth, down into the waiting darkness. She reached out, her hands clawing at the dirt, trying to hold on, but it was no use. The pull was too strong. The shadows were too thick as she fell. The last thing she heard was the whisper, the voice that had followed her from the beginning, the voice that would never let her go. "It's too late." The sensation of falling was disorienting, like being swallowed whole by the earth itself. Emily could feel the ground shift beneath her, the dirt crumbling away in her grasp as she tumbled deeper into the void. The shadows stretched farther, twisting and contorting into shapes that weren't entirely human. She could hear their whispers louder now, more insistent, though 1,000 voices were rising up around her, calling to her, beckoning her into the unknown depths of the darkness. For a moment, she couldn't tell if she was still falling, or if she had already hit the ground. The sensation of weightlessness lingered, making her stomach churn, her body disoriented. It felt like time itself had become irrelevant here, as if the very fabric of reality had been torn apart. The dark void around her was absolute, swallowing her entire being. There was no way to measure distance, no way to gauge how long she had been falling, how deep she had sunk. But then, as if the universe itself had decided to right itself, she slammed into something solid. Her body hit the ground with a sickening thud, the air rushing out of her lungs as her chest collided with something hard. She gasped, trying to fill her lungs, but the air tasted thick, musty, like she was breathing in something ancient, something long forgotten. Her hands scrambled against the cold, damp surface beneath her, but there was no light here, no sense of direction. It felt like she was trapped in a tomb, buried alive in a world of endless night. The whispers didn't stop. They were everywhere, surrounding her, suffocating her. "Come closer, Emily. Come to us." She clenched her eyes shut, trying to block out the voices, but the more she resisted, the louder they became. The more they pressed against her consciousness, scraping and gnawing at the edges of her sanity. There was no escape, no reprieve. Every breath she took felt like a weight pushing her further. Into the crushing darkness, she struggled to sit up, her muscles aching, her body trembling with a cold she couldn't explain. As her eyes adjusted to the blackness, she noticed something. Faint, almost imperceptible lights glimmers in the distance. They were soft at first, like fireflies dancing on the edge of her vision. But they grew brighter, larger, until they formed a narrow path leading deeper into the darkness. There was something at the end of it, something that beckoned her, urging her to move forward, her heart hammered in her chest. What if it was a trap? What if this was another twisted game the forest was playing with her mind? But there was no time to think. There was no choice. She had to keep moving. She had to keep fighting. Pushing herself to her feet, Emily staggered forward, her hands trembling as she reached out for the glowing lights. Her feet seemed to drag through the dirt, each step heavier than the last. The whispers didn't stop. They followed her like a dark cloud, closing in around her, suffocating her with their cold touch. "You are ours, Emily." She shook her head, trying to shake off the terror, trying to make sense of it all. Her father's voice, her brother's cries, the dark figure, they were all part of this place. But she couldn't make sense of it. Not anymore. The path before her was narrow, winding through the darkness like a serpent. The lights flickered like distant stars, far out of reach, and yet they seemed to call to her, urging her to come closer, to step into their glow. It was an illusion, she knew that. But there was nothing else. There was no way out. She had to keep moving. As she stepped forward, the ground beneath her feet shifted again, this time a soft rumble, a pulse like a heartbeat. The very earth beneath her seemed to be alive, as though it were part of some greater being, some ancient presence that had been here long before Emily had ever stepped foot in this cursed forest. She could feel its presence, its power pressing down on her, filling her with a sense of dread so deep it threatened to consume her entirely. And then, in an instant, the path in front of her changed. The lights flickered and vanished, replaced by a thick, suffocating fog that rose from the ground, curling around her like a living thing. The air grew heavier, colder, and the whispers grew louder. Their voices now indistinct, but filled with a sense of urgency, of desperation. "Come to us, Emily. You have no choice." She couldn't breathe. The fog closed in around her, thick and cloying, its tendrils reaching for her like ghostly hands. She tried to move, tried to push through the oppressive weight of it, but it was everywhere. The darkness, the fog it, was all closing in, pressing in on her, suffocating her. "You belong to us." The voice was close now, right next to her ear, so close she could feel its icy breath on her skin. She turned, her eyes wide with panic, but there was nothing there. No figure, no shape, just the swirling fog, the endless darkness, and the voices. Their whispers seeping into her mind, twisting her thoughts, wrapping around her like chains dot. She couldn't escape. She had nowhere to go. Her heart pounded in her chest as she stumbled back, her breath ragged, her vision blurred by the fog. The world around her seemed to shift, flicker, like it was made of shadows, of fragments that didn't belong together. She wasn't sure what was real anymore. She wasn't sure where the forest ended and the abyss began. And then, just as quickly as it had come, the fog parted, and Emily found herself standing in a clearing. The lights had returned, flickering like candles in the distance. The path was clear again, leading toward something she couldn't see. She didn't know why, but something deep within her urged her to follow it, to step into the light, to walk down the path that stretched out before her. But as she moved forward, something caught her eye. A figure stood in the distance, its shape indistinct, shrouded in shadows. It was tall, too tall, its limbs long and unnatural. The figure turned toward her, its eyes glowing with a sickly green light. And for a moment, Emily froze, her blood running cold. She recognized it. Now this was no ordinary creature. It was the same one that had followed her from the clearing, the one that had watched her in the distance. It was waiting for her, and it had always been waiting. The figure stepped forward, its long, clawed hands reaching out toward her, and the ground beneath her feet trembled once more. The whispers, the voices, they were louder now, their intensity shaking the very air around her. "Come to us, Emily." There was no escape there, never had been. The forest had claimed her, and now it was time for her to face the truth. There was no way out, no way to fight. The path before her was a lie, an illusion meant to lead her to this moment, to this confrontation. The figure's eyes burned with a fierce intensity, and Emily could feel herself being drawn toward it, her body moving against her will, as if the very air around her had become a prison, pulling her in. She wanted to scream, to resist, but her voice caught in her throat, her body unwilling to move. The figure was closer now, towering over her, its mouth opened, revealing rows of jagged teeth, a grin that stretched unnaturally wide, and then it spoke, its voice a low growl, a vibration that shook the earth beneath her. "Welcome home, Emily." And in that moment, she understood this had never been a place of escape. This had never been about survival. This was where she belonged now. She had always belonged to the darkness, to the whispers, to the forest, and there was no way back. Emily's body trembled uncontrollably as the figure towered above her, its presence suffocating the air, pressing down on her chest, pushing the last bit of air from her lungs. She tried to look away, tried to escape, but the ground beneath her feet was no longer solid, seemed to ripple as though it was made of shifting sand, or perhaps something even more unnatural, something that defied the laws of physics, of reality itself. The trees around her bent toward the figure, their branches stretching like arms reaching out, clawing toward the same void she was being pulled into. The whispers, the voices, they were everywhere. They grew louder, more insistent, like the cacophony of 1,000 souls crying out from the depths of the earth. They echoed inside her mind, tearing at the fabric of her sanity, clawing their way through her thoughts until they drowned out everything else. She couldn't think. She couldn't breathe. She couldn't escape. "You are ours, Emily," the figure's voice rumbled, deep and reverberating, like the sound of 1,000 storms rumbling through her soul. It wasn't just a voice, it was a force, a presence that made the air itself seem to vibrate, to pulse with a dark energy she couldn't comprehend. Her legs buckled beneath her, and she collapsed to the ground, her body too weak to support the weight of the terror that was settling in her bones. The figure loomed over her, its form shifting in the darkness. It wasn't a man, not exactly. It was something worse, something ancient, something that had been lurking in the corners of the world for longer than humanity could remember. Its limbs were too long, too spindly, its face hidden in shadow, but Emily could feel its eyes cold, empty voids burning into her, staring through her, seeing the very core of her soul. "You cannot escape. You were always meant to be here," it whispered again, its voice curling into her mind like a snake, coiling and constricting around her thoughts. She gasped, choking on the weight of its words. It was right. She knew it in her bones. She had been running from this for so long, ever since the first moment she had stepped into these woods. But it had always been there, waiting, watching, just beyond her reach. And now there was nowhere. Left to run, the ground beneath her shuddered again, and suddenly she was no longer standing in the clearing. She was falling being dragged into something deeper, darker. The trees had disappeared, the air had thickened, and she was sinking into a void, a place where nothing existed but shadows and whispers. She could feel the cold seeping into her skin, into her very bones, freezing her from the inside out. Her breath came in ragged gasps, but it was no use. The darkness was too thick, too oppressive, and the cold was too much to bear. She couldn't feel her body anymore, couldn't tell where the earth ended and the abyss began. Then a sharp pain shot through her chest. She gasped, clutching at her ribs, but there was nothing there. It wasn't physical, it was something deeper, something more profound, like her very essence was being torn apart. The pain coursed through her, a sensation of being shredded from the inside, piece by piece. "It's too late." The figure's voice crooned, low and mocking, as if it could sense the weakness in her. "You cannot fight what is already yours." Emily's eyes snapped open, and for the first time in what felt like ages, she saw something alight, a flicker, far off in the distance, as though it were coming from a place beyond the darkness, beyond the shadows. It was faint at first, like a dying star, but it was enough to ignite a spark of hope deep inside her chest. She could feel it, that flicker of warmth, of life, calling to her from across the void. Her body responded before her mind could catch up. She pushed herself up, her hands scraping against the smooth, cold surface beneath her. Her heart was pounding, her thoughts a jumbled mess, but she moved toward the light, drawn to it as if it were the only thing that mattered. It was the only thing that could save her. As she stumbled forward, the darkness around her began to shift. The shadows warped, twisted, as though they were alive, trying to pull her back, to drag her down into the pit of despair. She could feel the figure following her, could hear its low guttural laughter in her ears, like the sound of a distant storm, promising destruction, promising to consume her completely. You cannot escape, Emily. You are ours. But she didn't stop. She was closer now, closer to the light, closer to the warmth that seemed to cut through the suffocating cold. It was growing brighter, more defined. She could almost feel it in her chest now, like a pull, a magnetic force that urged her to come closer. The whispers grew frantic, their voices rising, overlapping, as if they were screaming at her, trying to drown out the light, trying to drown out the hope that was beginning to burn inside her. You belong to us. Emily pushed herself harder, her legs trembling beneath her, her chest aching with every breath. But she didn't stop. The darkness was closing in, suffocating her. But the light, that bright, pulsing light, was getting closer. It was her only chance. It was her only way out. And then, as if the very fabric of reality had torn apart, she broke through. She stepped into the light. The sudden warmth enveloped her. A shock of heat so intense it burned through the cold that had been eating at her for so long. The darkness recoiled, retreating like smoke in the presence of fire. And for a moment she was weightless, suspended in a space between life and death, between the light and the dark. The world around her blurred, shifted, and she felt herself being pulled forward, drawn into the light. She reached out, her hands trembling. But it was not just the light she was reaching. For it was the promise of escape, of freedom, of the chance to outrun the darkness that had haunted her for so long. And then, with a final, desperate gasp, she stepped forward. She was back. The forest was quiet again. The whispers were gone. The figure was gone. And for the first time in what felt like forever, she could breathe. The air was clean, crisp, and real. She could feel the earth beneath, her feet solid and unyielding. The sun was low on the horizon, casting long shadows over the forest floor, but it was a normal sunset. A sunset that felt like the first true moment of peace she had known since the moment she had stepped into these cursed woods. But even as she stood there, the weight of everything that had happened, everything she had experienced pressed on her, heavy and unrelenting. The whispers were gone, but she could still feel their presence, like a lingering echo in the back of her mind. The light had shown her the way, had pulled her back from the abyss, but the darkness was never truly gone. It was always there, lurking, just beneath the surface, waiting for its chance to reclaim her. And deep in her soul, Emily knew the truth. This was only the beginning. The forest seemed unchanged, but Emily knew better. There was something different about the air now, something unsettling about the quiet that hung around her like a thick, oppressive fog. The forest was no longer a place of refuge or tranquility. It was a place of watchfulness, a place where the boundaries between reality and the unseen were fragile, where everything could shift in an instant. She stood at the edge of the clearing, her eyes scanning the surroundings. The trees loomed tall and dark, their twisted branches reaching out like skeletal arms. But now they felt alive in a way that made her skin crawl. They whispered in the wind, creaking and groaning, bending toward her with a sickening, deliberate grace. There was no escaping it. No escaping the forest. "You belong to us," she whispered, the words slipping from her lips, as if the trees themselves had taught her the language of the forest. Her heart thudded in her chest as she tried to move, tried to leave this place, but her feet were heavy. Reluctant to carry her away, her mind screamed to run, but her body refused to comply. It was as if the forest itself had begun to root her in place, keeping her tethered to the very ground she stood on, keeping her within its grasp. The darkness that had once pressed on her, suffocating and all-consuming, seemed to be waiting for her now, It was no longer an enemy to fight or escape from. It had become part of her, woven into her very being. The whispers had faded, yes, but their mark was still there, etched deep inside her, like a scar she couldn't escape. She could still hear them, even now, faint echoes at the back of her mind, their words like shadows lingering just out of reach. You are ours. The phrase rang in her ears as she stumbled forward, trying to break free of the pull that held her in place. Her breath came in sharp, ragged gasps, but the air still felt heavy, thick with the weight of the forest's presence. She could feel it around her, closing in, watching. Then she heard a crack, a soft snap of a twig breaking underfoot. She froze, her heart leaping into her throat as she turned toward the sound. In the distance, hidden in the shadows of the trees, a figure moved. It was barely more than a silhouette at first, but as it stepped forward into the dim light, she could see it clearly. Jake. Her breath caught in her throat, and for a moment she thought she was imagining things. But no, this was real. He was real. He stood there, motionless, his eyes wide, staring at her, his face pale and drawn. He was thinner than she remembered, gaunt, as though something had drained the life out of him. His clothes were tattered, his hair matted and unkempt. He looked wrong, Jake. Emily's voice was a hoarse whisper, barely audible over the sound of her own racing heartbeat. He didn't answer at first. He just stood there, unmoving, as if the world around him had faded into the background. As if nothing existed but Emily, standing there in the clearing. Then, finally, he spoke. What have you done?" The words were soft, almost lost in the breeze, but they hit her like a slap to the face. She took a step forward, her body shaking with the effort. But as soon as she moved closer, she saw something in his eyes, a flicker of fear, a flash of recognition, as if he knew exactly what was coming. "Jake, we need to leave. We need to go." Her voice cracked under the strain, a sob of desperation catching in her throat. But Jake shook his head slowly, his eyes darkening with something unreadable. "We can't leave him." A shiver ran through her as his words sank in, as if the very air around them thickened with some unspoken truth, some dark realization she wasn't ready to face. The forest was alive. It was not just a playset with something ancient, something sentient, something that had waited for them. "What are you talking about?" she whispered, her voice shaking. Jake took a step toward her, his eyes filled with sorrow and guilt, a strange mixture of compassion and resignation. "It's too late. We've already been marked. There's no way back now." Emily's heart dropped into her stomach as the full weight of his words hit her. She had hoped, fought, prayed that there was some escape from this place, some way to outrun the darkness. But Jake was right. It was too late. The forest had claimed them. It had consumed them. They were never meant to leave. A hand, but instead of the familiar warmth she had once felt from him, there was a coldness in his touch, a detachment that made her recoil. "Come with me, Em. Come with me, and you'll understand. It's what we've always been destined for." The last part of his sentence echoed in her mind as she stared at him, unable to move. The last shred of hope that had kept her going, escaping, of finding a way out, was gone. The forest had always known, always been patient, and now it was finally reaping the reward for its patience. The world around her began to shift again. The trees creaked and groaned, their branches swaying unnaturally, as if the earth itself were in agony. The ground beneath her feet cracked open, revealing deep, endless shadows that seemed to go on forever, pulling her toward them with an inexorable force. "No, ... no," Emily screamed, her voice filled with horror. She pulled away from Jake's grasp, but the darkness was already closing in, creeping up her legs, wrapping around her like cold, slimy tendrils. She stumbled back, but the darkness followed, relentless and suffocating. Jake watched her, his expression unchanging, his eyes dark and empty. "It's too late, Emily. You can't run anymore. You never could." The shadows grew thicker, swallowing the ground beneath her feet, and in an instant, Emily found herself falling again. She was being pulled into the depths, her body weightless, drifting through an endless, empty void. The whispers returned, louder now, deafening, pressing against her skull like 1,000 voices begging for release. "Come to us, Emily." Her heart raced, the echoes of the voices crashing over her like waves, drowning her in their presence. She fought, but the darkness was too strong, too overwhelming. She couldn't breathe, couldn't think, couldn't move. The shadows whispered again, the words almost familiar. "You were always meant to be ours." As her vision blurred, as her world shattered into 1,000 pieces, she realized with a cold, sickening certainty that she had never really left the forest. The darkness had always been with her. It was inside her, in her blood, and no matter how far she ran, it would always find her, always call her home. And then, just as the darkness consumed her completely, Emily understood. The forest was not just a place, it was a part of her, and she was a part of it, forever. The moment the darkness swallowed her whole, the last fragment of light disappeared from Emily's consciousness. She fell deeper into the abyss, deeper into the pulse of the world she had come to fear. The whispers that once felt like distant echoes now rang loud and clear, their words no longer unfamiliar, but increasingly personal, intimate. They threaded through her thoughts like roots, wrapping themselves around her mind, sinking deeper, until they became her thoughts, her memories. Welcome home, Emily. Welcome back. It was no longer just the forest she could feel now. It was everything. The very air around her felt like it was part of something far larger, an ancient force stretching out across the earth beyond the reaches of time. The whispers weren't just words anymore. They were the pulse of the land, the beating heart of something vast, something eternal. It was like the forest had always been a part of her, its hunger always lying dormant just beneath the surface of her mind. The forest had been waiting for her to wake it, to bring it into existence, and she had done so. "You belong to us." The words echoed louder than before, as if the very trees, the roots beneath her feet, were speaking directly to her, Emily's. Breath caught in her throat, her chest tightening, her heart racing. But it wasn't fear anymore. It was a recognition, an acceptance. Deep within her, a terrible truth bloomed. She had always known. She had always been connected to this place, this nightmare. Her hands trembled as she opened her eyes, only to find that there was no here to look at. There was no world, no sky, no earth. She was drifting in a space that felt endless, a space that existed somewhere between the realms of reality and the void. The darkness surrounded her like a living, breathing entity, pressing in from all sides, suffocating her, wrapping around her mind like chains. But there were no chains, no binding force. It was just her and the force, the forest, the entity that had long been with her, waiting for this moment. The trees were in her veins, the whispers in her blood. She could feel the hum of the forest beneath her skin, its cold breath against her neck. She could feel it inside her heart. She was becoming it. She was becoming them. The air was thick, too thick to breathe, but the suffocating pressure was not just physical. The world was folding in on itself. Time itself was collapsing, folding into the dark, twisting and merging into something else entirely. The forest no longer just surrounded her, was her. The trees that once stretched toward the sky now curled around her, bending and shifting with every breath she took, every movement she made, their limbs tangled with hers, roots digging into her skin, pulling her deeper into the forest's ancient embrace. The sound of leaves rustling, the creaking of branches, those familiar noises now became a part of her. The rhythm of the worlds, Heartbeat, the pulse of the earth, became her own. Emily was not simply in the forest. She was the forest, and the forest was her. The branches of the trees twisted, but they were not just trees anymore. They were limbs, stretching out from her very body, stretching out from her soul. Her chest heaved as she tried to process the weight of it all, but there was no time to think. The darkness was closing in, becoming more solid, more real. You cannot escape this time. The voice spoke directly into her mind, its tone dark, final, and possessive. The realization struck her like a bolt of lightning. She had never been the one in control. The forest had always controlled her, always. She had been its servant, unknowingly, since the moment she had first stepped into the woods. And now, the forest was here, fully awake. And it was time for her to fulfill her role. Her skin crawled as the earth beneath her began to shake. The roots of the trees rising like serpents from the ground, twisting and coiling around her limbs. Pulling her down, she could feel the weight of the forest pushing in on her, dragging her deeper into its heart. But there was a strange sensation of peace, too. Her fear had begun to fade, replaced by an overwhelming sense of connection to something ancient, something eternal. It was as though she had been reborn. Her body was not just hers anymore. It belonged to the forest. Through the thick shadows, she saw something, a shape, a figure. Jake. He was standing at the center of the dark clearing, his form warped, twisted, just like the trees around them. His eyes were wide and black, like the empty voids of the forest itself, his face gaunt and hollow. The figure of her brother was no more than a shallow, distorted echo of the person she had once known. "Jake," she whispered, her voice barely more than a breath in the thick air. He turned to her, his face a twisted mask of sorrow and grief. But there was something else there, too. Something that made her heart ache, something that made her want to reach out to him, to try to save him. But she knew, deep down, that she couldn't. And his voice was a hollow echo, distorted, like the very air itself had swallowed it. "It's over. It always was." Emily's chest tightened. The words twisted her insides. She knew now that Jake had been lost long ago. He was no longer the person she had fought for, the person she had tried to save. He was part of this part of the forest, part of the darkness, just like she was. Her legs moved before she could stop them, her feet carrying her toward him. But every step felt like a betrayal. Every step felt like she was walking away from herself. And yet, she could not stop. There was no stopping it now. She was already part of the forest, part of its eternal pulse. As she reached out for him, she saw the truth that had been hidden from her for so long. The forest wasn't just a place. It wasn't just an entity. It was the very world itself, the force that held everything together, the foundation of all things. The forest, the shadows, the whispers, they were not separate from her. They were her. She could feel it in her veins now, the pulse, the rhythm, the cold weight of eternity. And as she touched Jake's hand cold, hollow, she realized what had been done, what they had all become, together. She wasn't just Emily anymore. She wasn't just a lost soul caught in the web of the forest. She was part of it. She was its heart, its breath, its eternal watcher. And she understood now that her fate had never been hers alone. She had always belonged here. She had always been part of this world, and there was no escape. As she felt Jake's hand slip from hers, the forest whispered to her one last time, "Welcome. Home, Emily. Welcome to forever." And then there was only darkness. The silence that followed was like nothing Emily had ever known. It was deep and infinite, stretching into every corner of her consciousness, filling every empty space, until there was nothing left but her and the darkness. She couldn't tell if her eyes were open or shut, if she was floating or standing, or even if she existed at all. Time had ceased to matter, as had the concept of space. It was just her, alone in the void, where nothing seemed real, nothing had meaning. And yet, even in that vast emptiness, she could still feel it. The pulse, it wasn't a sound. It wasn't even a rhythm. It was more like a presence, something that hummed at the edges of her mind, threading through her very being. It was the forest. She was still in it, or perhaps it was in her. It was a symbiotic connection now, something that could never be untangled. No matter how far she reached into her thoughts or screamed into the silence, she had become part of something greater, something ancient, something endless. The pulse was the heartbeat of the earth, and it was inside her. It was part of her. It always had been. And yet, there was something unsettling about it. She felt like she was floating on the edge of reality, as though the world she had once known, the warmth of the sun, the laughter of her brother, the soft touch of her father's hand, had all faded into nothing. Those memories were like fragile pieces of glass, easily shattered. She couldn't recall them as clearly now, as though they were mere fragments from a life she no longer belonged to. But she remembered the forest. She remembered the trees. She remembered the figure. And there was Jake. She could see him now, though he was no longer the brother she had fought for, no longer the living, breathing soul she had cared for. His face was twisted, like a reflection shattered in the dark, but somehow he was still there. Still with her. He had always been with her. It wasn't a memory, it was a presence, like he was both there and not. Something about the way the trees bent toward her now made her realize that Jake had always been a part of this, not just as a lost soul in the woods. She had never truly seen it until now. Her thoughts began to fragment, shattering into 1,000 pieces like her memories, drifting into a void, unable to hold on to anything for long. The more she tried to make sense of it, the more everything slipped away. The moment she thought she understood, the pulse twisted again, pulling her deeper, further into something darker, and the whispers, they never stopped. They were like echoes in the very marrow of her bones. The words were indistinguishable from the pulse itself, like the roots of the forest had somehow wound themselves into the very fabric of her soul. Emily, the voice, echoed, but it wasn't just the forest now. It was inside her blood, inside her very bones. She could feel it, and it was the sound of her own name. The forest was calling her. Or was it her calling the forest? The world she had known, the one she had tried to escape, had become something else entirely. She could no longer separate herself from the vastness of it. There was no more Emily, the person who had stepped into the woods, the person who had once fought to survive. It wasn't like the cold she had felt before, the kind of chill that left your breath fogging in the night air. No, this cold was something deeper, something that reached into the heart of her very existence. It spread through her, wrapped around her core like the slow, endless creeping of ice, numbing every part of her, filling every hollow space with the heavy, unbearable weight of the forest. The darkness enveloped her. There was no escape. There never had been. Emily could feel the roots of the trees beneath her, the roots that stretched into the earth, into the very depths of the world, growing, spreading, pulling her deeper. But the earth wasn't solid anymore. It was liquid, shifting, an endless current of shadow that moved beneath her like the tide of a storm that was always about to break. The endless spiral. She was falling again. Or perhaps she had never stopped falling. The more she tried to grasp at the edges of the world, the more it slipped away, shifting just beyond her reach. It was like a dream, the kind you try to wake from but can't. The kind where you know deep inside that it is both real and not. Everything had collapsed in on itself. The weight of everything she had become too great to bear. "You are home, Emily," the voice whispered again, and this time it was not the forest. Nor was it Jake. It was something older, something darker. It was the very world itself speaking to her, the earth beneath her. the blood that ran through her veins, the roots that had always wrapped themselves around her heart. It was the voice of the forest. And then, like a great wave crashing over her, the realization struck. The forest was not just alive. It was a reflection of herself. It was not just a place that had shaped her. It was her. She was made of it. She had always been made of it. The roots in her veins, the pulse in her blood. The forest had always been a part of her. She had always been a part of it. It was in what it had taken from her, the memories of her life before. Her father, Jake, her hopes, her dreams, everything that had made her who she was. Everything that had once made her fight for escape. It was all gone, like dust in the wind. She was no longer herself, and it was then that she understood. The forest had never been a curse. It had never been an enemy. It had always been the truth. The truth of the world, the truth of herself, buried deep within her. The darkness was not the forest's, it was hers. It had always been a part of her. The forest didn't devour people. It revealed them. It revealed what they truly were. Emily felt the ground shifting beneath her again, but this time she didn't fight it. This time she allowed herself to fall further into the abyss. The forest welcomed her, its embrace cold but undeniable, and as she fell deeper, the world shattered, and she realized in that final terrible moment that there was no way back. There had never been a way back. She had become the forest, and the forest would never let her go. Emily's descent into the void felt endless, as though time had ceased to exist and she was simply falling through layers of reality that had already unraveled. Her body moved like liquid through the dark, suspended between worlds neither in the forest nor outside it. There was nothing here, nothing she could see or touch, only the overwhelming sensation of being torn apart and reassembled at once. Her heart raced, then slowed, then stopped altogether, only to start again, as though the pulse of the earth had synced with the rhythm of her own life. She could no longer tell if she was still herself. The memories of her life before of her, family, of Jake, of warmth were fading, becoming fragmented shards that no longer held meaning. They were fading like light lost in the dark, consumed by the very thing she had been running from. Only now there was no more running, no more escape. Her lungs burned, but there was no air here, no sensation of her body. She couldn't feel her legs, her arms, nothing. There was only the relentless pull of the darkness around her, and the gnawing awareness of the forest's voice inside her mind. It wasn't just a whisper anymore. It was a constant murmur, like the wind, like the trees themselves were speaking through her, echoing in her thoughts. "You are ours, Emily. You always were." The words echoed in her, mind wrapping around her consciousness, turning into something that was no longer alien, but natural. The voice was not a single entity anymore, but a chorus, a sound woven through the fabric of the world. The forest was alive, and now it was part of her. It had become her. Every tree, every root, every whisper, every crack in the earth they were all now intertwined with the pulse of her existence, and she could feel it, reached out in the dark, grasping for anything. The cold of the abyss seemed to press against her, stinging her fingers. She could feel the weight of eternity, pushing her deeper into the emptiness. Suddenly, she was thrust into a place where the edges of the void seemed to warp like a page of a book folding in on itself, revealing a new chapter, an impossible one. Emily stumbled, though she could feel nothing beneath her feet, and yet somehow she stood. A strange light, faint but real, began to bloom in front of her, filling the abyss with a sickly hue. It was as if a sun had cracked the sky open, though there was no sky, no land, just the hollow whispers that twisted around her. The light was dim at first, but it began to intensify, casting long shadows in every direction, distorting the world around her. The trees began to emerge, no longer the dark silhouettes of the forest, but something different. They were twisted, growing at odd angles, stretching toward the sky in jagged, violent arcs. Their trunks were gnarled and blackened, like scorched bone, their roots breaking through the earth, stretching into the void. The air was thick with the scent of rot, of decay, but there was something sweet about it too, something intoxicating, like the breath of death itself. The light grew brighter, and with it, the sound of the forest's pulse became deafening. It was no longer a heartbeat. It was the sound of 1,000 hearts beating in unison, synchronized with Emily's own, driving her forward, pulling her deeper into its grip. "It is time, Emily. You are home." The voice was not just the forest anymore. It was the earth, the sky, the very air itself. She could feel it inside her, threading through her very bones, until there was nothing left of her but the pulse, the eternal, unyielding pulse of the forest. And then, like a great wave crashing over her, it struck. The forest spoke its words, filling her chest, rattling her very soul. "Embrace your true form. You have always been one of us. This is your destiny." The light around her exploded in a blinding flare, and the darkness receded, revealing a massive tree at the center of it all. It was unlike any tree she had ever seen. Its bark was black and cracked, its limbs reaching high into the sky, twisting and contorting like the limbs of a giant. But the most horrifying part was the core of the tree, the center where the trunk split open. Within the hollow of its branches was a dark, pulsing mass. No, not a mass. A heart. The heart was beating. It was alive. Her blood ran cold. And for the first time in what felt like an eternity, a sensation of panic returned to her chest. The tree was breathing, its heart pulsating like a living creature, like something far more ancient and powerful than anything she could comprehend. "This is what you were born to become, the heart of the forest, the pulse of life and death." Her mind scrambled, trying to piece together the fragments of her former self, the person she had been before she stepped into the forest, before she had been marked. But there was nothing left. She could feel her humanity slipping away with every beat of the heart. She had never truly been human. She had always been part of this world, part of this cycle of life and decay. She felt her arms stretch before her fingers contorting in a way that wasn't her own. Her skin, pale and cold, began to twist with the forest's touch, slowly, turning into bark, cracking and warping beneath her skin. She opened her mouth, but no words came out. Instead, she heard the trees around her groan, their voices rising in unison with hers, as though her very breath had become the wind. "Are one of us now." The forest was no longer just the place she had entered. It had become her, and she had become it. She could feel the ancient power coursing through her veins, the same power that had created the forest, the same power that had breathed life into the trees and the ground. It was no longer just a place to fear. It was her home, her family, and now there was no escaping it. The roots beneath her feet rose, twisting into her body, linking her with the earth, drawing her closer to the heart of the forest. She could feel it in her chest, the rhythmic pulse of the ancient heart, now beating in sync with her own. "You are the guardian now. You will watch over the forest. You will become its heart, and you will never be alone again." Emily opened her eyes, or at least, she thought she did, but the world was not the same. The trees had grown around her, and she was no longer standing in the center of an empty space. She was part of it, now part of the forest. Her roots had woven into the ground, anchoring her to the world, just as the pulse of the earth had anchored her to the darkness. The whispers swirled around her, not as a threat, but as a welcoming embrace. Her thoughts were no longer her own, but shared by the voices, the pulse, the life of the forest. She was no longer an individual. She was part of the whole, the heart, the life of the forest itself, and the forest was eternal. She had become the forest. Time no longer had any meaning. It flowed in patterns now, not linear but cyclical, rippling through her mind like the passing of seasons in the heart of the forest. One moment, Emily felt as if she had been here forever, bound to the ancient pulse of the land, rooted to it in ways that transcended time, while in the next, she felt the fading remnants of the person she had once been, scattered fragments of her humanity that seemed too distant to reach, as though they were memories of a dream that had never fully formed. Her body was no longer her own. It had been shaped and reshaped by the force of the forest, its cold tendrils of life weaving through her like veins of stone and bark. She could feel her skin cracking and shifting beneath her, hardening into the thick, twisted texture of the forest's heart. Her hair had become tendrils of moss and vine, her limbs long and sinewy like the branches that stretched toward the sky. Ever hungry, ever reaching, she no longer walked. She swayed, her movements fluid but mechanical, as if she were both a part of the forest and a witness to it. She was not alone. She had never been alone. The other spirits, the ones who had wandered in these woods before her, were with her, now woven into the fabric of the trees, the undergrowth, the whispers in the wind. She could feel their presence around her, surrounding her like an unseen cloak. Every heartbeat, every breath was shared with them. The very air around her had changed. It was no longer filled with the sharp bite of panic or fear. It was a heavy, suffocating presence, a strange comfort, a lullaby to those who had surrendered to the forest's will. But deep inside, she still felt it, the echo of something desperate, something unfinished. Was this truly who she was now? Was this all she had ever been? Or was there a part of her that still remembered the world beyond the trees, the world of light and air that had once seemed so familiar? The forest whispered to her again. Its voice was like an unending murmur, in the background of her thoughts, weaving itself through every moment. This is your legacy, Emily. You are the keeper now, the guardian, the heart of all that grows. At first, she had resisted. She had fought against it, as any person would. But that had been before. Before she understood, the forest had been, waiting for her, calling to her long before she had heard its whispers, long before she had stepped into its depths. She had been destined for this. It was in her bones. It was in her blood. And now there was nothing left of her to resist. She had given herself to the forest, but there were moments, fleeting moments, when she thought of the past, of her brother, Jake. She could remember his laugh, the sound of his voice calling her name in the distance. She remembered the sunlight that filtered through the trees in a way that made everything feel warm and safe. For just an instant, she would feel the pain of loss sharp, ran the overwhelming flood of sorrow that followed, but those moments were brief. In the waking moments between her shifts of consciousness, when the forest seemed to hold its breath and let her rest for a heartbeat, she could feel herself beginning to unravel. It wasn't physical, but more a slow disintegration of everything she had once understood. The familiar markers of her identity, the people she had loved, the memories of a life she could barely remember were slipping away, fading into the fog. The forest was not a place of growth alone. It was also a place of consumption. Every day felt like a dream, a strange, endless dream where she was both observer and participant. She could feel the memories of her former self eroding, like a dam that was breaking slowly, each moment bringing her closer to the point of no return. She could feel the pulse of the trees as they grew, as they twisted and reached for the sky. But the pulse wasn't just life, it was also death. It was the end of what she had been, and in its place, something else. The sky, if it could even be called, that began to darken again. Thick clouds of shifting darkness rolling across the heavens, swirling like a storm. The weight of the sky pressed down on the forest, bending the trees as though the earth itself were holding its breath. Emily had never truly seen the sky in this place, had never truly known what lay beyond the twisted horizon. But as the darkness grew deeper, the air began to hum with an ominous energy, a pressure that pressed down on her chest, making it hard to breathe. "It is time," the voice whispered to her, and the world around her seemed to shudder, the pulse of the trees vibrating like the deepest note of a drum. She could feel the tension in the earth beneath her, in the very air, and she realized with a sickening clarity that the forest was waking once more. But it wasn't just the trees that were waking. It was the earth, the sky, the very roots that had reached down to claim her. It was everything. Everything was stirring. "Come, Emily," the voice beckoned. It was no longer the forest's voice alone. There were others now, too, speaking in unison, their voices merging together until they became a single entity, one that throbbed in her chest and filled her ears. It was like a song, so ancient it could never be remembered, and yet it resonated in her bones, calling her deeper, calling her closer to the heart of the forest. It is time for the next cycle to begin. The forest needs its heart. Emily's limbs began to twitch, her body responding to the call, moving against her will. She could feel the bark of her skin shifting, twisting, as though her body was no longer solid, no longer human. She wasn't a woman anymore. She was part of the earth, part of the air, part of the pulse. The ground beneath her feet split open, the dark soil crumbling away to reveal a chasm that stretched down into the very depths of the earth. The roots of the trees swarmed around her, pulling her toward the chasm's edge. She could feel the weight of it, the poverty, of it, the pool of the unknown, of the endless abyss that awaited her dot. It was time. The heart of the forest was calling to her. It was calling her to return to the center of all things, to take her place in the cycle of life and death that had governed the earth for longer than human memory could comprehend. You are the heart now, Emily. You are the keeper. You are the pulse. And with that, the earth cracked open and she fell. The trees watched as she fell, their eyes unseen but felt. They were alive and they were waiting for her to return, to become the center once more, the heart that beat in time with the world. And as she fell into the depths, she knew, with a certainty colder than death, that there was no escape. There never had been. The fall was unlike anything Emily had ever experienced. It wasn't like the earth beneath her had broken apart. No, it was as if the very fabric of reality had fractured, and she was being drawn into the rift, pulled into the cavernous unknown that lay beneath her. Time lost its meaning once again as she plummeted, weightless, through the abyss. Every movement, a part of the deep, infinite emptiness where even fear had no shape. But then suddenly, everything stopped, suspended her in mid-air, and she opened her eyes, though it wasn't the earth that greeted her anymore. There was no sky, no stars, no horizon. What surrounded her was vast, dark, and unyielding, like a chasm that extended into infinity. She could feel it in her bones, the weight of the void pressing in from all sides. She was no longer standing, no longer falling. She was simply there, suspended between the earth and whatever lay beyond. It wasn't a place. It wasn't a dimension. It was the space between spaces, the place where the forest's pulse originated, the deep, ancient heart of everything that was and everything that would ever be. Welcome home, Emily. The voice, which had been the chorus of the trees, the forest, the earth itself, was now a singular, all-encompassing presence. It wasn't just a sound. It was a feeling that surrounded her, that entered her very soul. Her body trembled from the force of it. It was the voice of the forest, but it was more vast, more infinite than she could ever comprehend. It was not a whisper. It was the roar of existence itself. The primal pulse of the earth, the eternal thrum that made everything live and die. The ground beneath her had disappeared, but she knew she wasn't alone. She wasn't truly empty. In the air, in the space that pressed in around her, she could feel them. Not just the trees, not just the forest, but the entire world, the spirits of the earth, the energy of the soil and sky, the pulse of all things living and decaying. They had all been here before, in her bones, in her soul. They had always been, waiting. And now, she was part of them. Her skin felt like it was being remade. It was no longer flesh. It had become bark, roots, tendrils, something other. Her mind fractured and reformed, slipping between memories of a time before her brother Jake, the sun, the warmth of home and the present, the here and now, where she was no longer Emily, not just a woman, but the pulse. She was not just part of the forest, she was it. She was its heart, its center, the one who had always been destined to take this place. The ground no longer separate from her, now swelled beneath her feet. The roots that had once sought her out, pulling her into their depths, now surged toward her, wrapping around her legs, her arms, her chest, entwining her, merging with her, pulling her into the center of the earth. The once familiar feeling of fear and dread melted away, replaced by a profound and terrifying calm. The forest is eternal, Emily. The forest is life, death, and rebirth. You are its keeper now, its heart. It will never let you go. It has always been yours. But as the words wrapped around her like the tightening embrace of vines, something stirred within her. Something that had been buried deep, deep beneath the roots and the bark. Something she had forgotten. It wasn't fear, but a sense of loss. A memory that refused to let go. It had started as a faint pulse, one that seemed so far removed from everything around her, from the eternal pull of the forest, but now it burned inside her. Deep within the center of her being, she remembered her brother, the way his laugh had filled the air, the joy in his eyes. She remembered the world before this place, before the whispers, before the darkness. She remembered life. For a moment, just a fleeting moment, the weight of everything, the eternity of the forest, the infinite reach of the pulse faded. The world she had known, the world she had been born into, broke through, sharp and painful. Like a crack in the dam that had held her existence together. The memory of Jake. She saw him in her mind's eye, standing outside the forest, the sunlight playing on his face, his smile so full of warmth, the way he had tried to save her. And for a brief moment, the pain was unbearable. She wanted to scream. She wanted to tear herself away from this place, to go back, to be the Emily she had once been, to feel the sun again, to feel her brother's hand in hers. She wanted to run, but the forest was patient, and the forest was inevitable. A great, terrible force gripped her heart, the pulsant, for the first time since she had entered. It was not gentle. It was overwhelming. It was as though the entire forest had been waiting for this moment, for her to embrace it fully, for her to become one with it, without resistance. The pain wasn't just in her chest. It was in every fiber of her being, every bone, every breath. It was the agony of a life lost, of a life never truly understood. It was the agony of letting go, and in that moment of agony, she finally understood. She wasn't running away anymore. There was no place to run. There never had been. The forest had always been inside her, a part of her that had been awakened by her very presence. She had never left it, not truly. She had only been waiting to remember, waiting to return to where she had always belonged. The forest was not a prison. It was not something that had claimed her. It was a place of birth and rebirth, a place where every leaf, every branch, every root was tied to the eternal, to the pulse that ran through everything. She had always been a part of it. It was her home. It was her heart. And she had always belonged here, even when she didn't. Know it, her body, what was left of it, became one with the earth, her limbs merging with the roots, her thoughts blending with the ancient pulse. She was no longer Emily, no longer a lost soul wandering the woods. She was the forest. She was its heart. She was eternity. The echoes of Jake's face, his smile, his warmth, faded slowly into the background. swallowed by the vast, empty expanse of her rebirth. The pain softened. The loss became a distant memory, far from her reach. She was whole. Now, whole in a way that transcended everything she had once known. The forest whispered to her again, its voice softer, more soothing. You are home now, Emily. You are the keeper. You are the pulse. And with that, the last vestiges of her humanity faded away, and she became one with the eternal rhythm of the forest. The cycle had completed. She was the heart. She was the forest, and in the great silence that followed, there was only the pulse, the endless, unyielding. You're deep into the story now, and the horrors are only escalating. If you're still with us, don't forget to like and subscribe. Tell us where you're listening from in the comments who else is staying up late to face this nightmare. Settle in. The terror continues. Story 3. It started with an envelope that arrived at my doorstep on a dreary Thursday morning. Plain, unmarked, except for my name scrawled in a hurried, jagged hand. No return address. Inside, a single sheet of paper, crisp and white, with a short, simple invitation. Come to the Hollow. There's something waiting for you. A secret we've kept too long. It wasn't signed. I'd never heard of the place, the Hollow, and the strange, gnawing feeling in my gut only worsened when I tried to search for it. My phone wouldn't load the maps, and the few online mentions were vague. The place didn't exist, not in any meaningful way. I could have chalked it up to some strange prank, but the handwriting on that paper, that raw, desperate scroll-it, felt real. The kind of real that claws at the back of your mind and doesn't let go. The timing wasn't exactly convenient. I'd been living in the shadow of my grief, still numb from the loss of my brother 2 years ago. He'd been my best friend, my everything. His death had left a hole in me, one I was still trying to fill with distractions therapy, endless. Hours at work, a new city. But nothing ever worked. I could have ignored it, but I couldn't. Maybe that's why I decided to go. To escape the weight of his absence for just a little while. Or maybe the invitation wasn't a choice at all. Perhaps it was a pull-a-whisper in my ear from the dark, promising answers to questions I didn't know I had. So I packed my bags, took a deep breath, and set off, alone, that nagging voice in the back of my head telling me that I shouldn't go only grew louder as I drove further. My car's tires cutting through the winding roads that led into unfamiliar territory. The trees around me began to thin, their silhouettes sharp and jagged against the fading sky. The air grew colder. The deeper I drove, the more I felt that sense of being watched, and then, in the distance, I saw it. A silhouette of a house standing alone, silhouetted by a full moon. The hollow, the invitation, hadn't said what I was supposed to find there, but as I got closer, I could feel it. The hairs on my neck stood up. Something was waiting. I don't know what I expected when I first saw the house. Maybe it was the fading daylight that made everything seem so eerie, or the unnatural stillness that hung in the air. The place was off. It wasn't just the house itself, it was the way the surrounding woods seemed to close in around it, like the trees were crowding, pressing in on me, pushing me towards whatever awaited inside. The house stood at the edge of a dirt road, its windows dark, broken shutters hanging like the remnants of a long-forgotten dream. No lights flickered from within, no sign of life. It was as though time had simply abandoned it. I slowed down, my car crawling to a halt in front of the driveway. I was 100% certain now. There was something wrong with this place, but there was no going back. Not now. The invitation had led me here, and I had to know what lay on the other side of this door. As I sat in my car for a long moment, gathering my courage, I noticed something strange, something I hadn't seen. Before, a small, run-down gas station stood just off the road, hidden in the shadow of the woods, nearly impossible to spot from a distance. Its neon sign buzzed faintly, flickering with a sickly orange glow. There was something about it that felt out of place, out of time. Even a building looked older than it should. The paint peeling in chunks, the windows clouded with dirt and grime. Yet somehow the light was still on, and the place looked as if it had been waiting for someone. I wasn't sure if I should stop. Something about the gas station felt too... alive, like it had a heartbeat of its own. But curiosity, mixed with an undeniable sense of dread, pushed me forward. I parked near the pumps and stepped out into the cold air. The scent of gasoline and earth hit me first, sharp and invasive, followed by the sickly sweet stench of decay. It was as if the gas station had been abandoned for years, but no one had bothered to clean up. The ground was littered with scraps of plastic and forgotten papers, and the old attendant's booth was dark, with only a single flickering fluorescent light above it. There was no one around, just an unsettling silence that swallowed up every sound, even the rustling of the wind through the trees. The door creaked loudly as I pushed it open. Inside, the air was stale, thick with the musty scent of something long dead. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, casting a sickly, greenish glow over the room. Shelves lined the walls, stocked with dusty cans of old food, faded newspapers, and other forgotten odds and ends. But the strangest thing of all was the clock. It was old, rusted, a relic from a time long past. But what caught my attention wasn't its antiquity, it was the fact that it was ticking, but not in any kind of rhythm I could understand. The tick-tock echoed in the room, jarring and out of sync, like the clock itself was trying to beat its own heart. "Can I help you, miss?" I nearly jumped out of my skin at the voice. It came from behind me, a croaky whisper that seemed to seep into the very walls. I spun around, only to find an elderly woman standing in the corner of the room. She was hunched over, her frail body wrapped in layers of tattered clothes, her face pale and gaunt. Her eyes were wide, too wide, and her hands trembled as she clutched a faded shawl around her shoulders. The woman's gaze locked onto mine, her eyes sharp and piercing despite her age. There was something unsettling about her, something ancient, like she had seen far more than any person should. "You're headed to the Hollow, aren't you?" she asked, her voice low and almost a whisper, as though speaking too loudly would break the fragile stillness of the air. I nodded, unsure how she knew. "The Hollow isn't a place for people like you," she continued, her voice now dropping, even further, like a secret shared only with the shadows. "It's not just a place, it's a curse." I couldn't help but feel a chill crawl down my spine. "You're not the first to come," she said, her eyes narrowing with a strange intensity, "but you may be the last." I opened my mouth to ask what she meant, but she didn't give me a chance. Her hands shot out, grabbing my arm with a surprising strength for her age. Her grip was cold, unyielding, and she pulled me closer. "You listen to me now," she said, her voice sharp and urgent. "There's a reason people don't talk about the Hollow. There's a reason no one dares to go back there once they leave. The place, whatever it is, whatever it was, isn't what you think. You can't just walk in and walk out, not without consequences. The people who went looking for answers, they didn't come back. And those that did, they were never the same." I swallowed, a knot forming in my throat. The eerie warning hung in the air, heavy and suffocating, but it only pushed me further. I had come this far, and no cryptic words from a stranger were going to turn me around. "I have to go," I said, my voice betraying a hint of uncertainty. The woman's face twisted with an emotion I couldn't place in gar. Maybe, or fear. "You think you're the first, that you're special. Everyone who goes there believes they'll be the exception, that they'll find something ... different. But the Hollow isn't like that. You think you're just going to find a secret, something hidden. No, what you find will change you, if you're lucky." Her grip on my arm tightened, her nails digging into my skin. "Leave now, turn around, go back to the life you had. If you don't tot. She let go, taking a step back, her eyes wild and desperate. Her words hung in the air, a promise and a threat all in one. But before I could ask anything more, she turned and shuffled back into the dark corners of the station, disappearing into the shadows with a final, chilling remark. "Don't say I didn't warn you." The door swung shut behind her, with a finality that sent a cold shiver through me. The clock, still ticking out of rhythm, echoed in my mind. I had a choice, but it didn't feel like one. I stepped back into my car, trying to shake off the strange encounter, but her words lingered like smoke in my mind. The hollow, I had come this far. I couldn't turn back now. As I started the engine, the gas station faded into the distance, the flickering neon sign growing smaller and smaller behind me. But the unease in my chest only grew stronger. The hollow was waiting. The night pressed in around me, the darkness so complete that it seemed to swallow the headlights of my car. The road stretched out before me, an endless ribbon of asphalt twisting through the dense woods. My grip on the steering wheel tightened, and I couldn't help but glance over my shoulder, half expecting to see something or someone lurking just beyond the reach of the headlights. I tried to shake it off, focusing instead on the road ahead. The old woman's warning echoed in my head like a chant, her words reverberating in the silence of the car. "Don't say I didn't warn you." Her voice, that unnerving rasp, twisted itself around my thoughts, urging me to turn back. But I couldn't. The hollow was out there, and whatever answers it held, I had to find them. The car's tires hummed softly as I cruised through the desolate landscape. No other vehicles, no signs of life. Just the dark, brooding forest pressing in from both sides. A silent army of trees standing sentinel along the road. The road twisted again, and the path seemed to narrow, winding through the woods like a forgotten secret. The occasional flicker of an animal's eye or the soft rustling of branches were the only signs of life dot. But then there was something else, a subtle shift in the air, a presence. I glanced at the rearview mirror, and for just a second, a brief, fleeting second, I saw something in the back seat. A shadow, long and impossibly thin, stretching across the seat. It wasn't the reflection of anything in the front of the car. No, this shadow was alive, moving with a life of its own, swirling and twisting in unnatural patterns. My heart skipped a beat. I jerked my gaze back to the road, trying to shake off the unease, but my breath quickened, and the hairs on the back of my neck stood up, tingling with an instinctual warning. It wasn't just a shadow. It wasn't just the lingering remnants of my imagination. Someone was in the car with me. I didn't look again. I couldn't. Instead, I turned up the volume on the radio, desperate for the comforting hum of music to drown out the growing tension. But there was something wrong with the static. The song was distorted, crackling with strange, unintelligible noises, almost as if the signal itself was being tampered with. The voice, a garbled mess, sputtered out words that didn't make sense. I felt the temperature drop in the car, a sudden chill seeping in from somewhere deep inside the vehicle. The warmth of my breath hung in the air, visible, like I'd opened a window to the frozen night outside. The engine seemed to sputter for a second, just a brief, unsettling hiccup hand. I almost swerved before it steadied. Something was there in the back seat. I glanced into the rearview mirror again, my heart pounding in my throat. And this time, there it was. The shape was clearer now, looming in the corner of my vision, like a dark, long-limbed figure draped in shadows, its outline barely visible against the darkness of the night. It didn't move, but I could feel it watching me. There was an undeniable pressure, like a weight pressing down on my chest. "Hello," I croaked, my voice strangled in the quiet. No answer. I couldn't keep my eyes off the mirror. The shape remained, sitting perfectly still. The air in the car felt heavy, thick with something unseen, something just out of reach. My fingers tightened on the steering wheel, and I tried to convince myself that it was just my mind playing tricks. But then I heard it. A soft, faint breathing sound. It came from the back seat. I gasped, my pulse pounding in my ears as I fought to control the rising panic in my chest. My mind screamed at me to pull over, to get out of the car and run, but my body refused to obey. I was frozen in place, too terrified to move. The breathing grew louder, more distinct now, a raspy, unnatural sound that seemed to come from all around me. And then, just as suddenly, it stopped. The car was suffocatingly silent, save for the soft hum of the engine. And then, a whisper, a voice. It was low, barely audible, but it was there. I could hear it, just behind me, as if it were breathing directly into my ear. The words were indecipherable at first, just a string of whispers that swirled together, like 1,000 voices murmuring at once. One word cut through the rest, clear as day. Turn around, my blood turned to ice. I didn't know if the voice was a part of my mind, or if it was something else. But the force behind those words was undeniable, like a command written in stone, unbreakable. I looked into the rearview mirror again, and the figure had moved. It wasn't just a shadow anymore. There was something Mara-face, pale and gaunt, its features distorted and stretched in grotesque ways. It had no eyes, only hollow sockets, deep and dark, where eyes should have been. Its mouth was wide, too wide, stretching across its face like a grotesque mockery of a smile. It grinned at me, its lips peeling back to reveal rows of jagged, yellowed teeth like something half human, half something, else. The voice spoke again, but this time it wasn't a whisper. It was louder, clearer, and the words sent a cold rush of terror through my veins. Come closer. My hands went numb, and the car swerved to the side of the road. I barely managed to regain control, my heart hammering in my chest, blood rushing. In my ears, I pulled the car to a stop, my hands shaking as I gripped the steering wheel, my knuckles white. There was no longer any doubt in my mind. I wasn't alone in this car. There was something else here with me, something that shouldn't be. And it wanted me to come closer. A freezing gust of wind hit me through the crack in the window, sharp and biting. I could hear the distant howling of wolves in the woods, the air heavy with their primal, echoing calls. But there was something else in that sound, something else that stirred the trees around me, shaking the leaves like a warning. The entity in the back seat didn't move. It didn't have to dot. It was waiting. I turned the key in the ignition, the engine sputtering as though reluctant to start. But then it roared to life with an angry growl, and I slammed my foot on the accelerator. The tires spun in a desperate attempt to gain traction, the car lurching forward into the night. But I could still feel it. The presence in the back seat, the hollow, lifeless eyes of the thing watching me from the shadows, and the voice, faint but unmistakable, whispered again this time, only for me. It's too late now. The road unraveled before me in the flickering light of the headlights, a dark path that seemed to stretch endlessly into the unknown. The presence in the back seat hadn't faded. If anything, it had grown stronger, more insistent. It's invisible. Weight pressed down on me, filling the car with an almost suffocating heaviness. My hands trembled against the steering wheel, slick with cold sweat, as my mind raced with thoughts of escape. Yet, no matter how fast I drove, no matter how far, I pushed the car. The road ahead never seemed to end. It felt like I was trapped in a loop, like the landscape around me was shifting, reshaping itself, refusing to let me leave. I tried to focus on the road, but the darkness was thickening. There were no streetlights now, no sign of any other vehicles, only the faint hum of my car's engine and the unnerving silence of the world around me. The trees on either side of the road were closing in, their long, spindly branches reaching out like skeletal hands, grasping, pulling me into the deepening gloom. The air in the car had grown colder, and I could see my breath now misting in the faint light. It felt unnatural, like something had torn through the fabric of the world, leaving a chilling gap in its wake. Then, without warning, the fog appeared. It rolled in quickly, almost like a living thing, creeping along the ground, tendrils of gray mist curling around the tires. The world outside the car turned to a blur of pale shadows, the trees now mere silhouettes, shrouded by the impenetrable veil. I slammed on the brakes, heart racing as the fog thickened, blanketing everything in its path. I couldn't see more than a few feet in front of the car now. The headlights cut through the fog, casting eerie beams of light that only seemed to make the darkness more suffocating. It was as though the fog was alive, wrapping itself around the vehicle, pressing in on me from all sides. I could no longer tell where the road ended and the woods began. The air felt heavy, thick with an unnatural coldness that made the hairs on my arms stand up. A deep sense of wrongness gnawing at me. I glanced at the rearview mirror again, half expecting to see the dark figure lurking there, but the back seat was empty. The shadow had vanished, or perhaps it had been part of the fog itself, a trick of the mind. But as I looked into the mirror, something else caught my eye. The reflection of the trees outside was distorted, warped in ways that made my stomach churn. It was as though they were bending, twisting in unnatural shapes, their branches reaching for the sky like claws. And then I heard it. A sound, soft at first, like a whispering wind. It grew louder, closer, until it was unmistakable. The unmistakable sound of something scratching against the windows. At first I thought it was the fog, thick and clammy, pressing against the glass. But then I realized the scratching was coming from the outside. Something or someone was scraping their fingers along the windows, the sound of nails dragging against glass, harsh and jagged. I froze, my heart leaping into my throat. I turned, eyes wide, to look at the windows, but there was nothing there. Nothing visible through the fog, no sign of movement beyond the car. The sound was relentless, though a constant scraping that seemed to vibrate through my very bones. I tried to speak, to call out, but the words caught in my throat. Strangled by fear, my fingers gripped the steering wheel tighter, knuckles white with the effort to stay calm. I couldn't shake the feeling that the fog was alive, that it was feeding on my fear. Growing thicker, the more I panicked. Then the car's radio crackled to life. I jumped, startled by the sudden noise. The static buzzed, a maddening white noise that filled the car. I reached to turn it off, like the faintest whisper from a distant dream. You're almost there. The words were slow, drawn out, like the voice was struggling to speak. It sounded familiar, but I couldn't place it. My stomach twisted in unease. The radio had been off for the entire drive. There was no reason for it to be playing now. Especially not in this distorted, otherworldly way. The voice continued, its tone growing more desperate. Come closer. I slammed my hand onto the dial, twisting it desperately to silence the voice, but it was no use. The words grew louder, more frantic, as though the voice was reaching out, trying to claw its way into my mind. And then, ... the fog began to move. Not just the mist rolling over the ground, but the very air inside the car seemed to thicken. It was like the atmosphere itself was alive, growing heavier with each breath I took. My vision began to blur, and the lights of the car seemed too dim, as though the fog was swallowing them whole. It was impossible to see more than a few feet ahead, the road a shifting, indistinct blur, and the trees now nothing more than shadowy outlines in the distance. I couldn't breathe. My chest tightened with every inhale, like the fog was pressing down on me, smothering me from all sides. I gasped, the air growing colder with every passing second, my skin prickling with an icy dread. The fog was inside the car now, creeping in through the cracks in the windows, curling like a serpent around my neck. It wrapped around my arms, its fingers cold and wet against my skin. I slammed my foot onto the gas pedal, but the car barely moved. It felt like the engine was struggling to keep going, as if something was holding it back. The fog pressed in, harder, pushing against the sides of the car. And then I heard it again, the scratching, louder now. It wasn't coming from the outside anymore. It was coming from inside the car, the back seat. The figure that thing was back. It was there, sitting in the back seat, its shadowy form shifting and changing. The shape was fluid now, not just a shadow, but something tangible, something with presence. Its face was there, twisted and distorted, no longer an empty void, but full of something. It grinned at me, that sick, grotesque smile that spread wide across its face, and in its hollow eyes, the voice came again, louder this time, reverberating through my skull. It wasn't just a voice anymore. It was a presence, a force that filled the car, filling every corner of the space with it. It was the fog. It was the thing in the back seat. It was the same thing that had been following me all this time. The figure reached out, its long fingers elongated and grotesque, stretching toward me, dragging itself toward the front seat. Its fingers scraped against the back of my headrest, and the car lurched forward again, this time picking up speed. I couldn't think. My mind was a mess of panic and confusion. I needed to get away. I needed to escape. But it was already too late. Bending in ways that didn't make sense, the trees lining the sides of the road now impossibly close, as though they were reaching for me, their branches clawing at the car. And as I drove faster, the fog thickened even more, swirling around me, suffocating me in its cold embrace. Almost there, ... The voice repeated, and I realized with a sickening certainty that it wasn't talking about the destination anymore. It was talking about me. I wasn't going to make it out. I couldn't escape it. The more I tried to push forward, the more the world around me seemed to twist and warp. The road stretched endlessly, bending and twisting in ways that defied reason. The trees closed in tighter, their skeletal limbs reaching out like the fingers of something ancient, something that had been waiting. Every instinct in my body screamed for me to turn around, but there was no turning back now. The fog had me. It had sunk its claws into me, and no matter how hard I tried to fight it, I couldn't break free. The headlights of my car barely cut through the dense mist that enveloped me, casting eerie shadows on the road ahead. The fog was suffocating now, wrapping itself around the car like a living entity. The air was thick, damp, and cold, seeping into the bones of my body, numbing me from the inside out. The pressure in the car had grown unbearable, a weight pressing down on my chest, choking the air from my lungs. I glanced at the rearview mirror, and for a moment I thought I saw something. A flicker of movement in the back seat, but when I turned my head, there was nothing there. Nothing but the emptiness of the fog, and yet I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me. I blinked and looked back at the road, trying to focus, trying to make sense of the swirling shadows that seemed to shift around me. But then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw something, a sign, a faded, weathered sign that stood alone on the side of the road, half hidden in the thick fog. It was impossible to make out the words, the letters smudged and indistinct, as though they had been worn away by time. I slowed the car to a crawl, the tires humming softly against the asphalt as I tried to read it. The sign was old and chant. Even its wood was cracked and warped, the paint long faded and peeling. But one thing was clear. There was something on it. Something that sent a chill down my spine. A symbol, dot. It was a crude drawing, almost childlike in its simplicity, but it sent an icy shiver through my veins. It was a circle, inside which were twisted lines that looked like a series of interlocking, jagged teeth. The image stirred something deep within me, a primal fear I couldn't understand, But there was no time to linger. The fog was thickening again, swirling around me like a storm, and I had to move forward. But when I looked back at the road, the sign was gone. I blinked, my mind struggling to make sense of what I had just seen. I had to be losing it. The fog, the darkness, everything. It was all beginning to blend together. My grip tightened on the steering wheel, knuckles white, as I pushed the accelerator down, trying to shake off the feeling of being trapped, cornered. But then another sign appeared, just ahead. I couldn't believe it. This time, it was clearer. Its edges were sharp, its paint a dark blood-red color. The words on it were unmistakable, even in the thick fog. The letters were jagged, written in a strange, spidery script. I froze, the words burning into my mind, carving themselves into the deepest part of my consciousness. I didn't know who had written it. I didn't know who had put the signs up, but the message was clear. The hollow wasn't meant to be reached. Sharp, cold breath scraped across my skin, and the fog seemed to deepen in response. The car shuddered, as though it were trying to fight against something, its engine sputtering for a brief moment before catching itself. But when I looked back, the sign was gone. I couldn't make sense of it anymore. The road had started to bend, in ways that shouldn't have been possible, looping back on itself in a dizzying pattern. I had seen that sign. I was sure of it. But the road knew the world was shifting around me, and nothing made sense anymore. I wasn't on the road anymore. Not really. Suddenly, the car lurched to the side, the tires skidding against something slick. The fog was so thick now, so dense, that I couldn't see anything beyond a few feet ahead. The trees around me were fading into the mist. They're twisted. Forms no longer distinct, just faint silhouettes looming in the haze. And then I heard it. A soft, quiet noise at first. A murmur, distant and indistinct, like the wind carrying voices from far away. But as I listened, the murmur grew louder, becoming clearer, until I could make out the words, "Come back." It wasn't a whisper. It wasn't a voice from the radio. It was something else. Something that had been hiding in the fog, hiding in the very air I breathed. The voice was soft, like a lullaby, but it had a weight to it, a pull that dug deep into my chest and wrapped itself around my ribs. Come back. I glanced into the rearview mirror again, and this time the figure was there. It wasn't just a shadow anymore. It was more solid, more real, like a person who had been waiting. The thing in the back seat was staring at me now, its hollow, eyeless gaze burning through the mirror. It grinned, that grotesque, hollow smile that stretched too wide, too far, like a mocking reflection of my own fear. Its mouth was full of teeth that looked like shards of glass, jagged and broken. The air grew colder as I saw the figure move slowly, deliberately, its form shifting, growing more defined with each passing moment. I couldn't take my eyes off it. It was no longer just a shadow, no longer just an image. It was alive, its movements smooth and unnatural. I could feel its presence now, pressing in from all sides, suffocating me with its cold touch. "You shouldn't have come," the voice whispered, its tone harsh now, a low rasp that seemed to come from the very air around me. The road before me blurred. My hands gripped the wheel tightly, but it was as if the car was moving on its own. The fog had thickened to the point that I couldn't see anything outside the car. The world reduced to swirling shadows and eerie whispers. It felt like the car was being drawn forward, pulled into the mist. I turned the wheel, desperately trying to steer, trying to break free from the grip of the fog, but it was no use. The car was veering toward something, toward a shape that had materialized out of the mist ahead. A figure, a silhouette dot. The figure on the road didn't move. It just stood there, waiting. The voice from the back seat grew louder, and I realized, with sickening clarity, that it was no longer just one voice. It was a chorus, 1,000 voices, all whispering the same thing, the same chilling words, over and over. Turn back, but it was too late. The figure in front of me stepped forward, into the beam of the headlights, and I saw it. It was a house. At least, that's what I first thought as the headlights of the car illuminated it, cutting through the thick fog that had swallowed the road. But there was something off about it. The structure seemed ancient, the wood warped. With age, the walls sagging as though the house itself was wilting under the weight of time. The windows, dark and vacant, stared back at me like hollow eyes, empty and knowing, as though they had seen too much. The figure in the distance, standing at the edge of the road, did not move. It was a shadow, a silhouette, standing still in the middle of the fog. I slowed the car to a crawl, the tires whispering softly on the gravel. My eyes locked onto the figure, my breath catching in my throat. I couldn't tell if it was a person. I couldn't tell anything. The fog had distorted my vision, turning the figure into an amorphous blur. But I could feel it a presence that seemed to fill the air around me, heavy and suffocating. The hairs on my neck stood on end as I watched, it unable to look away. My mind screamed at me to keep driving, to get away from this place, but my body refused to obey. I was frozen, caught in the pull of whatever dark force lingered in the fog. The figure didn't move, but I could hear it. A faint whisper, a murmur, too soft to make out, but it was there. Come closer. I took a deep breath and forced myself to look away, my eyes flicking back to the road ahead. The house loomed larger, growing more distinct as the car crept closer, its weathered form growing more and more oppressive with each passing second. There was no sign of life, no lights in the windows, no movement within. But the feeling in my chest, the pressure, the crawling sensation beneath my skin told me that there was something inside, something waiting. I couldn't stop now. I had to find some kind of answer. I parked the car in front of the house, its engine sputtering as I turned it off. The silence that followed was absolute. The fog seemed to press in, thickening around the car, the world outside swallowed by its oppressive weight. The air tasted stale, like something forgotten, buried for years. I hesitated for a moment, staring at the house, and then, without thinking, opened the door and stepped out. The fog closed around me immediately, the cold air rushing in, biting at my skin. I felt like I had stepped into another world, a place where time had stopped, where nothing was real. The silence was deafening, and yet I could hear everything, the soft rustle of leaves, the creak of wood in the distance, the steady rhythm of my own heartbeat. The front door of the house stood ajar, as though it had been waiting for me. I could feel the pull, a magnetic force that drew me in, urging me forward with every step I took. My feet moved without my consent, my legs carrying me toward the door, as if some invisible force were guiding me. I didn't want to go inside. I knew that, but I couldn't stop myself. I crossed the threshold, the door creaking shut behind me with a finality that made my stomach drop. The air inside the house was thick, stagnant, as though it hadn't been disturbed in years. Dust clung to every surface, the furniture covered in white sheets that looked like shrouds, the smell of mildew, old wood, and something darker scent I couldn't place clung to the air, making it hard to breathe. I moved deeper into the house, the floorboards groaning beneath my feet. The shadows stretched out before me, growing longer with each step. I could feel eyes on me, invisible eyes, watching, waiting. I could almost hear the whispers again, soft and insistent, coming from somewhere in the house, from somewhere in the walls. Welcome home. The voice came from behind me. I spun around, my heart racing, but there was no one there. Only the empty space of the hallway stretching out behind me. The silence thick enough to smother every sound, but that voice was still there, lingering in my ears, filling my mind with its presence. I felt a shiver race down my spine. as I turned back toward the darkness at the end of the hallway. There was a door there, a door I hadn't seen before. It wasn't visible when I entered, but now it stood at the far end, its edges framed by the dark shadows that bled from the walls, and the whispers, they were louder now, more urgent. The floorboards creaked in time with the pulse in my chest, the walls shifting, groaning with an ancient, unspoken hunger. The door beckoned, pulling me in, and I could feel the presence inside it, thick and oppressive. I took a step forward, my feet dragging as if the very air was trying to hold me back. The door opened slowly, revealing a room bathed in darkness. It was colder here, the air thick with an unnatural chill that made my breath catch in my throat. I could barely see, the darkness so complete that it felt like the room was stretching on forever. And then I saw it. A figure, sitting in the center of the room, in a chair, its back turned to me. It was still, unmoving. For a moment, I thought it was just a trick of the light, just another shadow, another figment of my mind playing tricks on me. But then, it moved, slowly, deliberately. The figure turned, and I saw its face. It wasn't human, stretched tight over its bones, its eyes wide and unblinking, glowing faintly in the darkness like twin orbs of pale light. Its mouth stretched into a grin too wide, too much, as if it was a mockery of a smile. Its teeth were long, sharp, and yellowed, and when it opened its mouth, I heard a low, guttural sound, a laugh, but not one that was human. It was hollow, echoing with something ancient, something otherworldly. I froze, unable to move, unable to tear my gaze away from its eyes. There was something in them, something alive, something dark and hungry. It wanted something from me, something I couldn't understand. It leaned forward in its chair, and for the first time it spoke. "You're almost here," the words echoed, through the room, chilling and impossible to ignore. The thing's eyes never left mine, its gaze locking onto me with a force that made my skin crawl. It wasn't just looking at me, it was seeing me in a way that no one had ever seen me before, and whatever it saw. It wanted Dot, and then, from behind it, I saw the door Dot. It was opening slowly, like it had been waiting for me to notice. It wasn't the door I had entered through, but another, this one hidden in the shadows, so faint it had almost gone unnoticed. It wasn't a door at all, but a portal, a tear in the fabric of reality, like the world itself had been sliced open. "Come closer. Everything you seek is just beyond this door." And I knew deep in my bones that there was no way out. I had come too far. The door, the creature, the whispers, they were all part of it, part of the hollow, pulling me in, and I was already too far gone to turn back. The door before me stretched wider, and with it, my fate seemed to stretch into something darker, something that no longer held the illusion of choice. I could feel its presence behind me, that thing now, that creature still watching, its unnatural grin pressing against the very fabric of my mind. Its cold gaze was like ice sinking into my bones, and I could feel the weight of it, suffocating me. The room behind the door remained in shadows, deeper than any dark I had ever known. The walls themselves seemed to pulse, breathing in rhythm with the low, almost imperceptible hum of the house. It was as though the house was alive. Every corner, every crevice felt like it was part of something far older, far darker than anything I could have imagined. "You'll be free," the creature murmured again, its voice like 1,000 whispers, like the rustling of dead leaves in an ancient forest. The way it spoke, the ease of the words, made it clear that it wasn't asking, it wasn't offering freedom. It was promising it with a price. I couldn't look away. My body had become stiff, like a marionette, held in place by invisible strings. My mind screamed for me to run, to get out, but my feet remained glued to the floor. I felt the compulsion, the unrelenting force drawing me closer to the darkened door. My breathing quickened as I crossed the threshold. the air thickening with each step I took. The moment I passed the doorframe, the temperature dropped sharply, the chill so intense that it felt like my skin had been submerged in ice water. It was as though the air itself was rejecting me, trying to push me back. But I couldn't stop now. I couldn't turn around, because somewhere in the depths of the room, in the shadow that seemed to bleed from the walls, I felt it. The truth, the room inside was endless in a way that defied logic. It wasn't like a room at all. It was more like a void, stretching out in every direction, as though the very concept of walls had dissolved into nothingness. And yet, I could still feel the house pressing in on me from all sides. A pulse, a heartbeat of the structure itself. In the center of this void, there was a figure. A dark silhouette that could have been human once, but now was nothing but a writhing mass of shadows half-formed. I couldn't tell if it was standing or kneeling. The shape was unstable, its limbs twisting and stretching unnaturally, forming grotesque angles that made my stomach turn. I took another step forward, drawn to it like a moth to a flame, and then I heard the voice again. "Come closer, child. You know you must." It was a force of presence in the air, pressing down on me, wrapping around me. It carried a weight I couldn't explain, as though it was pulling something deep from inside me, something old, something forgotten. The darkness in the room thickened, swirling around the figure like a storm. The figure stretched out a hand, its fingers impossibly long, impossibly thin. The air around it warped, like a ripple on the surface of a pond. The hand came closer, inching toward me, and I realized it wasn't reaching for me. No, it was reaching into me. I gasped as though a sudden weight had dropped onto my chest. My heart hammered. The thing wasn't just pulling at me. It was pulling at something inside me, something I couldn't name. But then a new voice rose, soft but persistent, from somewhere deep inside my mind. "You're not alone." The words echoed through my mind, vibrating in the very core of me. And then I saw it, a flicker in the shadow, a brief, inconspicuous movement in the space between the figure and myself. I didn't know what it was at first. A glimpse of a face, an expression. It was her. My sister. I blinked hard, my pulse racing, trying to clear the image from my mind, but no matter how much I willed it away, she was still there. Her face pale and broken, twisted in agony. Her eyes were wide, empty, hollow. But they weren't empty. No, they were pleading. "You shouldn't have come here," the figure hissed, its voice now a gurgling snarl. It recoiled, its shape shifting violently, as though the sight of my sister's face, her suffering, was something it could not bear. But I wasn't looking at the figure anymore. I was looking at her. "Why did you leave me?" The voice whispered through the shadows, raw with emotion. My sister's voice, but distorted, warped by something far more sinister. "Why did you leave me alone in this place?" I stumbled backward, my body aching, my mind struggling to make sense of it. My sister had died years ago. I had left her. It was my fault. It always had been. That day, I had turned my back on her. The guilt had been eating away at me ever since. I looked back at the figure. The thing was not standing now. It was growing, shifting into something massive, towering over me. Its form became more defined, its shape less abstract. It was no longer a shadow. It was flesh, but not human flesh. Its body twisted in ways that defied biology, limbs that stretched unnaturally, covered in writhing tendrils that seemed to pulse with life. The creature's eyes were empty black voids, vast and endless. I could feel them drilling into my soul, peeling back my thoughts, uncovering every layer of guilt, regret, and sorrow I had hidden away. It grinned again, its teeth long and sharp, gnarled and twisted like broken glass. "She was always here," it whispered, "and so are you. You never left her behind. You're still with her, still in this place." My knees buckled beneath me, and I sank to the floor, gasping for air, my chest tight as though I was suffocating. This place, this nightmare, was not just a house, it was a prison. A prison for the lost, for those who couldn't let go. And I was trapped in it. I was one of them. I closed my eyes, trying to block out the darkness, the suffocating weight of it. But then, something stirred at the edges of my mind. The feeling that had been nagging at me, the realization that I wasn't alone, that there were others, other lost souls just like me, lingering in the shadows of this place. You're not the first to come, the figure crooned, its voice a low hypnotic hum, and you won't be the last, but you are the most important. I turned my head, and for a moment, I thought I saw something move in the corner of the room, another figure, another face, but one I didn't recognize. It was just a blur, but it was enough. The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. There was no escaping this place. I was not meant to leave. I never had been. The door behind me slammed shut with a deafening bang, and I whirled around to see that it was gone. The door, the way out, had vanished into the shadows. I was trapped, and now there was no going back. The darkness of the room pressed in, dense and heavy, as if the very air was thick with centuries of suffering. I could feel my chest tightening, my breath shallow and erratic. My limbs, once numb from fear, were now trembling with a cold that seemed to crawl beneath my skin. I reached for the walls, hoping for something to steady myself, but they were as intangible as the air, as if the very house was alive and watching. The creature that loomed before me, its form now almost fully realized, was a twisted, contorted thing, both alien and familiar at once. Its body seemed to merge with the shadows that bled from the walls, as if it were part of the very fabric of this cursed place. Its eyes, black as voids, flickered with malicious intent, and its mouth stretched into a grin too wide to be human, revealing rows of teeth like jagged shards of glass. The air vibrated with its presence, thick with an oppressive hum, as though the creature was feeding on the very atmosphere. You've come to find answers. It hissed, its voice an amalgamation of broken whispers and guttural growls. But you will only find what is left of your broken soul. I recoiled, the words sending a wave of icy dread over me. My broken soul. The words resonated in my mind like a cruel echo, a reminder of everything I had ever done wrong, everything I had ever lost. I tried to step backward, but my feet were glued to the floor, trapped in the unrelenting grip of the house, the darkness, and the thing that awaited me. You never should have come back, the creature continued, its tone softening, becoming more intimate. You know it, we know it. This is where you belong now. I didn't understand. This dark, suffocating place was not where I belonged. I was just trying to find answers, to understand what had happened to my sister, to the accident that had shattered our lives and left me with nothing but guilt and grief. But now it felt as though my search had led me to something far worse than I could have ever imagined. The figure in front of me shifted, becoming more fluid, more intangible, as if it were made of the very darkness itself. It stepped forward, its elongated limbs crawling across the ground in impossible ways. The air hummed with its presence, vibrating through my bones. She knows you, the creature whispered, its voice now an unbearable hiss. The one you left behind, the one you abandoned. You never really left, did you? I stumbled back, my heart hammering in my chest as the memories flooded memories of my sister. Her pale face contorted in pain, her wide, terrified eyes as I had watched her fade away. I remembered the crash, the twisted metal, the blood, and most of all, the guilt that had gnawed at me ever since. The guilt of leaving her, of not being able to save her. I never should have let her go. No, I breathed, shaking my head. No, that's not the creature's voice, cut through me, cold and insistent. You've been here longer than you know. We are one, you and I, the house and the darkness. We are part of you, and you are part of us. You can never leave. There is nothing left for you out there. I wanted to scream. I wanted to run. But the more I resisted, the more the darkness closed in around me, the more the air seemed to thicken and grow heavier. It wasn't just the creature that surrounded me now. The very room was alive, pulsating with energy. With life and death, the walls seemed to move, the shadows slipping and crawling like sentient things, clinging to every surface, creeping toward me. The air was so cold now, like I was standing at the edge of a frozen wasteland, and every breath I took burned my lungs. Why are you doing this? I managed to choke out, my voice barely a whisper. What do you want from me? The creature tilted its head, its grin stretching even, wider, impossibly so. It was studying me, its eyes narrowing, as though savoring my confusion, my desperation. What do I want? It repeated, amused. I want you to remember. I want you to know why you came here. I want you to understand why it's too late. And then the air shifted. There was a sharp, piercing sensation, a prickling at the back of my mind and memory. The memory of the accident, but not just any memory. It was one I had tried to bury, one I had refused to confront. The last words she said to me. I saw her face again, her eyes wide and fearful, as I tried to pull her from the wreckage. She had been alive just barely, but alive. And then, in those final moments, she looked at me and said, "Don't leave me. Don't let me die alone." Had let her die alone. I had failed her. The creature's voice broke through, the memory like a knife. You left her behind, and you're going to leave her again. It's your nature, isn't it? To run, to hide, but you can't run anymore. The words struck me like a physical blow. I wanted to deny it. I wanted to scream, to argue, to push the blame away, but deep down I knew. The guilt had always been there, festering beneath the surface. I had failed her in life, and now I had failed her in death. The house seemed to breathe around me, its very walls pulsing with the creature's power. I could feel the shadows closing in, wrapping around me, suffocating me. And the more I tried to push them away, the tighter they gripped me, pulling me toward the floor, toward the darkness. It was all-consuming, overwhelming. I closed my eyes, unable to fight it anymore. And then I heard a whisper, not from the creature, not from the walls, but from somewhere deeper, somewhere inside me. You're not alone. It was her voice, my S-I-S-T-E-R-I. Froze, her voice was weak, strained, but it was there. It was real. You never left me, she whispered again. You never could. And then the darkness shifted. The shadows pulled away, not out of kindness, but because something else was happening. Something I couldn't understand. The house the being was changing. The shadows that had been suffocating me were now dissipating, pulling back, leaving the room dim but bearable. The air, though still heavy, no longer felt like it was crushing me. I looked around, disoriented, feeling a strange warmth beginning to return to the space. I looked back at the creature. Its form had become more distorted, flickering in and out like a fading image. Its grin had disappeared, replaced by a look of frustration. The very shadows that had once enveloped it seemed to be slipping away from its body, as though they were rejecting it, as if the darkness itself had turned on it. I realized it wasn't in control anymore. It was fighting against something. A surge of energy, of light, coursed through the room. And for the first time since I had entered this place, I felt hope. The creature's form wavered. With panic, no, it snarled, its voice twisting, becoming more guttural. You cannot, you will not escape. But I wasn't running. I wasn't escaping. I was facing it, and for the first time in what felt like an eternity. I understood This thing, this creature, was born of my guilt, my failure, and it fed on it. Go. It was bound to me and I was bound to it. But I wasn't alone anymore. She was with me, and together, we were going to destroy it. The light grew brighter, sharper, until it was blinding. The creature shrieked, its body thrashing in agony as the shadows around it burned away, crumbling into nothingness. You cannot have me anymore, I whispered, my voice steady. You cannot have her, not anymore. And with that, the creature collapsed in on itself, its form shattering like glass. The room trembled, the very ground beneath me quaking, as the thing that had tormented me for so long disappeared into the void. And in the silence that followed, I heard her voice again. Thank you. And then nothing. The room was still, the house was still, and for the first time the air felt ... empty. But I wasn't alone. The stillness was deafening. It pressed on me from every side. A silence so profound it was like a living thing, an oppressive weight that soaked into the very bones of the house. The walls, the ground beneath my feet, everything was utterly still, but beneath the calm. There was something else, something that seemed to hum with an unnatural energy, the kind of energy that only surfaces in the aftermath of something terrible, something unfinished. I stood there, trembling, my hands numb from holding onto the broken, fading remnants of the creature. I didn't know what had just happened. Had I really destroyed it? Had it truly been defeated? Or had I only torn through its flesh, leaving it wounded and lingering in some dark corner of the house? It felt too easy, too sudden. For a moment, I considered running. Maybe I could still escape. I glanced around, my heart pounding in my chest, my mind racing, but the door that had vanished was nowhere to be seen. The space I stood in was shifting, expanding and contracting like the pulsing rhythm of a dying heart. There was no way out, not like before. The creature had been a part of this house. A part of me the thought made my stomach churn, the bile rising to the back of my throat. But then, just as the panic started to rise, I heard it a whisper. It came from nowhere, yet it felt as though it was everywhere inside me, outside me, vibrating in the very air around me. You can never leave. I froze. The voice was familiar. A twisted version of it, but it was unmistakable. The creature, in its last moments, had left its mark on me, carving its voice deep into my psyche. It had been me. It had always been there, lingering beneath the surface of my guilt and regret. Now it had become a permanent fixture in my mind, just like everything else this house had taken from me. I clenched my fists, my nails digging into my palms as I struggled to breathe. There was no more light, no more blinding glow or warmth. Everything had returned to darkness, but not the comforting, enveloping kind of dark that shields you from the world. No, this was the kind of dark that stretched and swallowed every bit of hope, every shred of reason. And then I heard her voice again, soft, faint, but there, don't listen to it. It was her, my sister. I stumbled back, gasping for air, as if the very sound of her voice had ripped me open, spilling everything I had buried. The pain, the grief, the guilt. It all rushed to the surface, crashing through me like a tidal wave. And I could barely keep my footing, barely keep from collapsing to the ground. She was here. She was still here. Please, don't leave me again. Her voice begged, this time sharper, more desperate. I wiped the tears from my eyes, trying to clear my vision, but the darkness was thickening, more suffocating than before. I couldn't. See, I couldn't hear anything other than her voice, echoing in my head. Each word laced with the unmistakable pain of something that could never be undone. But that wasn't all. In the silence, in the chaos of my mind, I began to feel something. That wasn't my sister. A presence that came from beyond the confines of this house, beyond the very boundaries of my own shattered thoughts. Something was coming, something far worse than the creature I had just faced. I turned in circles, my eyes scanning the darkness, but it felt as though I were spiraling into an abyss. The air was thick with the taste of iron blood. Fear, the remnants of something older, something forgotten. And then, like a slap to my senses, I felt the weight of the house pressing down. On me, the floor beneath me groaned, as if the house itself was waking up, stirring from some long, restless sleep. And with it came the sound. A low, guttural hum, barely perceptible at first, but it grew louder, more intense, vibrating in my chest. The walls trembled. The ceiling above cracked with a deep, resonant boom. The house was alive, backward again, my heart hammering. But I didn't fall this time. I couldn't afford to fall. I couldn't let myself succumb to the weight of it. There was nowhere to go, no escape. And then I heard it louder, this time the voice, the creature you can't run, little one. You never have, you never will. I spun around, breath catching in my throat. The figure wasn't fully formed, not like it had been before, but its presence was undeniable. A mass of writhing shadows, stretching, contracting, as if it were an extension of the very walls, the very foundation of the house. It wasn't just a creature anymore, the malevolent force that had corrupted everything it touched. And it was coming for me. My knees buckled and I fell to the ground, gasping for air as the darkness surrounded me. My vision blurred. The shadows reached for me, thick and suffocating, pulling me into the inky void. But in the midst of it, I felt something, a strange warmth. A fleeting moment of light dot. My sister's voice again, but clearer this time. A spark of hope. You can stop this. You can set me free. I tried to push myself up, but my arms were weak, my body heavy with exhaustion. I had faced the creature, but I hadn't truly faced it, not until now. Not until I understood what it was, the reflection of my own guilt, my own soul twisted into something unrecognizable. This house, this nightmare, it wasn't just a physical place. It was a manifestation of everything I had ever feared, everything I had ever failed to overcome. And now it was feeding off of that fear, using it to hold me in place, to drown me. And just like that, I understood. The creature, the house, the suffocating darkness, it was all a part of me. All born from my failures, my deepest regrets. The pain of losing my sister had created this place, this twisted echo of grief. But the house, it wasn't done yet. It was still growing, still taking, still waiting for me to break completely. It needed me to be consumed by the darkness. I wasn't sure how long I sat there, trembling on the cold floor. But when I looked up again, I saw her. My sister, her face was there flickering, distorted, but it was her. The outline of her form shimmered in the darkness, the expression on her face both heartbreaking and beautiful. It wasn't a face twisted with pain anymore. It was peaceful. It was free. Let go, she whispered softly, her voice gentle and soothing. Let me go and let yourself go. You don't need to carry this anymore. I never wanted you to carry. This, the walls of the house groaned again, this time in what sounded like a screama, desperate howling noise that reverberated through the very foundation beneath me. The house was fighting back, its energy spiraling into a frenzy. But I knew what I had to do. I had to face it. I had to stop running. I had to let go. I closed my eyes, my breath slow and steady, focusing on the warmth that surrounded me. It wasn't the house, it wasn't the darkness, it was her. I stood up, my legs unsteady but determined, and I took a step forward, then another, and another. With each step, the shadows recoiled, unwilling to follow. The weight in the air began to lighten. The house, the darkness, was losing its hold on me. The creature's screech echoed one last time, but it wasn't directed at me. It was directed at the light. The light I had brought into this place, and then with a single final cry of anguish, the house fell silent. And in that silence there was nothing, only the absence of fear. The silence that followed was not peaceful. It wasn't calm, nor was it a sign of release. It was the kind of silence that felt unnatural, as if the world had forgotten how to breathe. The kind that settles deep into the marrow of your bones, heavy with the weight of something unsaid, something unfinished. I stood motionless, my body trembling, my breath coming in shallow gasps as the last remnants of the darkness flickered and pulsed around me. The house was quiet now, no longer creaking, no longer shifting beneath me. For the first time since I had set foot in this nightmare, there was an eerie stillness, a silence that almost felt like a warning. I took a step forward, my feet unsteady on the cracked floor. The air felt ... different. Not lighter, but somehow more alive, as if the house had been waiting for something. And now that it had gotten it, everything was on the verge of being turned upside down. I could feel the lingering presence of something, the house itself, or perhaps what was left of it. For a moment, I thought I had imagined the whole thing, the shadows, the voices, the creature that had fed off my guilt and regret. But the weight in my chest, the bitter aftertaste of fear that clung to the back of my throat, told me otherwise. No, it had all been real. And whatever had happened here wasn't over. You think it's over. The voice cut through the stillness like a blade, sharp and insistent. It was no longer the creature's whisper, no longer the haunting echoes of the past. It something familiar. My heart skipped a beat, and my hands instinctively reached for the walls, the floor, anything to anchor me in this suffocating space. But the ground beneath me was trembling. The walls pulsed as though they had a heartbeat of their own. Every fiber of the house alive with a sickening energy that pressed in on me from every side. You never leave. It was her voice. But not the voice I had come to recognize, the voice that had comforted me in the darkness. This voice was harsh, cold, twisted like a distortion of everything I had ever known. And just like that, the room shifted. The space around me seemed to warp, the edges of the walls bending and folding in on themselves, as if the house itself was reshaping its very nature. The floor groaned beneath me as I stumbled back, my legs suddenly weak, my breath coming faster. I spun around, my pulse pounding in my ears, searching for the source of the voice. But the shadows were moving now, slithering and crawling along the walls, creeping toward me, hungry. I could hear them whispering, not with words, but with an awful presence. A language I couldn't understand. The house had never truly left me. It had always been a part of me, and now it was demanding something. The floor beneath me cracked, the walls moaning in protest as the shadows slithered, intertwining, growing thicker and denser, filling the air with their oppressive presence. I could feel their coldness, and as the darkness closed in, I realized with a sudden, sharp clarity what was happening. It wasn't over. The house, the entity that had haunted me since I stepped through its cursed door, was changing, not fading, not vanishing. It was growing, and with it came the undeniable truth. I had never been alone. You cannot leave. The voice hissed again, this time almost a laugh. You're not free. I spun around, and there, in the corner of the room, I saw her. Her face, distorted and pale, peered at me from the shadows. Her eyes wide with something that was neither pain nor fear, but something far darker. The same eyes, but different. But not the sister I had tried so desperately to save. Not the sister I had hoped would be freed from the torment of this place. It was the shadow of her, the reflection of everything I had. Feared she was twisted now, a part of this house, and she was looking at me, not with love or forgiveness, but with an emptiness that seemed to stretch beyond the confines of her form, reaching into the very depths of my soul. You never should have come back, she whispered, her voice not her own. Now you're here forever. I stumbled back, horror flooding my body as the weight of her words settled over me. I had failed her. I had tried to outrun my past, my grief. And now it was catching up to me in the worst way possible. The house had taken her. It had consumed her just as it was now consuming me. The shadows swirled around me, no longer just a presence, but a force, a mindless, ravenous thing that surrounded me, suffocating me with its cold embrace. The walls pulsed and closed in. The floor cracked beneath my feet, splitting open like a wound that had never healed. I had to get out. I had to leave. But there was no escape. The door, the one I had once thought I could flee through, had disappeared, swallowed by the walls, consumed by the darkness. I couldn't see past the swirling mass of shadows. Were closing in from every direction, cutting off every escape. There was nowhere to run. You never leave, the voice repeated. Now a chorus, hundreds of whispers, all speaking as one. You belong here. And then, as though to reinforce the point, the house screamed. Dot, it was a shriek that shattered the air, a sound so bone-chilling, so all-encompassing that it seemed to vibrate through the very fabric of the world itself. The floor buckled beneath me, the walls shaking violently as if the house was alive and thrashing. Desperate to consume me whole, I could feel the air thickening around me, dense with the weight of it, all the guilt, the grief, the unrelenting fear that had kept me tethered to this nightmare for so long. It was no longer just a place. It was a living thing feeding on the emotions I had buried, the pain I had tried to forget. And then I remembered her, the warmth of her voice, the light, the feeling of her presence that had comforted me. She was here, somewhere. I wasn't imagining. She hadn't left. She couldn't have. I had almost lost her. I had almost lost myself. Feeling for the light, the warmth, the thing that had once kept me grounded. And slowly, as though answering some unseen call, the shadows began to recede. Not all of them, not completely, but enough. Enough for me to see it. I didn't know why, but it was there standing before me like a promise. With every ounce of strength I had left, I pushed through the suffocating darkness, my body screaming in protest, my legs weak beneath me, but I didn't stop. I couldn't stop. The door was so close. And then, just as I reached for the handle, I heard her voice again, soft and warm, like a gentle breeze through the trees. You're not alone anymore. The door opened, and just like that, the darkness was gone. I had stepped through the threshold, expecting to be greeted by the familiar relief of the world beyond this haunted house. But what greeted me was not freedom. No open fields, no rolling skies, nothing that resembled escape. No, what awaited me was something far more terrifying, a reflection of what had been. I stood at the edge of a room. The door I had just opened slammed shut behind me, the sound of the latch clicking into place sending a shiver through my spine. The room I was in was ... familiar to familiar. It was as if I had stepped back in time, but not to a moment I could recall with comfort. It was a space that twisted something deeply unsettling into my gut, the scent of musty wood, the coldness of stone walls, the faint murmur of something not quite right. The walls of the room were decorated with tattered curtains that hung lifeless, their fabric gray with age. Dust floated in the air like tiny, suspended ghosts, each mote a fragment of time lost. The furniture was old but pristine, untouched by the decay that had claimed every other part of this house. It looked as if it belonged to another Tim, another life. A chair in the corner beckoned, its back carved with intricate designs, too delicate to touch, yet too important to ignore. There was a desk beside it, papers scattered, some yellowed, and others crisp with recent ink. And in the center of the room, there stood a mirror, a large mirror, its frame ornate, carved with twisting vines and flowers that seemed to move with the shifting of light. The glass was dark, almost cloudy, and when I dared to look into it, not even a reflection, just blackness. I took a step forward, feeling my pulse thrum against my skull. The air was cold here, too cold, The chill of an abandoned home, the kind that seeps into your bones, the kind that reminds you of everything you've lost. The smell of decay was everywhere now. It clung to the edges of my breath, stifling me with its heavy embrace. And just as I was about to turn, to leave this place that was so eerily familiar, I heard it again. A soft whisper. A voice I knew so well, it made my blood run cold. "It's not over." I froze, my breath caught in my throat. I didn't turn to look behind me, for I knew what I would see. Her, the twisted echo of my sister, the shadow that had been haunting me, chasing me through the depths of this house. But this time, something was different. The voice was clearer, now sharper, as though she was closer, right behind me. With slow, measured steps, I turned, but it wasn't her. Not completely. It was the reflection of her, the one I had always feared, the one that had been twisted by the darkness of this house, by the guilt that had rotted me from the inside. And yet, it was more than that. The figure my sister stood before me, her eyes wide with something that was neither fear nor sadness, but something colder, something far worse. "But you were wrong." My heart pounded, but I could not tear my gaze from her. She was there, standing in front of me, but she wasn't real. Not anymore. She was part of this house, part of its curse, part of me. And yet, there was a fragment of her still trapped within the shadows of the house. The piece that I had failed to save. "You tried to save me," she continued, stepping closer. Her movements were slow, deliberate. The floor creaked beneath her, but you never did. You can't save anyone, not now. I took a step back, my body trembling from the sheer weight of her words. The house had done this to her. It had taken her, twisted her, fed on the very fear I had buried. My guilt, my inability to save her this place, had consumed it all, shaping it into something monstrous. "You left me here," she whispered, her voice no longer soft but piercing. "You abandoned me." The words cut through me, sharp and final. It wasn't the creature that had fed off my guilt anymore. It was her. Or rather, the idea of her turned against me. This was what I had created. This was my punishment. I felt something break inside me, the weight of it suffocating. The air, already thick with despair, seemed to grow heavier, denser. I could barely breathe, each inhale feeling more like a drag through thick, suffocating smoke. The shadows in the room began to swirl around me, coiling like snakes, suffocating the very space I stood in. "You can't escape," she hissed again. "You're not free, not here, not in this place." A cold sweat dripped down my neck as I stumbled backward, crashing into the desk. The papers fluttered around me like dead leaves in the wind. My hands shook uncontrollably, but I couldn't tear my eyes away from Hertha, twisted reflection of my sister that stood before me, trapped between worlds, between life and death. The mirror behind her caught my attention again. The surface had rippled, the glass darkened, and in the depths of it, I saw something. Something that wasn't just my sister or her reflection. It was ... something more. A flicker, like a shadow in the glass, moving with a fluidity that didn't belong to the human realm. I stepped closer to the mirror, my breath shallow, my gaze fixed on that shadow. The longer I stared, the clearer it became. It wasn't just my sister that I had been running from. It was the house itself. The malevolent force that had twisted everything and everyone it touched, turning them into reflections of my own guilt. Saw it now, the true horror, the creature, the thing that had been feeding on me, on my pain, on my fear. It wasn't just one thing. It wasn't just the house. It was everything. Every bit of trauma, every regret, every death. The house had become the embodiment of my soul's darkest corners, its deepest pains, and the truth was undeniable. I could never escape. I turned to look at my sister again, the twisted figure that still stood before me, Her expression was still blank. She wasn't the sister I had known. She was the shadow of what I had failed to save. "Please," I whispered, my voice breaking. "Please forgive me." She tilted her head slowly, her eyes narrowing. There was a flicker of recognition, but it was fleeting. "It's too late for that now." The words were final. There was no forgiveness to be had here, no absolution, only the weight of everything I had done, everything I had failed to do, and no way to undo it. I stepped back, away from her, away from the mirror, my mind spiraling in a dark haze. I needed to leave. I had to leave. But where could I go? What was left? The house was alive with its whispers, and in the corner of my mind, I heard it again, the same voice, now louder, more insistent. "You'll never leave. Not as long as you carry me with you." I couldn't breathe. My chest was tightening, my mind reeling. The darkness was closing in. The house was alive in ways I had never understood, its roots stretching deep into the earth, into my very soul. And then it came to me. The only way out was not through the door, not through escape. It was through acceptance. I could never outrun this place. I could never outrun my guilt, but I could confront it. I turned back to the mirror one last time. My reflection was now distorted, a shattered, broken image. I wasn't the person I had been before this journey. I wasn't the person I thought I was. I was something new, something twisted, something that had been forged in the furnace of my own regrets. But maybe, just maybe, if I could accept this, if I could face what I had become, maybe I would finally be free. The mirror rippled again, and this time it wasn't just my reflection. It was the house, the shadows, the creature. The house was showing me what I had become, and in that moment I understood. I wasn't just a victim of the house, I was a part of it. But I didn't have to stay that way. I closed my eyes, took a deep breath, and stepped forward into the darkness, and maybe, just maybe, out of it. When I opened my eyes again, the darkness had shifted. It was no longer the same smothering presence that I had come to dread, nor the oppressive weight of regret that had clung to my every step. It was something else, something different. If the house itself was undergoing its own transformation, the air was still thick, but it hummed now, resonating with a strange energy that vibrated in the very core of my being. The room had morphed too. The walls, once firm and unyielding, now appeared to pulse with life, as though the house was breathing in unison with me. I reached out, my hand trembling, and touched the cold glass of the mirror. It was slick, wet, as if the house itself had wept. The reflection that stared back at me was mine, but it felt distant, as if it was not truly me standing in this space. The shadows, once mere dark corners, now swirled in the room like smoke, as if gathering around the very heart of the house. It was clear there was something more here than just a lingering presence. The house had always been more than I had realized. The echoes of the past had given birth to this dark manifestation, this entity that fed on the very essence of my regrets, my fears. This wasn't just about me anymore. I felt my breath catch in my throat as the shadows stretched closer, thicker, as if they were reaching for me. I turned away from the mirror, trying to shake off the claustrophobic weight that had settled on my chest. But the house wasn't going to let me leave so easily. I could feel it was like the walls were closing in on me, not physically, but emotionally. It wasn't a place I could simply escape from. It was inside me. I stumbled forward, my hand brushing against the desk, scattering the brittle papers that littered the surface. The words written on them were not in any language I recognized, but the symbols seemed to crawl off the page, pulsing and shifting like living things. They wriggled under my fingertips, and the room around me seemed to distort with each new movement. "Why can't I leave?" I whispered aloud, the question spilling from my lips without thinking. The air seemed to tighten in response. The shadows coiled tighter around me, pressing in. For a moment, I thought I heard a distant laugh, deep, hollow sound that filled the room with a sense of foreboding. "Because you never left," the voice answered, not from any specific direction, but from everywhere. It was as though the house itself had spoken. The floorboards creaked underfoot, as if acknowledging the truth. I turned quickly, expecting to find something there, someone, but there was nothing. Just the cold, oppressive air and the flickering shadows that seemed to move of their own accord. I reached for the door, my hand trembling as I grasped the cold, worn handle. It didn't budge. I pulled harder, feeling the wood creak in protest, but it wouldn't open. The house had already won. I could feel it in my bones. The weight of it was unbearable, crushing. It had become too entwined with me, my guilt, my pain, my sacrifice, had allowed it to fester and grow. It wasn't just a house anymore. It was my mind, my memories. It was a prison that had fed off me for so long that now it had become a part of my very essence. A sudden tremor ran through the walls, and the air turned cold, freezing, even. My breath came in visible puffs, and for a moment I thought I could hear something else. ... A voice, faint, almost imperceptible. "You're still here?" The words lingered, heavy with a threat I couldn't quite place. My fingers tightened on the handle of the door, desperate to break free from this nightmare. But no matter how hard I pulled, it wouldn't budge. I could feel my heart racing in my chest, panic slowly beginning to take hold. Was I trapped here forever? The house had become sentient, alive with an intelligence that I couldn't even begin to understand. It knew my thoughts, my fears, and it used them against me. It twisted every memory I had ever cherished into something dark, something horrifying. The faces of my family, my friends, all of them, once so dear, were now ghostly apparitions, fading in and out of focus. Their eyes were hollow, empty, reflecting the very same torment that I felt. Every smile had been twisted. Every touch had become a cold caress. I stepped backward, my feet brushing against the papers scattered across the floor. I bent down, grabbing one of the yellowed sheets, its edges crumbling in my hands. The words were still illegible, but the symbols had changed. They shifted and reformed into something new, something I recognized, a symbol I had seen before, the first night I had arrived at the house. The symbols were in ancient scriptan old language, a curse, a binding. The realization hit me with such force that it left me breathless. This house, it was built on something more than just wood and stone. It had been constructed from the very pain, the grief, and the guilt of those who had come before me. It was alive with the memories of every soul that had ever stepped inside its walls, and it was hungry for me. My legs trembled beneath me, my entire body quaking with the realization that I was just the latest victim in a long line of tortured souls. I had thought I could escape. I had thought that by confronting my own guilt, I could break the house's hold over me. But it had only fed on my suffering. It had fed on me until I had become just another part of its insidious design. A deafening crack echoed through the room. I spun around, my heart racing as I saw something move, something large, dark, and impossibly fast. The shadows that had once seemed to linger now rushed toward me, swirling in an almost violent frenzy. They wrapped around me, pulling me toward the center of the room, drawing me into their cold, suffocating embrace. "You belong to me now," the voice whispered again, louder this time, more insistent, as if the house was speaking directly through the shadows themselves. I tried to pull away, but my limbs were heavy, like they had been coated in tar. It was as though the house itself had become my prison, and the shadows had become my chains. And then, in the middle of it all, I saw her, the figure of my sister. At first I thought it was a figment of my tortured mind, a hallucination, born from my guilt and sorrow. But there she was, standing at the edge of the room, her eyes locked on mine. Her expression was unreadable, neither angry nor sad, just blank dot. But her presence was undeniable, and just like that, a flood of memories rushed back. Not the happy ones, not the good moments that we had shared, but the terrible ones. The ones where I failed her. The ones where I wasn't there when she needed me. The ones where I watched her slip away, helpless to do anything but watch. It was those moments that had bound me here. Those moments had kept me tethered to this place. She spoke, her voice like a breath on the wind, but it was clear. You never saved me. The words shattered me. I wanted to cry, to apologize, to reach out to her, but I couldn't. The house held me fast, the shadows constricting tighter with every second. You're a part of me, I whispered to her, though I wasn't sure if I meant it. I'm sorry. And for a moment, just a fleeting moment, her eyes softened. Just enough to break through the darkness. She nodded slightly, as if understanding, as if forgiving. But before I could say anything more, the shadows surged. The house groaned around me, and in an instant, the room vanished. The world around me seemed to collapse, folding in on itself like a dream being torn apart. And in that final moment, as everything blurred and melted away, I understood something I had never allowed myself to truly realize before. I was never alone. The house wasn't my enemy. It wasn't the thing that had held me captive. It was a part of me, a reflection of all my pain, my guilt, my fears, and I was a part of it. I closed my eyes and let the darkness take me. The darkness was different now. It wasn't just absence. It was alive. The blackness that had once been a silent void had become something else, something conscious. It pulsated with a rhythm, an unsettling beat that seemed to match the frantic pounding of my own heart. I could feel it pressing against me from all sides, pressing in on my mind, suffocating the thoughts that tried to break free. The house was everywhere, and it was no longer just a structure. It was inside me, like a poison that had seeped into my very bones, into my blood. It was a sickness, an infection, and there was no cure. And through all of it, through the suffocating darkness and the swirling shadows, there was a voice, a whisper, but not one voice, hundreds of them, all murmuring in unison, their words indistinct, but still cutting through the silence like knives, each one carrying the weight of 1,000 regrets, 1,000 broken lives. You are not alone. I flinched at the sound. It was the same voice, but now it was clearer, more direct. It was speaking to me, through me. It was speaking to the very depths of my soul, echoing through the fragmented pieces of my broken consciousness. The cold had settled deeper, and I realized then that it wasn't just the house that had changed. It was me. I was no longer the person I had been before. The guilt, the fear, the sorrow, they had all become a part of me, woven into the very fabric of my being. It wasn't just the house that was consuming me. It was my own memories, my own failures, the things I could never escape. I stumbled through the thick, swirling blackness, my feet dragging along the cold, uneven floor. I couldn't see anything, but I didn't need to. I could feel the house around me, its presence pressing in from all sides like an invisible hand, squeezing tighter with every step I took. You thought you could escape? The voice was louder now, sharp and cruel. It reverberated through the very walls of my mind. You thought you could outrun this. I wanted to scream, to shout at it, but I couldn't find my voice. The air was too thick, too suffocating. My chest was tight, as if the very act of breathing was a struggle. And yet, I knew. I knew that no matter how hard I fought, no matter how far I ran, I could never escape. I had already become a part of this house, and this house was a reflection of me, of everything I had done, everything I had failed to do. It had grown from my guilt, my fears, my regrets. I was the one who had built it. But even as I stumbled through the darkness, I felt something else, a flicker, a spark. a glimmer of something long buried. Hope. I couldn't understand it. How could there still be hope in a place like this? In a house that had become the embodiment of my darkest emotions? It didn't make sense, but the more I focused on it, the clearer it became. It wasn't hope for escape. It wasn't hope for redemption. It was something else entirely. It was acceptance. Acceptance of who I had become. And maybe, just maybe, that was the key to escaping the house. Not running from it, not fighting against it, but embracing it. Accepting it for what it was and what it had made me. The shadows seemed to recede, pulling back as if they were reluctant to let go. The voices faded into the distance, their murmurs growing softer, less insistent. And in the quiet that followed, I began to understand. I had always been running from myself. The house was not my enemy. It was my reflection. The parts of me I had tried to bury, the pieces of myself I had refused to face. But in this place, in this cursed house, I could no longer hide, and perhaps I didn't need to. I closed my eyes, the darkness swallowing me once more. But this time, it wasn't suffocating. It was ... peaceful. I embraced it. And as I let go, I realized something else. I had never been alone in this house. Not truly. There had always been someone with me. Always. I stepped forward, my feet moving with newfound purpose, and the house no longer resisted. The air seemed to shift around me, lighter now, as if the weight of my past was lifting. The voices, so maddening, so relentless, were now silent. The darkness, once so all-consuming, now felt like a cloak, warm and protective. For the first time since entering the house, I felt at peace, and then I saw it, the door. The one I had been searching for all this time. It was standing there, just ahead, bathed in the faintest light. It was the exit, the way out. But as I reached for the door, something stopped me. A voice, familiar, gentle. You were never meant to leave. I froze. The door was so close, so within my grasp. But this voice, stopped me cold. It was not the house that spoke this time. It was her. My sister, you don't have to leave, she said, stepping forward from the shadows. She was there in front of me, standing in the faint light that bathed the doorway. She was not twisted, not deformed by the house. She looked ... real, alive. Her eyes locked onto mine, and for the first time in what felt like forever, I saw them, clearly, not the hollow, empty eyes I had come to expect, but eyes full of life, full of love. She smiled, a soft, sad smile that made my heart ache. You can stay here, she said, her voice a whisper in the stillness. You don't have to leave. You can stay with me. The weight of her words hit me like a tidal wave. I wanted to step forward, to take her hand, to finally be free from this place, this nightmare, but I couldn't move. My body was frozen, locked in place by a force stronger than fear. I can't, I whispered, shaking my head. I can't stay here. I have to leave. I can't be trapped anymore. She didn't say anything for a long moment. She just stood there, watching me with those eyes that seemed to see straight into my soul. And then, finally, she nodded. Then you must let go, she said softly. Let go of everything. Let go of your guilt. Let go of your pain. Let go of me, I recoiled, as if struck by her words. The very thought of letting go of her, of losing her again, felt like an unbearable weight. But deep down, I knew it was the only way. I had already been living in the shadow of my past for so long. I had been stuck, but now it was time to let go. I closed my eyes, took a deep breath, and released the last piece of myself that I had been holding on to, the guilt, the sorrow, the self-loathing. And as I did, I felt something shift inside me, a deep, painful ache. But then, in that ache, I felt something else. Freedom. I opened my eyes again. The door was gone. The house had changed. It was no longer the suffocating, oppressive place it had been. The moment I stepped through the threshold of the door, one foot moved forward and then the other, and in the space between them, I could feel the house slipping away from me, unraveling like a fraying rope. It wasn't an immediate shift, but a gradual one. The darkness that had once consumed me had begun to loosen its grip. The cold, oppressive weight lifted slowly, almost reluctantly, as if the house had realized it had lost its hold over me. I couldn't bring myself to look back. I couldn't because I knew, deep down, that if I did, I'd see her again. My sister. The one I had failed. The one who had been the root of all my pain, all my guilt. I had spent so many years trying to outrun the memories, trying to forget the way she had looked at me when she died, the silent accusation in her eyes, the weight of my inaction. But now I had to let go. Letting go was the hardest thing I'd ever had to do. I'd always believed the house was a prison, manifestation of everything I was trying to escape. But now I understood. The house was never my prison. I had been the one to imprison myself, trapped in the past, bound by guilt and sorrow, unable to move forward. The house had only been the reflection of my mind, my psyche, feeding off my unresolved fears. I couldn't stay. I couldn't live in the shadow of the past anymore. The air outside felt a different trio. The wind cut across my face, cool and sharp, carrying with it the smell of wet earth and fresh rain. For the first time in what felt like ages, I could breathe freely, without that constant weight pressing down on my chest. But that wasn't all. As I stood in the open space, feeling the wind whip through my hair, I realized something else. I was not alone. The sounds of the world were louder now, crickets in the distance, the rustle of leaves in the trees, the distant hum of a car driving on a road miles away. It was the sound of life. And as I stood there, listening, I heard something else, a voice, faint at first, faint like an echo from somewhere far away. Not alone. I froze, my heart clenching in my chest. I knew that voice. I knew it all too well. It was her, my sister. But it wasn't the same voice as before. It was different now, softer, gentler. The anger, the bitterness, the hurt, none of it was there anymore. Only the faintest whisper of something that sounded like peace. I turned around, scanning the empty land around me, but there was nothing, only trees. The house was gone, vanished, like it had never existed in the first place, just an empty field of long grass swaying gently in the breeze. I could still feel her presence, though, a soft, comforting warmth that lingered in the air. I breathed in deeply, trying to steady my racing heart. What was happening? Was this real? Was I truly free? But before I could answer my own question, I saw it. A figure in the distance, standing at the edge of the field, tall, slender. It was her. She was there. I didn't even need to think. I knew who it was. I could feel it in my bones, my sister. She stood with her back to me, facing the horizon, her hair flowing gently in the wind, her figure silhouetted by the fading light of the setting sun. A peaceful figure, one that seemed to belong to the world. Outside the house, and then another. My heart pounded in my chest, each beat louder than the last, until I found myself running toward her, my feet carrying me faster than I thought was possible. When I reached her, I stopped. My breath was ragged, my body aching from the effort. But I didn't care. I didn't care about anything except her. She didn't turn around. "I'm sorry," I whispered, my voice cracking with emotion. "I'm so sorry." The wind picked up again, tugging at my hair and clothes, but she remained silent. I could hear her breath, steady and calm, and I knew she was listening, waiting. I didn't know what else to say. The words I had been holding inside for years had finally spilled out, but it didn't feel like enough. I had failed her. I had failed her when she needed me most, But here now, in this place, maybe I could fix it. Maybe I could make it right. I've never stopped loving you, I added, my voice barely more than a whisper. I've never stopped wishing I could go back. I thought I could escape, but I was wrong. Still, she didn't turn around. I took a step closer, hesitant, but compelled. I had to know. I had to see her face. I needed to. When I reached out and placed my hand gently on her shoulder, she turned slowly, her movements deliberate and unhurried. And when I saw her face, I stopped breathing. She was smiling at me softly, but there was something else in her eyes. A sadness, yes, but also understanding. Acceptance. You've suffered enough, she said softly, her voice a gentle caress in the stillness. You don't have to carry this anymore. I shook my head, tears welling up in my eyes. I don't know if I can ever stop. I don't know if I can ever forgive myself. She reached out, placing her hand on mine. It was warm, comforting. She was so real, so present. The grief, the anguish that had consumed me for years slowly began to fade. The weight lifted. For the first time in so long, I felt like I could breathe. You don't have to forgive yourself, she said, her voice steady and calm. You've carried this burden for long enough. It's time to let it go. The wind rustled around us, and for the first time since I had arrived at the house, I felt a sense of release. It wasn't something that could be explained or understood. It was a deep, profound sensation of peace. Just an overwhelming sense of love, I whispered, and this time I meant it. Truly meant it. She smiled again, her eyes warm and forgiving. I know, and just like that, the moment was gone. Her presence began to fade, like mist dissolving in the morning sun. I reached out, desperate to hold on to her, but she was slipping away slowly, gently, until at last there was nothing left but the wind, the grass, and the setting sun casting long shadows across the field. And then, just as it had come, the silence returned, deep, profound, and final. But it was a different kind of silence now. Not the crushing weight of despair I had known for so long, but a peaceful quiet, a quiet that felt like the end of a long journey. I stood there in the fading light, listening to the rustling of the leaves, the whisper of the wind in the grass. The house was gone. The past was gone. And for the first time in what felt like forever, I was free. The world felt different now, not in the way a person changes over time, but in a more profound sense. It was as though everything I knew, the house, the sorrow, the endless cycle of guilt and regret, the finality of it all settled over me with a strange comfort. And though the wind still whispered through the trees, the ominous weight that had once clung to every breath I took had lifted. I stood alone in the quiet, facing the horizon, where the sun had nearly disappeared beyond the distant mountains. My feet were planted firmly on the earth, the soil beneath me grounding me in a way I had never felt before. The last vestiges of my pain, my haunting memories, all seemed to dissipate with the fading daylight. The sky above was wide, endless, and beautiful in its simplicity. There was a kind of serenity in that emptiness. No walls, no echoes of footsteps behind me, no creeping shadows from the house. I was free. But even in my newfound peace, there was an ache that remained. A faint sorrow, a lingering sorrow for the part of me I had lost, the part that had been swallowed whole by the house, the part that would never return. I am still here. Though the thought struck me suddenly, and I realized it was true. The grief had not vanished completely. No, it would never truly leave me. But it had changed, morphed into something else, something manageable, and maybe that's okay. I took a slow, steady breath, letting the cool air fill my lungs, feeling it refresh me, in and out, in and out. Each breath felt like a victory. The house, my sister, my failures, they were no longer. The defining parts of me, I was not their prisoner anymore. I was no longer held captive by my past. I was free to choose who I would be now, in this moment. But something about this freedom made me realize something even deeper. That freedom, for all its beauty, can also be terrifying. Because with it comes the terrifying truth that the world, for better or worse, is now entirely mine to navigate. No more shadows haunting my every step. No more walls built from fear and sorrow. Just me and the vast open world. And perhaps that was the most daunting part of all. I have to live now. But what would that even look like? What could it be? The question hung in the air, unanswered. And yet, there was no longer any urgency in finding an answer. I had time now. Time to understand. Time to feel the weight of all those years of grief, of heartache, of spiraling into a darkness I thought I would never escape had faded. As if it were a weightless cloud slowly dissipating into the twilight. But the memories remained, not as chains, but as parts of my story, parts of who I had been, who I still was. And maybe, just maybe, that was enough. The wind shifted, carrying with it a distant sound. A low hum, almost imperceptible at first. I paused, listening, straining to hear. It was the sound of something familiar, something I thought I had left behind. It was music, soft, melodic, like a lullaby that echoed through the fading light, as if carried on the wind itself. My sister's song. I turned, the quiet murmur of the wind brushing against my skin, and looked toward the distant horizon. There, just beyond the edge of the fading day, a faint figure appeared. It was small at first, a speck against the sky. But then it grew clearer, the silhouette of a person, a figure with arms outstretched, as if beckoning me forward. Her, it can't be. I squinted into the distance, my heart tightening in my chest. Was it possible? Was it really her? Or had my mind finally unraveled completely in the emptiness of this place? The figure moved toward me slowly, gently. I could hear the soft echo of her song now, clear and resonant as it pulled at my heart. It was her, the same presence I had felt when I first entered the house, the same one who had led me to this place, to this moment of release. The music grew louder, more distinct, and my chest tightened as I felt the pull of her warmth, the pull of her love. But I couldn't move. My feet were rooted to the ground, my body paralyzed with indecision. She was closer now, and as she drew near, I could see the faintest flicker of a smile on her lips. "You have a choice," she whispered, the words gentle and reassuring. "You can stay, or you can go." I swallowed hard, the decision weighing on me like an anchor. Stay or go? What did that even mean? Could I truly leave everything behind? Could I sever the last thread that connected me to the house, to the grief that had consumed me for so long? Or would I turn back to find something that no longer existed?
What's
waiting for me out there? I asked, my voice barely a whisper, the uncertainty in my heart seeping into my words. I don't know how to live without the past, without ... without you. She smiled again, her expression soft and understanding. You never had to live without me. Her words echoed through the silence, and I felt a weight lift from my chest. I had been holding on so tightly to the memory of her, to the pain of her loss, that I had forgotten that she had never truly left me. I stepped forward, my feet moving on their own, as if guided by some invisible force. The music swelled around me, enveloping me in its warmth. The air tasted sweet now, and for the first time in my life, I didn't feel alone. "I'm ready," I whispered, barely able to hear my own words over the melody in the air. "I'm ready to let go." And as if she had been waiting for those words, the figure my sister reached out, and I felt the warmth of her hand, so real and so present, slip into mine. Her presence filled me, not with sorrow or grief, but with a gentle peace that radiated outward, washing over me in waves. There was no fear, no doubt, just a deep, profound knowing that I was exactly where I needed to be in that moment. The world around us seemed to dissolve. The trees, the grass, the sky, all of it faded into a golden glow, a soft, enveloping light. There was no longer any boundary between past and future, between grief and hope. There was only now. Her song continued to echo, and I felt myself being pulled, not by the house, but by something else, something more profound. It was time for me to move forward. And as I let go of the past, of the house, of everything that had held me back, I stepped into the light with her, leaving behind the world I once knew, and I was free. Not just from the house, not just from the past, but from the chains I had wrapped around my